8. Teamwork. Harry awoke to Tonks nudging his side with her elbow. The room was illuminated from what sunlight that could squeeze in, between the heavy rain clouds that threatened to hold for the entire day. "Harry," Tonks spoke softly with a flutter to her voice. "We need to get up. This week will mostly be team-based training and you can't be late." "Great, so Horace will have more things to yell at me about. Brilliant." Now he means well, and you will learn, but remember that he knows what he is doing. There is a reason for everything he does, and all of it revolves around you and me staying alive in the field. Nothing you will be taught this week will be a waste of time. All of it is critically important to our survival. You aren't at Hogwarts here. This isn't for the general masses. This is real situational training at its most intense. Are you supposed to be making me feel better? If so, you are doing a really dreadful job of it, Nymph. Harry, I had teamwork training in the academy before I joined the Unspeakables. I knew how it worked and it was easy to apply that knowledge. You are coming into this pretty lacking in these skills. You aren't going to like some of the things you are going to be told, but you must do as you are taught. There is a good reason for it. We will follow our training when bad things happen, and if you don't, then everything could fall apart and all of us could be killed. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. On that happy note, I guess I should get up and get ready, shouldn't I? Yes, you should. I will be waiting here for you. Now get going. Fine, Harry said as he slid out of bed. They got ready and left the house before running into Vernon. Apparently, he was running late that morning and was dreadfully behind schedule. Harry heard his uncle stomping around on the second floor as they closed the door behind them. Harry portkeyed them into the team room where they met Cal. "Morning, friends," Cal welcomed Harry and Tonks. "Ready for a wonderful day full of torment and magic?" "Smashing," Harry drawled out. "Hey, Seps, you keep your spirits high or Horace will be worse," Cal warned good-naturedly. "I'll keep that in mind, Cal," Harry relented. The day started with Harry, Tonks, and Cal meeting with Horace and Marcus in the training room. The room was empty except for the team and the leaders. The walls of the room felt more alive than Harry had remembered them feeling the week before. He swore a few times he saw them move. "Normally," Horace announced firmly with a scowl on his face, "we start off team training with a big lecture and a lot of boring shite. That isn't going to happen this time. I think Seps will learn this faster by fucking up and getting his team killed in the process. You are going to be the next leader of this team, but that doesn't mean you know how to lead." Harry's small ray of hope, that the day was going to be positive, died a hasty death at Horace's words. "I believe you can keep yourself alive when you shouldn't, but I know that you can't keep others alive while doing so." Horace stared right into Harry's eyes under the hood. "This is caused by you doing what is needed to survive. Others aren't used to that mindset, but it is how you have lived your life. Those around you right now have lived that kind of life. They know how to keep themselves alive. In the teams and on missions, you come first, then your team, then the mission, and lastly your target. For example, if your mission is to retrieve information from someone, you must stay alive to have any hope of success. You must keep your team alive to accomplish your task. The mission goals are to keep your objective alive and retrieve information, but if that person threatens you or your team, then you eliminate the threat." "You mean kill them?" Harry asked. "In short, yes," Horace said unflinchingly. "If the bugger fires the killing curse at you, you drop him instantly. No mission is worth the risk of an operative's life. This doesn't change ever. No mission supersedes the lives of your team. I will never tell you otherwise, and neither will Marcus. This is where a team leader is essential. If the mission is for shite, pull out. Never force a bad situation to work for you. It will only get worse and people will die. Every member of this team, except for you, knows the rules. They put themselves first, and then comes the team. Know this and plan for it. If Chamel or Cal mess up, it is their own fault. It works the same for you, too. Worry about yourself first. If you die, you are no help to anybody. Do not risk letting that happen." Harry swallowed hard. He knew that he had put himself in danger for others in the past without regard for his own safety. This is going to be a tough lesson to learn, and I know that. How can I not worry about the members of my team first? I am responsible for them, aren't I? Harry asked of Horace. You are responsible for yourself. They are responsible for themselves. Trust that they will stay alive. You just keep them moving towards the goal, or why are you there in the first place? We do not sacrifice members, so don't worry about that. This isn't the military where it is a numbers game. We work in small teams where every member is crucial. If you lose a member, you abort. Enough of the boring stuff, Horace said with a smirk. This week you will learn how to stay alive within a team dynamic. All of you must learn trust in the others, at least as far as the missions go. Your personal life has no place here. Emotions have no place here. This is life and death at its most basic. On top of that, I will teach you to depend on your team to work together to stay alive. If you are confused now, just wait. Horace handed Harry 2 sets of portkeys. Standard mission procedures, we use 2 portkeys to get somewhere and 2 to get back. It is hard to trace your movements if you do it that way. Now, the goal is to get the satchel from the shed. That is all I know. Horace looked at every member and turned to leave. He walked 20 feet or so before turning around and addressing the group again. You will use appropriate spells on this mission. Go. What does that mean? Harry asked, looking at Tonks and Cal. Cal offered an answer. It means that you will use the same level of spells as anyone we come across. They stun, you stun. They kill, you kill. Pretty easy to figure out, really. Tonks held up a portkey with a number 1 on it. Once all 3 members touched the portkey, they were taken to a drafty warehouse. The air was pungent with fish and it smelled of the sea. A watery-sounding bell could be heard in the distance. Memories of a rundown shack, a storm, and a half-giant came to Harry's mind as Tonks held up the second portkey. With another tug, Harry landed in a dark and damp forest. He shivered as memories came to him of the last time he was in a similar place. Well, what now? Harry asked. This is where you do the leader thing, Seps, Cal muttered lightheartedly. Harry scowled under his hood. Cal couldn't see it, but Tonks could. Well, we know the objective is in a shed, Tonks spoke in hushed tones. Might want to try the point me spell to find it. Harry inclined his head in understanding and drew his wand. He said the spell and he was pointed to the north. Now what? I am new at this, so help me out. Seps, Tonks said. Do what you would normally do. We are here to complete this mission, but more so to learn how to work together. All right, Chamel, I will do that. Harry calmed his mind and made his decision. Cal, you take the rear, I will take the front. Let's make our way north. Both team members nodded and followed Harry as he started walking north through the trees and underbrush. Harry used his wand to banish the brambles that kept catching on his cloak. 10 minutes into the journey, Harry heard noise ahead of them and started seeing what looked like campfire light glowing on the underside on the leaves of the tall trees. The undergrowth became heavy and thick, blocking all ways of movement, except for a worn path Harry found running in the direction he needed to go. He paused and crouched behind an old moss-covered tree. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Why are you nervous? Tonks asked. This is no different than your testing or any of the other messes you have gotten into. Just do what you always do. I was never responsible for others before, Harry complained. This is all different. No, it's not. Just make a plan and we will make sure it gets done. Harry thought about the situation and decided he didn't really know what was going on beyond the thick bushes. He turned to Cal and asked him to find out if there were people near the fire, and if so, how many. Cal nodded in understanding and faded into the shadows as he moved away in search of a better location to monitor who or what was in their way. Harry turned to Tonks and searched for her eyes in the reflected firelight from the overhanging trees above. I am not sure what you want to do now. I should stay with you, Tonks answered. Cal is used to working on his own in the shadows or hidden somewhere. I am more like you, in the middle of it all getting dirty. Okay, well, if we have to go in, I will take the left and you can go right, I guess. You have to be more forceful about your orders when you give them, Tonks instructed softly as the fire kicked up for some reason. You have to believe in yourself, otherwise how would anyone else? This is your team and this is your mission. Think of it this way, Albus doesn't want you anywhere near this kind of thing. Are you going to let him win this? Oh, and Snape thinks you are going to fail, Tonks added as an afterthought. You are just trying to get me mad, so I will forget everything else, aren't you? If it works, then I have no problems using it to motivate you, Seps. Harry listened for noises coming from the area in front of him, but there was only the occasional unknown sound that he could hear. Very light footsteps advanced on their position, causing Harry to turn and draw down on the intruder. A familiar gray cloak emerged from the trees, with a wand pointing at the ground, showing they weren't a threat. Cal lowered himself level with Harry and Tonks before giving his report quietly. There are 3 people in black cloaks in the opening ahead. There are 2 structures on the far side of the clearing. One is small, like a shack, and the other looks more like a cheap shelter. The 3 moving about seem to be on guard duty since they are retracing their steps over and over. The noise is coming from the shelter, I think. I have no idea who or what is making the noise. Are there more ways into the camp than the entrance over there? Harry asked, pointing to the gap in the wall of vegetation. I didn't see one, Cal admitted. I had to climb a tree to see what I did. It is a pretty defensible location they have. One entrance, and they have some felled trees in the clearing they could use as cover should they be attacked. Any ideas? Harry asked, feeling overwhelmed. What would you normally do, Seps? Cal asked in return. Normally, I would have appeared in the middle of the camp and had to fight my way out, Harry said with an edge to his voice. Well, then do it that way, Cal commented, as if it was the easiest thing in the world. When he saw Harry not moving, he figured that his point hadn't been made. Apparate into the camp and mix it up. Wouldn't that be jumping into things? I'm supposed to figure this thing out, aren't I? Play your strengths or you will never win, Cal finished. Don't be a tactician when you are a grunt, Tonks added. I agree, play your strengths. Fine, Harry decided. I want Chamel to wait a few seconds before coming through the entrance. Cal, can you help out from your tree perch? Give me 5 minutes, and I will be ready, Chief. Chief, Harry asked. Nah, doesn't fit yet. You will get there, Seps. Cal drifted into the darkness again. I really don't want to know what that was all about, Harry said under his breath. The 5 minutes ticked by slowly as Harry became more nervous. My first real mission, and I could stuff it all up. Harry focused on apparating into the center of the camp and willed himself to move quietly. A few seconds later, a gray-robed figure silently appeared in the center of the campsite. Harry turned and saw 2 guards near the entrance. He couldn't locate the third before one of the others saw him. A spell flew past Harry's head. The twisting green spell struck a tree, instantly setting it alight and splintering it at the point of contact. Harry dropped to the ground and threw up an absolvo and an imprimis shield. With his wand, Harry threw back a reductor curse, missing his target who had ducked behind one of the tree barriers Cal had mentioned. The 2-foot-thick tree split in half, and splinters were thrown into the air. Harry moved behind one of the few standing trees in the clearing as 2 more killing curses missed their target, him. Harry reacted by firing off 2 more reductos at his attackers. One hit another barrier, breaking it into a few pieces. The other hit one of the robed figures in the head. Harry nearly dropped his wand when he saw the explosion resulting from his spell. Cloth ripped as the man's skull burst underneath its hood. Red liquid sprayed and splattered the immediate area, lightly coating the ground. Parts of his head landed with a plopping sound around his collapsing body. Harry was stunned by what he had done. Tonks chose this moment to enter the clearing, and she did so firing curse after curse at the only guard in sight. She was holding her own as the duel grew more vicious. The guard didn't have the time to concentrate enough to cast the killing curse at her, so he went with cutting curses. Tonks blocked most of them, but a few got through her shields, fortunately hitting her cloak harmlessly. Harry had watched the body of his opponent fall into a heap amongst the leaves and pine needles on the ground. He couldn't look away if he had tried. An errant spell hit his imprimis shield, causing his attention to shift to the more important matter of Tonks and the mission. Harry rushed forward to help Tonks defeat her attacker. He joined her, side by side, as they fought the last guard who had retreated to another felled tree. It was a Cruciatus curse, barely missing him, that drew Harry's attention to the entrance behind them. 2 more black-cloaked figures had entered, and they were using only unforgivables in their assault. Harry dove away from a killing curse, landing roughly on a bare spot of dirt. He heard something pop in his left shoulder on impact, but he ignored the pain. He regained his footing, throwing a severing charm at the nearest attacker. In the confusion, Tonks had taken cover behind a tree stump. She shot spell after spell trying to keep her opponents back. Harry chose to push forward and started firing curses as fast as he could. More than half were accurate enough to drive the newest people back. At the peak of the melee, Harry caught sight of Tonks getting hit by a green jet of light in the back. Harry stopped shooting spells completely as he watched Tonks fall to the ground limply. Harry lost track of time as he processed what had happened right in front of him. The spell was the killing curse. Tonks was dead, and it happened on Harry's first mission. "Fuckers!" Harry snapped. His anger at the cloaked men was nearly surpassed by his own self-loathing. He sidestepped a Cruciatus curse and fired his own Avada Kedavra at the man who had killed Tonks. The spell struck the man in the chest, dropping him instantly. Harry turned his wand to bear on the other two and kept firing the lethal curse. The camp was ablaze as Harry struck down the other two in a few minutes. His mind, lost in sorrow and hate, dulled his senses enough that he didn't see or hear the missing person sneak up behind him. Harry turned at the last second to see another blinding, sickly green light hit him in the head. Everything went black as the green faded away. "Up you get, rookie," shouted Horace as he kicked Harry in the side. Harry's eyes flickered open as he realized that he was laying on the ground where he had fallen from the killing curse. The camp surrounding him was no longer burning, but smoke still rose from the remains. Harry looked to where Tonks had fallen and found it empty. His view shifted to movement on his other side, where he saw Tonks and Cal standing behind Horace waiting patiently. "That was pathetic, Seps," Horace yelled. "Buggered this one up good, you did. Got everyone killed on your first mission. Congratulations. Maybe our enemies could use you. I know you aren't any good right now considering you are fecking dead. Where should I start, The relief that Harry had felt at seeing Tonks alive was quickly wiped away as the insults and criticism bored into his mind. "How about from the beginning?" "Watch your cheek, Seps," Horace snapped. "Good start, until Cal got killed trying to get back to his previous position. 2-on-1 has that affect. You apparating into the camp was good too, but you forgot to use your cloak's invisibility properties. You forgot to silence your footsteps, not that that would have helped much since the noise from your spells would have let the two outside of the camp know what was going on inside. Chamel can hold her own, but you just had to charge to her defense. That meant that no one was watching the entrance or for the one guy you knew was around but couldn't see. You left too much to chance and you failed. You got everyone killed here. I am out an entire team because your head was up your arse. In short, your first team mission really is a failure. Now, if you are done lying, about get up and run it again." Horace stormed away from them and past the entrance to the camp. The camp rebuilt itself with a shimmer. Harry realized at that moment that he was in the training room. He turned to Cal and Tonks and lowered his head. "I am sorry, guys. I didn't mean to get all of us killed." Harry shuddered as he replayed the killing curses that struck him and Tonks down. "Your first time is bound to be a disaster. Don't worry about it," Cal said happily. "We are here to learn first off. Anything else is a bonus," Tonks added softly. "Learn from your mistakes and figure out a better way to reach our goals. Let's try again. As you can tell, the curses aren't exactly what they appear to be. Your shoulder will need treatment at the end, but keep it moving or it will lock up on you." They walked out of the camp and returned to their starting point from the last time. Harry breathed out as he prepared to try again. "This really sucks. I do better not knowing what is going to happen." Tonks laid a hand on his unhurt right shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "It will only get harder each time. Be prepared for that." Harry directed his team forward, and they took up the same spot as before. "Chamel, levitate me up so I can see the camp. I'm going to try and apparate in behind the shed and get the bag that way. You two will stay here and keep a lookout for anyone who comes by." Tonks sighed, but did as he asked. The camp had changed somewhat, but the shed was still near the outside of the clearing. Harry got a clear picture of the camp and the 4 guards roving the compound. He signaled that he was ready, and Tonks brought him back to Earth. He nodded to her before activating his cloak's invisibility and silencing his boots. Focused, mental thrust, and Harry appeared behind the shed. He peeked through a crack in the boards and saw a leather satchel sitting on a work table. He looked around the corner of the shed and saw 2 guards walking away from him, while the other 2 were checking the perimeter on the far side. Harry snuck around the side and reached the door, pulling it open after silencing the hinges wandlessly. He grabbed the bag and hurried out of the shed and around the corner. He focused on his starting point and disapparated. He reappeared next to the bodies of his fallen teammates and 4 cloaked people holding their wands on him. Before he could react, green light flooded his vision for the second time that day. Being awoken with another kick to the ribs did not make Harry very happy. He was fighting the urge to curse Horace for every second that passed as he was berated again. "Not bad, but you left your team to be ambushed," Horace critiqued. "Might want to include them next time. It is just a thought, but since I am the trainer here, I figured I am entitled to offer advice. Try again." Harry tried a frontal assault on the camp, but the number of guards doubled to 8 strong, with 6 appearing from the woods. It ended in a flash of green light as well. The 4th time, Harry tried to have everyone apparate in and make a stand from inside the camp. Harry literally had to cut down a few of the increased guard members. Things were going well, until 2 men appeared behind their line of defense and Cal was struck down. Harry and Tonks were soon to follow. On the 8th attempt, Harry had his team move around the perimeter of the camp and search out the guards in the woods. Harry had Tonks put up large, area-affecting silencing spells since he didn't know them yet. Slowly, Harry moved his team around the camp, finding a dozen guards patrolling the area in 2- or 4-person teams. With a few scrapes, bumps, bruises, and cuts, Harry led his team to the back of the camp. The last time when they went in the front of the camp where everyone was waiting for them, it was ugly and over quick. This time, Harry intended to breach the barrier around the camp. On the 5th try, Harry learned that the wall was just that, a wall covered by plant life. He had a knot on his head to prove that you couldn't just dive through the barrier even if you were avoiding curses. He looked to his ragged team members and gave the signal to be ready. Harry forced out a destructive reductor curse and leveled a section of the wall. Cal followed that up with a strong flame spell to burn away the undergrowth that survived the breach attempt. Harry wandlessly cast the flame freezing spell on himself before jumping into the flames and moving to the right of the breach. Tonks did the same, wanded, and moved to the left. Cal took cover amongst the rubble near the center of the new entrance. Spells flew as Harry focused on his half of the camp. He had slowly come to terms with the fact that he had to count on Tonks to do her part. Helping another with their task only led you to fail on yours. Cal helped both when he could with his slow but accurate shots. The camp had many guards firing at Harry and his team. He concentrated on what he had to at the time, systematically eliminating the defending force. He moved about the camp, running from cover to cover, keeping to his assigned part and fighting off the cloaked men. Now and then, a spell from Cal would drop another, lessening the force Harry was faced with. A female scream broke Harry's concentration, causing him to miss his shot and earning him a broken arm. Hissing in pain, Harry finished off the last 2 opponents he had left. He slashed one open across the stomach, and the other was launched backwards into the far wall with a loud crunch. Harry turned to find Tonks fighting from the ground and losing the battle. Harry dropped 2 more as the 3rd was taken down by Tonks. He moved to her side and saw the wound in her leg bleeding freely. "Tonks, are you all right?" "Get the bag so we can leave," Tonks hissed through gritted teeth. "I will be fine. Now get it quick. I think I am losing a lot of blood here." "Cal," Harry shouted. "Help her now." Harry saw Cal rushing to the aid of his fallen teammate. His wand was already glowing as he started with quick healing spells. Harry moved to the shed and felt that something was wrong. He trained his wand and fired a reductor curse at the shed, obliterating it and impaling a final enemy hidden inside. Harry scanned the debris, looking for any other threats before summoning the satchel to him. He caught it with a passing thought and returned to Tonks' side. She was pale but alive and smiling. "Good one with the shed," she spoke weakly. "It is never over until it is over, remember that." Tonks pulled out the portkeys and presented them to the team to touch. 2 tugs and they were back in a normal-looking training room. Harry dropped the portkey and put his arm around Tonks, cradling her to him. Cal stepped back and waited for the next step. Horace walked forward and held out his hand for the satchel. Harry pushed it to him with his foot. Finally, Horace began. "You beat this mission. You only died how many times? 7, wasn't it? Hopefully you learned something today, Seps. You aren't alone and you can't do it alone. It takes a team to accomplish our goals, and I think you figured that out finally. Tomorrow will be more of the same but worse. Watch the names slip up too. The wounded will still be wounded when you get done with the mission. Get Chamel to medical and you should try to learn something while you are there. Cal, help him out so he can get at least 1 yellow by the end of the week." "I will, Horace," Cal responded while offering a hand to Tonks to help her up. Harry stood and lifted Tonks up while she pulled on Cal. Once she was upright, Harry scooped her into his arms and made for the door at a fast pace, leaving Cal to jog to keep up. "Good show, Seps. I am pleasantly surprised by how well you learned on that one. Most people give up after 5 tries. You were still giving it your all on number 8. "We died 7 times before we got to number 8, Harry said, without much thought on the matter since his attention was elsewhere. "We don't get that many tries in real life, so what good was it?" "That is why we train," Cal said. "Best to fail in training and succeed in real life. That is why we do it. It is only the first day, so don't worry too much." Harry didn't respond as he hurried down the hall to the medical wing. The door opened as Harry neared it. Tonks had drifted off in his arms and was huddled against his chest. He started to worry when she didn't stir as he gently laid her on the nearest bed. "I need a healer out here now." Harry tried to keep his voice steady, but he failed miserably. A healer hurried out, brushing past Harry, and began scanning Tonks with his wand. He mumbled a few unheard words and summoned a bottle of blood replenisher from the cabinet across the room. He handed the bottle to Harry and told him to make her drink the whole thing. The healer began casting a few spells on Tonks, trying to bring her around and testing her reflexes. Harry focused on Tonks' pale face as he uncorked the bottle. He tipped her head up and put the bottle to her lips, trying to get her to take a drink. Her eyes fluttered open for a second as they focused on Harry. Tonks moved her hand to his face and lightly brushed his lips and cheek before drifting off again. Harry moved behind her and held her to his chest, adjusting her head to a better position. He started whispering to her, trying to get her to wake up. When her eyes fluttered open again, Harry told her to drink. She smiled weakly, but drank a little of the potion. She stopped drinking once the taste really hit her, so Harry had to urge her to drink more forcefully. He managed to overcome her resistance by almost forcing the potion down her throat. After she gagged a little, the healer told Harry she had ingested enough. Her cloak had been moved up to expose the wound in her leg, revealing a deep gash in the thigh. The healer and Cal worked together to heal the open wound, and more potions were summoned to apply to the injury. Once he was done, the healer healed Harry's shoulder and arm, then started on his minor cuts. But Cal waved him off, saying that Harry needed to learn basic medicine. An hour later, Cal gave up for the day. Harry could barely keep from causing the wounds from opening up again. Cal congratulated Harry on a successful day and left the room. Harry held Tonks until she regained consciousness and was released by the healers. Harry helped hold Tonks up as they walked back to the team room, where they portkeyed to the backyard of number 4. Harry assisted Tonks in the back door and through the empty kitchen. It was in the hallway that they ran into a Dursley. "What happened?" Petunia asked, trying not to appear too interested in the answer. "Training accident," Harry replied dismissively. He nearly carried an exhausted Tonks up the stairs while ignoring the cross look Petunia wore. He lightly laid the metamorph on his bed, drawing the sheets back. He pulled off her cloak and began undressing her carefully. He didn't remove all of her clothes, but enough so she would be comfortable as she slept. Harry left the room and retrieved some food from the kitchen. On the return to his room, Vernon stopped him as he passed the living room. "Boy," Vernon yelled, "what is this? I hear your trollop got hurt." Harry stopped, instantly feeling the frustration from the day return. He set the food on the floor before turning towards his uncle. "Didn't learn from yesterday, did you?" Harry said menacingly. His wand slid into his hand and he advanced into the living room. "I warned you last time and you didn't believe me. Do you want me to hurt you? You will treat Tonks with respect. That is all there is to it." Vernon seemed to rethink his words when the telly flickered a few times and turned off. "Harry, please don't," Petunia said, pleading for her husband. Harry didn't look away from Vernon as he fired 4 stinging hexes in a row at his uncle. The shock of the attack did more damage to the man than the actual spell itself. "The next time, I won't use such a weak spell. I promise you I know much worse ones." Harry returned to the food, picked it up and left his uncle rubbing his chest where the spells had hit him. Petunia let out a breath as she settled into her seat on the couch. Harry opened the door and saw Tonks sitting up in bed staring at him. "Not much of a guard I am today," she said lightheartedly. "I couldn't fight off a firstie right now, let alone a Death Eater." "That is why I am here, Nymph. I brought you some food since we never really ate much during lunch." Tonks started getting up, but Harry stopped her. "I will feed you where you are. Just settle back and we will see if I know how to do this." Over the next half hour, Harry fed Tonks some food as he ate along with her. All too soon, Tonks started drifting off again. Harry put the plate on his desk and joined her in bed. Once he was settled, Tonks rolled over and placed herself on top of him, falling asleep instantly. Harry smiled as he brushed the hair out of her face. He kissed her lightly and held her tight as he too fell asleep. The next day was more of the same punishment at Horace's whim. Harry failed to accomplish his task that day. It had more to do with leadership skills and less to do with teamwork. Harry started getting discouraged after lunch, but he never gave up. The mission was lost a dozen times over the course of the day. Tonks and Cal spent another hour with Harry trying to improve his healing skills, but it yielded the same results. Harry was not destined to be a healer in any way, shape, or form. Their teamwork had improved more, though. They were beginning to know what roles each member tended to lean towards and how they carried out that role. They came home later in the night and didn't run into any of the Dursleys. The house was quiet when they came in, and it stayed that way all night. Wednesday dawned brightly and was a welcome change from the past few rainy days. Harry stirred and hugged Tonks gratefully to his chest, ignoring the aches in his body as he moved. "Miss me or something?" Tonks asked in a teasing fashion while looking into Harry's eyes. "I guess so, Nymph. I just wanted to hug you this morning. So what is the plan for today then?" "More leadership training, I would imagine. You haven't wowed Horace in that area yet." "Understatement, if there ever was one. I haven't wowed him in any area yet." "That isn't true, Harry, and you know it. You are doing really well. Horace just wants you to do your best, that is all. He has high hopes for you, as do I, but mine are more for fun than work." "Naughty girl," Harry said, tickling the cheeky Auror. They rolled around the bed a little until a tapping at the window caught Harry's attention. He looked to the window to find an owl standing on the sill waiting to be let in. Tonks let Harry go to the window, but only after getting in a quick grab in as he slipped out of the bed. Harry opened the window and the owl fluttered to the back of the desk chair. Harry noticed the note on the owl's leg and removed it quickly as the owl watched him closely. Once freed of its burden, the owl took flight out of the still open window and pulled up and out of sight. Harry studied the outside of the letter and broke the Gringotts seal. He read the words and smiled, slightly earning an eyebrow raise from Tonks. "Ragnarok has the information I asked about concerning Fudge. He thinks I should stop by and hear what it is. Do you think we can stop by the bank today after training?" "If you manage to beat yesterday's task, I think Horace might let us leave early," Tonks said. "What am I doing wrong on that? I just can't seem to make the right decision. How can we get the guy out without his friends killing us when we leave?" "Harry, think about how it plays out each time. We can get to the guy, but he resists us when we try to leave. That is when everyone tries to kill us. How can we prevent that?" "Stunning him doesn't work, though. We tried that and the alarms went off when we did. Fighting our way out didn't work since there are too many of them. What else is there?" "Well, Harry, have you thought about portkeying him out? Do you think that would work? The key to this part is to keep your mind open to as many options as possible. Horace knows you can pretty much fight your way in and out of situations. He is trying to get you to be sneaky. He wants an able leader, not a hired wand." "I just want to get through the mission and keep everyone alive." "That is the first step, Harry. You know the first goal. Now you just have to find a way to get there from here. You have a list of things you are working on, right? Well, how many of those things play into these kinds of situations? I would say most of them in most ways. Winning takes information, control, willpower, and intent to get there. Maybe you have been overthinking the scenario. In every situation, there is a balance to thought, planning, and action. I have said it before, and I will say it again. Play your strengths. My strengths seem to be action and none of the rest. That didn't work before, so why would it now? Because, Harry, you are getting used to trusting us and relying on us to get the job done. Every step is designed to build on the previous one to achieve a functioning team. Cal and I can help you lead, but you must make the decisions or we will fail. That is how these tests are designed. The minute we take charge, we can't win. Tonks watched Harry go from puzzled and confused to angry and determined. See how sadistic Horace can be, Harry? But don't get me wrong, it is necessary or things won't work when it is for real. They are forcing you to become the leader you have to be. Cal and I do not have the skills to be leaders. We can accomplish a mission for sure, but a real challenge would break us. You are made of stronger stuff. They know that and see in you what we need. And what do they see in me? Someone who can survive when they shouldn't. Someone who can fight against the odds and win. Someone who won't break when everyone else will. Anyone else would have given up yesterday after the 6th try. You kept at it on number 12. Maybe I am just too stupid not to know when to give up. No, Harry, you are smart enough to know that giving up isn't an option. You have had one obstacle after another in your life. This is just more of the same. Lucky me. Harry looked at the letter again in his hands. Fudge is another obstacle and I want to overcome him. He worked against us all year and I think he will do it again. I want him out of office, but should I want that? Honestly, you can want whatever you want. The trick is getting what you want. The sooner we get to work, the sooner we can get to Gringotts. Let's go. Tonks got out of bed and kissed Harry deeply before moving off to her clothes bag. Harry spent the day getting beaten up time and time again. He won the mission from the day before on his first try by following Tonks' advice, but the next 2 missions brought him back to constant defeat. During the lunch break, Tonks sat Harry down and told him to forget everything that was going on around him and just wing it. The suggestion enabled Harry to win the mission he had been stuck on. He was slowly learning how to balance his innate ability and instinct with what he was being taught. By the end of the day, Harry thought he had figured out the right way to manage the tasks being set. I think you are getting it, Seps, Tonks said. I think I am learning the balance of drive, focus, and patience, Chamel. It has been hard to do, but I think I am getting there, albeit slowly. Slowly is fine, Seps. In the end, you will get there. If you haven't noticed, the number of people we have been up against has been increasing every time. As badly as you think we have been doing, we are at a level far above a normal mission. Your only reference point is what you have done before. Feel confident in what you are doing. So, since we are free, can we meet Ragnarok then? I see no reason why not. We can change and apparate to Diagon Alley from here. Harry removed his cloak and stored it in his shrunken trunk. He waited until Tonks had done the same, nearly falling over in the process, before they apparated into Diagon Alley. They had started on their way to the bank when a small group of kids no older than 8, at the most, caught sight of Harry. Tonks saw the group fall in behind them and follow them down the street, causing more people to pay attention to Harry. Soon, the whole of Diagon Alley was watching Harry Potter walk down the street. Tonks waited for something to happen, but nothing did aside from a few people smiling or waving. Harry kept his head down as he walked so he didn't see them. When they neared the bank, the group had increased in size to a point that forced Harry to take notice of them. He paused and turned to look at the crowd as one. The younger ones waved happily, as did many of the women in the group. The elders and a few of the middle-aged people eyed him carefully. Harry waved uneasily at the younger kids and nodded at the older spectators. "Heard you are a fan of the minister," asked a wary-looking wizard in a mud-colored cloak. Harry hesitated before answering slowly. "The minister says a lot of things. So far, I haven't really heard much truth come out of his mouth." "That mean you aren't with the ministry?" asked another member of the crowd. "Let's just say that I am not with Fudge's ministry and leave it at that." Harry nodded with emphasis as he spoke. He made eye contact with many of the nearly 20 people in the alley. Harry turned and continued on to the bank with Tonks trailing behind, watching for an attack. They entered the bank and Harry walked straight to the head teller station. The goblin at the desk signaled another goblin near the rear of the bank, and he disappeared through a gilded door. Harry was noticed by patrons in the bank, and a couple of them watched Harry very closely. The goblin at the station smiled and bowed his head slightly to Harry as he approached. "Mr. Potter, Director Ragnarok will be with you shortly." "Thank you, Garlsnan," Harry read from the placard in front of the goblin, earning him an even bigger smile. Harry forced himself not to shiver as the pointed, nasty teeth were exposed even more than before. When Ragnarok arrived, those who had been watching Harry were shocked to see the head goblin shake Harry's hand and call him by name. Moreover, they were surprised when Harry did the same in return and followed the goblin into the office area of the bank. When Harry, Tonks, and Ragnarok arrived in Ragnarok's office, Harry voiced his reason for being there. "As I said in my letter, I want Fudge out of office. Can you help me?" "Harry," began the elder goblin, "are you sure you wish to challenge the sitting minister? He could make things quite difficult for you before he is removed." "He couldn't make it any harder than it is right now, Ragnarok. We need a different person in there now. Can you help me?" "I can, and I will, Harry," Ragnarok stated firmly. "I have a detailed list of the transgressions by Fudge against us. Now, the majority of the wizarding world won't be concerned about that, so we need to give them reasons that would directly affect them." "What would that be?" "Simple, Harry, money." Ragnarok leaned back in his chair and waited for the right moment to continue. "Fudge has been trying to arrest control of the wizarding world's money since, before he came into power. He doesn't like the idea that non-humans are in control of the money." "Why not? If you haven't cheated anyone nor stolen the money, why not leave you in control?" "Simplistic view, Harry, I like that. If only more people were to look at it like that. We do not cheat anyone. We play strictly by the rules in our business dealings. Some may think they were cheated, but they were not. Any illegal activity by goblins is handled swiftly by us. I know how the world works, and if we give the ministry any opportunity to sanction us, they will do it. Our history is checkered at best, and only in the last 100 years or so have we been given the ability to manage ourselves, and additionally the wizard monetary system." "Director Ragnarok," Tonks queried, "what has Fudge done recently?" "In answer, Ms. Tonks, the minister has been working to regulate our movements and actions in reference to the bank. He wants the ministry notified of every business dealing and transaction. If you weren't aware, our charter allows us autonomy from the ministry in almost everything. The minister has been trying to change that since he came into office." "No offense meant, Director, but why hasn't he been successful? Fudge is pretty good at getting what he wants politically." "None taken as that is a fair and accurate question, Ms. Tonks. The answer is certain well-placed groups have worked against him. They want their dealings private and unmonitored. The truly odd thing about that is the same groups wish non-humans removed from the magical community. I find it amazing that people would fight against us, and at the same time try to keep us around. If the ministry were successful in assuming control of the money, their activities would be exposed, as would their supporters." "Are we talking about Voldemort?" Harry asked. "I cannot confirm nor deny who we are talking about, Harry. I will say that your instincts seem quite sharp today. Now on to the business at hand. The minister has been putting provisions in place over the years that appear to me as precursors to a larger legal position. He has made it difficult for werewolves to find employment. He has sponsored the segregation and isolation of giants. Some inhabitants of the dark forest are there because there is nowhere else for them to go." "I am not sure I am following." Harry wore a puzzled look as Ragnarok continued. "If one were to make small steps in the direction they wish to reach, it would seem as a normal. If one were to make a giant leap in that direction, people might fight it as being too aggressive or oppressive from them to swallow. So, he slowly made laws limiting the rights of people he doesn't like," Harry asked, trying to figure it out. "Werewolves were feared only during the full moon cycle once a month," Ragnarok explained. "Now, werewolves are feared much of the time. Giants are looked down upon as barely sentient. We are viewed as evil creatures that hide in the dark and hoard money. All leaders of government prey on people's fears to achieve their goals. Some use it to better society, others use it to better their own situation. Voldemort used fear to gain power and control. He started off preying on creatures, then moved to muggles, and then on to half-bloods and even a few purebloods. My father in the Longbottoms. When you are one of the protected groups, you are more likely to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Purebloods have always been the protected group. Only at the end of his first bid for power did Voldemort attack purebloods. Some of them took notice of the changing winds and began to distance themselves from his cause. Harry looked to Tonks, who had been quiet for most of the session. The problem with hate, Harry, is that it can be shifted to others so easily. You can hate one person or a group of people and then find others that could fall into that category and start hating them too. It can grow. It seems hard to understand how that could work, though, Harry said. You are seeing it from the end and not the beginning, Tonks answered. Things are much less defined at the beginning than in the middle or the end. Things that seemed right can become very wrong. My trip to the ministry last month, it seemed right at the time, but it didn't turn out that way. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Harry, Ragnarok stated, earning a look of surprise from Harry. We goblins do read more than the market's young man. A good man learns from his mistakes to avoid them in the future. A failure and fool repeats them over and over again, expecting a different outcome. I believe you are here to discuss a certain person and their actions concerning the magical world, so we should get back on topic. Ragnarok slid a thick folder in Harry's direction. I have documented every suggestion, request, demand, and threat made by Cornelius Fudge to us. His latest ones have been quite forceful and specific in direction. If we refuse to comply with the minister, he says he will enact a goblin registration order, not unlike the one he and his administration plans to enact on the werewolves in the coming months. War has a funny affect on normal people. They seem to forget common sense at crucial times. What would happen if this was made public? Harry asked. As it is, nothing much, Ragnarok stated simply. In proper context or with the right people behind it, something may happen. The key is to show the common person how this could affect them. I know you have your own evidence of wrongdoings concerning the minister, so I just wanted to share with you what we have. Again, with all due respect, Director, Tonks prefaced, what do you expect to get out of this? People in your position do not reveal your cards unless there is an agenda in place. Ragnarok looked from Tonks to Harry and hesitated before answering. I ask for nothing specific in return for this information. Over the years, I believe I have learned how to read people, and I am willing to take a calculated risk in this situation. At worst, the current timeline will continue unchanged, and the ministry will attempt to take over Gringotts within a decade, as we have estimated considering historical precedent. As I said at the will reading, I see the future of the wizarding world before me. If I am wrong, then we will do what we have done in the past. We will fight for what we have to. You are gambling quite a lot on this, Tonks said, plainly earning a raised eyebrow from Ragnarok. I never knew goblins were much into gambling. Gambling to you, but a worthy business risk to us considering the alternative. We have little to lose if you think about it enough. I know what will happen if things remain unchanged. You are starting to sound like a centaur, Ragnarok, Harry said, with a smirk, not completely following what was being said. If the center casts enough to the fringes of society, the fringe becomes the new center, Ragnarok said cryptically. I speak with many groups in my capacity as director of Gringotts. You would do well in the ministry if you wish to, Tonks said. My place is here, Ms. Tonks. Now that I am lost, I was wondering, since I am here, if I can visit my family chamber. Harry asked, while nervously lining up the papers in the folder he had been given moments before. It would be my pleasure, Harry. Ragnarok seemed to lose a good many years as he responded. The old goblin seemed much younger as he slid out of his chair and waved Harry and Tonks to the door. It is a rare event, the changing over of a family chamber. Normally, it is done by the family, but in your case that never occurred. Please, let us make our way to the proper cart system. Harry followed Ragnarok down the hall and back towards the front of the building, but they turned out of the main hallway early. They came to a set of granite doors reinforced with wrought iron. Ragnar spoke a series of words, and the doors opened, revealing another smaller room with 4 very large goblins standing at attention. They wore weapons that Harry was sure had come right out of one of Bin's lectures. The guards eyed the intruders warily as they entered the room. "Harry, which goblin would you like to assign to your chamber?" Seeing Harry about to speak, Ragnar interjected first. "I am not available as a personal assistant." "Well then, Griffook would be my choice," Harry replied. "Excellent." Ragnar turned to one of the guards and spoke quickly in gobbledygook. The guard scrutinized Ragnar for a few seconds before lumbering out of the room and towards the main hallway. "It will only be a few moments, and we can go to your family chamber." Harry fought off the images of a basilisk, Ginny, and the diary as they waited. Griffook appeared looking worried until Ragnar addressed him. "Griffook, are you willing to assume the position of guardian in trust to the Potter family chamber and all associated assets within the purview of Gringotts Bank?" "Yes, Director, I am." Griffook stood straighter than Harry had ever seen a goblin stand before. "I am honored, Director." "It was not me, Griffook," Ragnar said. "It was Mr. Potter who requested you." "I thank you for choosing me, Mr. Potter." Griffook bowed low. "It is Harry, and you are welcome, but no more bowing if you would please." "As you request, Harry." Griffook stood to the side of the doorway beyond 3 of the guards. "To access your chamber, Harry," Ragnar began, "you must enter the tunnel system through these doors. You must have Griffook or me with you at all times from this point to your chamber door. If you are found alone, well, let's just say that bad things have been known to happen. Now, I must lead you this time, but from here on Griffook will assist you." Ragnar approached the door and the guards moved to the sides. The door opened upon command, and Harry followed the goblin into another even smaller room where a row of carts waited to be used. The carts were of a sturdier build and more luxurious in furnishings. Leather and felt comprised the seating and flooring of the polished redwood cart. Ragnar and Griffook entered the cart, taking the seats on the far side, while Harry helped Tonks into the remaining rear seat, taking the front seat for himself. Once they were situated, the cart launched into motion at nearly firebolt speeds. The first course change was a 90-degree drop that had Tonks howling with excitement. The drop continued for nearly a minute before a series of level turns started the confusion of a normal cart ride. "I have always loved that part," Ragnar said, looking to Harry. "I understand that you are used to wild rides since you are quite the Quidditch player. Any plans for going professional?" "Me," Harry blurted out. "I do all right, but I don't think I am good enough." "I dare say it is a good thing that you are not the scout then," Ragnar commented, as a wicked turn put the cart on 2 wheels. "If you were, there would be far less teams and only a handful of players. I have it on good authority that you would do well in the Quidditch League. Keep an open mind and a determined spirit about the sport, Harry." Harry smiled and agreed, not giving it much thought. The cart sped into a large room in the depths of Gringotts. Harry thought it was just for show until he saw the dragons. Fabled and rumored, dragons did indeed guard vaults in Gringotts. Bloody hell, they used dragons. Harry looked into the eyes, 3 sets of common Welsh greens. As Harry looked, so did the dragons. Their stare never wavered from the cart as it slowed passing the dragons. We aren't stopping here, are we?" Harry asked nervously. "No, Harry, we are just slowing so the dragons have a chance to see us and kill us if we don't belong. We belong, so we will be fine." Ragnar remained in his seat as the dragons moved about but never took their eyes away from the cart. "Good to know," Harry said, but he kept his hand on his wand. He didn't know what spell he would use, but he could try a few before he was burnt to a crisp. The cart made it through the room and sped up again, descending further. Harry looked back to see Tonks smiling quite a large smile. She reached up and rubbed Harry's shoulders as the cart took another wicked turn and started down a long corridor of unique vault doors. Some were black granite, some white marble, others steel or iron. Harry caught a few numbers as the doors flashed by: 98, 67, 52, 41, 28, 14. The track left that room with vault number 11 being the last listed. The cart dropped again and entered another dimly lit chamber. The cart slowed to nearly a crawl compared to before. The vault doors looked even more stately and refined. Harry saw 10, 9, and 8 drift past. Each vault had its own recess in the stone wall, carving a niche for it. There were only doors on one side of the track, and the next vault came into view. Harry caught sight of the blackest door he could imagine. It had red accents and stone edges. The door looked to be impenetrable, but what nearly knocked Harry out of the cart was the creature sitting before the door. A large, proud griffin sat in front of the door. It watched the newcomers intently as the cart stopped. Harry could only think that while a dragon's stare may have been more threatening, the griffin's was much more intense and penetrating. Harry had a firm grip on his wand and was waiting for the first sign of attack. Ragnock and Griffook exited the cart, and Tonks followed, leaving Harry in the rear of the group. The walk to the chamber door and ultimately the griffin was too short for Harry. Ragnock turned and spoke to Harry. "Harry, this is the Potter family chamber, number 7. This is Vincent, as I am told, the griffin who guards your family chamber per our long-standing arrangement with the Potters. Upkeep costs are barely noticeable with your current holdings, so I advise that you maintain Vincent as your living security measure." Sure. Why not? Harry was getting more unnerved as Vincent never looked away from him. "I must make this official and all," Ragnock spoke, clearing his throat. "Mr. Harry James Potter, son of James Potter, I do hereby confer official ownership of the Potter family chamber, number 7, to you henceforth with all powers, rights, and privileges. Please advance to the vault door and place your left hand and wand on the door." Harry looked to Ragnock, then back to Vincent. Harry took a deep breath and walked forward. Vincent stepped to the side, but his claws were fully extended and poised to attack. Harry watched the animal closely as he reached the door. Doing as instructed, Harry placed his left hand flat on the door. He drew his wand and placed it, too, on the door. A few seconds later, the door glowed with a silvery shimmer. Harry looked at the door and saw it fade from sight to reveal the contents of the vault inside. A shriek drew Harry back to reality, causing him to turn and see the griffin right next to him. Expecting a quick death, Harry looked right into the eyes of the griffin as it stopped its advance. Vincent looked Harry up and down slowly before closing its eyes and rubbing its head against Harry's chest. Harry did what he usually did when an animal rubbed against him. He rubbed its head and scratched behind its ears. The griffin sniffed Harry and continued letting Harry pet him. Thoughts of Hagrid cooing about such a good griffin and wonderful animal floated through his mind. Harry looked to Tonks and Ragnock to find Ragnock in deep thought and Tonks lowering her wand to her side. "I believe it was your mother who selected Vincent when your last griffin was retired. With how fast you were accepted, I believe this is not the first time you have met this griffin." "Hello, Vincent," Harry spoke softly to the griffin as he continued petting the creature. "I am glad you didn't kill me today. That would have made it difficult for Tonks to explain where I am next time there is an order meeting." "Harry," Ragnock continued, "you must key in the proper people to the chamber before they access it. Security in this area is the highest of the bank and even the world. You and I are the only people keyed to the door. I am merely by title, so you are the only one who can permit or prohibit access. If you would like Griffook to carry out business in your stead, you might want to add him to the vault access list. The chamber is made up of different rooms and access can be limited by room. Your hand and statting the person's name and access level, along with their hand print, will key them in." "How many rooms are there in the chamber?" Harry asked, still petting Vincent. "Yours has 4 rooms within the chamber," Ragnock explained. "Access is incremental since all the rooms are connected one by one. To get to the 3rd room, you must go through the first 2 rooms." Harry keyed Griffook into the 1st room and Tonks into the 3rd. For some reason, Harry wanted to keep the 4th room to himself until he knew what was in every room. Vincent took up a position right outside of the chamber and kept a watch out for others as Harry and Tonks entered the chamber together hand in hand. The 1st room contained more gold than Harry could believe existed. The room was quite large, and the gold was neatly stacked in rows and set into trays which were stacked from floor to ceiling. The stacks filled the room to where only a narrow path was open for a person to walk to the next room. The defined barrier in the wall shimmered and vanished as Harry approached it. The 2nd room had more gold in it, but only a few stacks reached the ceiling, and the remaining few stacks were only a few feet high. Harry found much of the remaining room filled with books. Shelves and shelves of books lined the walls, and again a small walkway was left open. Tonks looked at a few titles and made odd noises. "What is it, nymph?" "This book doesn't exist," Tonks said, pointing to an old-looking book with barely legible writing. "It was lost when the Library of Alexandria was destroyed. We learn about some of the lost works in Auror training. One of the instructors is obsessed with the library, so that is how I know. How in the world did your family get this book? You can tell it is not a normal book because the binding looks like it was done by hand hundreds of years ago." Harry just nodded and thought of losing Hermione in the vault for a few years or more. So, it would be smart to keep Hermione away from here, or she and Vincent would have to be good friends for it to work out. Ignoring his question, Tonks continued searching the shelves. "There is only 2 other copies of this book, and our ministry and the Russians have them. This book over here is illegal in every country that is part of the International Confederation." "Who ever knew you were the bookworm type?" "I am not a bookworm. I just know what books are and how they can be used." Tonks gave him a cheeky smile. "Maybe so, but as Horace said, I don't learn well from books. This is Hermione's thing, not mine." The next room was filled with paintings, armor, furniture, jewels, and other heirloom type of things. Tonks was looking at clothes that seemed a few hundred years out of date. "If you want clothes, Madame Malkin's is nearby." "These are clothes from the 1600s, Harry. This is the real thing. Some of these have to be wedding dresses, too." "I will leave you here so I can check out the 4th room, then." Harry walked between the rows of clothes and found the last door. It shimmered again and faded from view. Harry entered what appeared to be an office. A bookshelf was against the near wall, and cabinets lined the remainder of the small room except for an open space where a small tapestry hung. It was old-looking, and the words weren't legible from Harry's position. On the desk were a quill set, ink bottle, 2 envelopes, and a Muggle pen set. Harry looked at the pen set and saw engraving etched into it. "Congratulations, Lily. Happy graduation. Love, Mum and Dad." Harry fought the tears that started welling up in his eyes. He lost the battle as he thought of his mum and the grandparents he never knew. "My mum's pen set from graduating Hogwarts. I will never get this from my parents. I will never hear those words. I know who made that happen, and I will never forget." The quill set was his father's, also given upon graduation from Hogwarts by parents. The tears continued as Harry picked up the quill and petted the feather gently. He sighed deeply as he realized the truth yet again that all the hopping in the world, all the magic in the universe, wouldn't bring them back. "Move forward, Potter. Stop living in the past." Harry intended to do just that, until he looked more closely at the 2 envelopes sitting on the corner of the desk. Both read, "Harry," but one was written in feminine script, and the other was in profoundly male writing not unlike his own. "Fuck me," Harry couldn't stop himself from saying as he froze in place. The gravity of the situation nearly pulled him to the floor as the world seemed to fall down around him. "They left me letters. They each left me a letter. How could you write a letter to your kid when he is a baby and you think you might be killed? How could you do that?" With a shaking hand, nearly a blur from nerves, Harry reached out and picked up his mother's letter. Pulling it to his chest, Harry hugged it tightly, hearing the paper crinkle under the desire for a real hug from his mother. The tears flowed freely as Harry tried to remember just one of his mother's hugs, a kiss on the cheek, or a pat on the head. Anything at all would have caused Harry more happiness than his entire life added up. He remembered nothing. With a fevered shake, Harry opened the letter and looked upon the words before him. He read every word, every sentence, and every paragraph. He read it twice, even 3 times. At the end, Harry could think only one thought: she loved me. She really loved me. She didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself for me because she loved me more than her own life. What greater example of love is there? I miss you, Mum. Harry broke down as he held the letter to his chest again. He did not remember the love his mother had for him, but Harry felt that love coursing through his veins. It was just like his magic when Horace worked him up into a frenzy. It was alive, and it had a purpose for its existence. "The next time I meet those fuckers, I will hurt them. I will hurt them like they hurt me." As he composed himself again, Harry carefully returned the letter to its envelope. He flattened it gently and set it on the desk. Shifting his gaze, Harry picked up his father's letter. Once removed and laid out, Harry started reading the words his father had written him. Much of the letter gave Harry advice on how to cause trouble and get away with it, girls and the best ways to become friendly with them, and above all hiding those things from his mom. Harry couldn't help but laugh against his tears as his father rambled on about giving serious hell for him. The letter ended with James admitting his love for Harry and a request to take care of Lily. "I am sorry that I couldn't do it, Dad. I think I am done feeling guilty for all the things I couldn't stop, and even some of the things I let happen. I love you, Dad." An additional sheet had a few things written on it that Harry had to think about. In short, it looked like Harry's life was about to get a bit easier and less stressful if what was written was true. Following the same procedure he did with his mum's letter, Harry returned his father's to its envelope. He picked up both letters and put them in his trunk, storing them in a safe place. Harry looked around the room once and decided that he needed to finish his business for the day. He left the room and saw Tonks sitting on a crate of stuff near the door. She looked up and smiled widely, but soon grew concerned as she noticed the tear stains. "Harry, are you all right?" Tonks asked as she moved to hug Harry tightly. Harry stopped himself from giving his normal answer to questions like that. He hugged her back and let his heart open up to the action. His eyes were closed tightly, so he didn't notice the faint light he gave off as he hugged Tonks. She felt a change in his mood and his actions. He wasn't the same Harry that had gone into the room an hour ago. He was different but the same. She wasn't sure what it was, but she felt something different in herself at that moment. "Harry, are you all right?" Tonks pulled back and looked into his eyes. She barely managed to stop her gasp as she saw no trace of the boy left in those eyes. She saw only Harry Potter the man looking back. "I am doing better, Nymphadora," Harry almost purred. "And every day I will be doing better. I think I have it figured out, Nymph. I think I have it all figured out." "What figured out?" "My life. I have my life figured out. I have always had an idea, but now I think I just accepted it." "I don't think I am following you completely, Harry." "Have you ever been confused or lost or felt not right? Then suddenly everything makes sense, you find your way, or you feel perfect. I am at that point right now. It makes sense, I know my way, and I doubt I could feel more right." "You are the same Harry that went in there an hour ago, right?" "Probably not, but this is who that person is now. I hope you don't mind." Tonks looked into Harry's eyes again and found a level of peace that hadn't been there before. The unfocused energy, frustration, anger, and angst that Harry had come to embody had been replaced by peace, focus, and determination that she had only seen when he was fighting for his life. "As long as you don't snap, I think I can get used to you this way." "Good to hear, Nymph." Harry kept eye contact as he leaned forward and kissed Tonks passionately on the lips. His hands moved to the back of her head and the small of her back as he continued kissing her. She returned the favor by rubbing the back of his head and grabbing his bum firmly. Harry broke the kiss, breathing deeply and looking determined about something. "Nut for your thoughts, Harry. You have a nut on you. I think there are a few rooms back, so I can get you one if you need it." "I like you, Tonks. I like you a lot and I want to keep going with us." "I am glad to hear that, Harry. I like you a lot as well, but what is going to be different about us?" "I understand my life and what I need to do. In addition, I know what I want and I am willing to reach for it." "All right, I can live with that. You must have found something pretty good in there." "I found something I never realized I had. Moreover, I learned about myself and my parents. Some important questions have been answered that I never knew I worried about. As I said before, I will be better with every day." "I am excited for you." Tonks nibbled on her lip as she waited for Harry to respond. Harry kissed her again, causing her knees to buckle and give out. Harry held her up and continued until the lack of oxygen forced a break. "I don't think we will need to worry about the Dursleys much longer." "Really? And why is that, Harry?" "You will find out later, Nymph." Tonks pouted. "I don't like surprises, Harry." "I thought you did." "I do when I am the one doing them. Or I already know what they are, or at least I have a good idea. Well, you can hate me then, cause I am not going to tell. Now, I have one more stop to make, and if you have any then we have those too. I think I am good, Harry. Let's do your stop and then get home. We are going to be really late as it is. Don't worry about it. Blame me for all of it and the rest will take care of itself. The new and confident Harry Potter, I like it. I am not through yet. Let's go. I hope Vincent hasn't eaten Griffook while we were in here. I kind of like that goblin. They left the chamber to find Griffook and Ragnarok playing a goblin game involving tiles and quite a bit of money. Vincent was merely watching the two. Harry walked up to Vincent and patted his head. The griffin sniffed him again before allowing Harry to proceed. The two goblins gathered up their game and winnings and piled into the cart with Harry and Tonks following. Did you find everything you needed, Harry? Ragnarok asked. More than I could have hoped for, Ragnarok. Harry was much more upbeat and his forcefulness was more assured. I guess you do gamble. I was feeling particularly lucky today. Ragnarok looked Harry up and down. I think my luck is going to be better than average for the foreseeable future as well. Maybe, Ragnarok, maybe. Harry smiled coyly. It might be a little bumpy at the beginning, but I think everything will work out in the end. I completely believe you, Harry. I am glad that you found what you were looking for. I found something I didn't know I was looking for. Harry remained silent for the remainder of the trip, focusing on his next task. Tonks watched Harry as well as she could, and found his attitude to be remarkably better than the depressed and agitated mood he seemed to carry with him everywhere he went. She rubbed the back of his neck as they ascended. Harry held her hand in his as they reached the surface. If you need anything, Harry, Ragnarok said, notify me at once. I will always be available for you. Thank you, Ragnarok, Harry replied. I appreciate it. Harry, Griffook said haltingly, I am here for anything you need as well. My primary duty is to you and your estate. Thank you as well, Griffook. Harry nodded and shook the goblin's hand before leading Tonks to the lobby. When they arrived in the lobby, the guards watched them intently as they walked to the door. There were only a few customers in the bank at the late hour, but they followed every one of Harry's movements. One of the customers had been a classmate of James Potter, and he had to do a double take to be sure that he hadn't seen a ghost. The eyes and scar proved that it was Harry and not James that walked past the man, but the way he moved was an exact match for his father. Harry walked out of the bank and down the alley. Tonks was surprised by how unfazed Harry was by all the attention he was getting. The way he was walking, the very air about him, demanded attention be given. When he passed Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred and George had been closing up for the night. They were about to call out but stopped for some reason. They too watched Harry walk down the alley. Turning into a doorway that was mostly hidden from view, Harry opened the door and started up the stairs to the second-floor offices of the Quibbler. Tonks followed Harry as closely as she could up the stairs and into the waiting area of the paper, which also happened to be the writing area, editing area, and printing area. The offices were a collection of pictures, clippings, and quills. There were only 4 people in the office that Harry could see. One was an older man in the corner, working on one of the printing presses of which was in pieces. Another was a woman in the near desk, working on an article with large, distorted pictures. It was the 2 people in the back of the office area talking to each other that Harry wanted to speak to. Excuse me, Harry interrupted the woman. I would like to speak with the owner about an article I need printed. Adverts are usually mailed in, sir, the woman said before looking up. Once her eyes focused on Harry, she dropped her work on the desk and stood up quickly. Mr. Potter, what a pleasant surprise. She spoke loud enough that the man in the back stopped his work as well to listen in on the conversation. Yes, well, I would like to speak to Mr. Lovegood if I could. It is an important matter. Yes, Mr. Potter, I will let him know you are here. The woman hurried off to the back room, where Mr. Lovegood was speaking with a witch who could only have been Luna. After the woman relayed the message, it was Luna who came to get Harry. Harry, Luna spoke airily. How nice of you to stop by. You wouldn't happen to have pictures of a crumple-horned snorkack, would you? Sorry, Luna, I don't. I do have a matter that I need to speak with your father about, though, May I see him? Oh, too bad. Luna wandered back to her father, seemingly forgetting about Harry. Once she rejoined her father, she turned and saw that Harry wasn't there. She craned her neck and waved Harry back to them. Harry walked to meet the pair. The woman who they met first stared at Harry the whole time. Tonks followed closely behind Harry, and when she came even with the woman, she snapped her fingers in front of her face, causing the woman to jump. Tonks smiled and joined Harry, Luna, and Mr. Lovegood. Harry Potter, what a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Lovegood shook Harry's hand wildly. Oddment Lovegood, just call me Odd. Now you have something to discuss. Odd, I have a problem and I think you can help me out. Harry spoke with confidence and determination that he never really showed outside of a fight for his life. And what problem could you have aside from the obvious? In short, I need to remove Fudge from the ministry and get someone better in his place. I have evidence and witnesses to repeated errors in judgment and even illegal activities. Can you help me out? Odd seemed to think it over before answering. Not one to mess about with minor problems, are you? They find me, not the other way around, sir. Will you help? I have no love for Fudge, Odd said simply. You helped me out before, so it is only fair that I do the same for you. What have you got, and when do you want it done? Excellent, Harry said, and began to detail his plan and the information. Half an hour later, Harry and Tonks left the Quibbler offices and went to the apparition point. The streets were completely clear when Harry apparated to the back garden of number 4. Harry entered the house, as did Tonks. They grabbed some food from the fridge and started up the stairs. Where have you been, boy? Called his uncle in his normal Harry tone. Just don't get it, do you, Vernon? Harry said, shaking his head, ignoring the question. You are nothing to me and I am nothing to you. Good night. Harry continued up the stairs, not showing any recognition to the sputtering coming from the living room. He closed the door after Tonks and settled on the bed. He pulled the plate of food into his lap and started eating. Tonks did the same, but kept an eye on Harry. The food disappeared quickly, and soon the plates were put on the desk. Hedwig had been watered, fed, and her cage had been cleaned. Harry looked into Tonks' eyes and saw puzzlement. What is it, Nymph? You aren't the same. Something changed in the vault, and I am concerned it isn't real. I am afraid that you are going to come back down to earth, and things will be worse than they were before. It is for real. Harry contemplated showing Tonks the letters or even telling her about them. My parents left me letters. They wrote them shortly before we went into hiding. They answered some basic questions that I had always wondered about. I never knew how much effect those questions had on me until today. The answers I got are why I am different now. Those answers aren't going to change, ever. What were the questions or answers? Tonks asked. If you will tell me. Harry thought about it some more. Was I loved? If I was loved, why did they leave me alone? What am I supposed to do with my life? Of course you are loved, Harry. Do you know how many people love you? Not really, but I do know that 2 people loved me. The 2 people who I don't remember and have always wondered if they loved me. Now I know that they did. Those seem like stupid questions to you, but they are all I have had my entire life. I had never heard the words, I love you, spoken to me by a parent. Tonks dropped her head and understood the basic need to know the answer to that question. It was so simple yet so vital. I understand now. This whole change is from that. Not completely, but I think my mum's letter is okay to read. Harry enlarged the trunk and withdrew the letter his mum had written. With a quivering hand, Harry turned it over to Tonks and waited. Tonks held the letter with care, as she knew that this was one of the most valuable things in the world right now as far as Harry was concerned. She pulled the letter out and unfolded it. She began reading, and the tears immediately blurred her vision. She tried to read it from Harry's point of view, but the words were so simple and basically loving that she never really changed her point of view. As the it closed out, Tonks put the letter on the desk and grabbed Harry into a hug as she cried on his chest. She didn't care if she was an Auror or an Unspeakable or a member of the Order. She understood Harry better in that one moment than she had ever hoped to. A warm tear landing on her forehead told her that Harry had recited every word of the letter as she had read it. She hugged him as tight as she could while trying to get control of her emotions. One look into Harry's saddened but hopeful face made everything seem better. She did the only thing she could think of. She kissed him with all her heart. She ignored the saltiness of the beginning and drove right on to the sweetness of his mouth. She kept kissing him for what seemed like hours and then began removing her shirt. She repeated the action with her pants. Harry cottoned on and mirrored her actions. Her neck was getting special treatment from him as she moaned in pleasure. Her hands had worked off all of his clothing except for the last bit remaining. While she was distracted by his kisses, Harry had removed her bra and she was down to the last of her own clothing. An adjustment to their kisses led to Tonks pushing Harry down and her stripping off her underwear. She took the top position as Harry latched on to a breast and continued his previous efforts. Tonks began grinding against him, slowly earning her a moan from Harry. They continued until Tonks was almost foaming at the mouth, and Harry was panting with restraint. "Ready yet, Harry?" "I want to, but I don't think this is the right place. I really don't want to remember my first time and have it be here." "Bloody hell. Well, whenever you find another place, let me know and I will drag you there myself." "Wait, we can go to my place," Tonks suggested hopefully. In answer, Harry flipped Tonks over and started kissing her from top to bottom and returning to the middle for some time. The silencing charm was tested time and time again as Harry proved he was more than just a handsome face and skilled in magic. Tonks was exhausted after his skilled attention. Her breasts were heaving forcefully for a few minutes before she moved into action. Tonks rolled Harry over and proceeded to return the favor, ripping his underwear off. She was caught off guard as Harry proved he had more than enough stamina for only one time. Tonks stayed the course with only one thought in her mind, and it wasn't a clean thought. The time disappeared, and soon Tonks was sprawled out on the bed next to an exhausted Harry. "You are a special person, Harry, and I enjoy being with you. I hope you plan to stick around." "I have no plans to go anywhere you can't go, Nymph. Do we have to be there at the same time again tomorrow?" "Yes, we should be there at the same time again. I have a feeling that you will do better moving forward. So much of the missions are simply to get you in the right frame of mind. Never giving up is a hard lesson for most people to learn, but you had that one down from the beginning. Leading comes with experience and confidence. If you can act like you did today from now on, you will have the confidence thing down pat. Something tells me that Horace is in for a surprise in the morning. I hope he is ready for it. I think I need some sleep right now. Good night, Nymph. Thank you for everything you have done for me this summer. I can't believe it has only been a week and a half." "You were this person the whole time, Harry. You just didn't know it yet." Harry wrapped his arms around Tonks' smooth body and pulled hers close to his. He kissed her neck, sending shivers down her spine and forcing her eyes open slightly. Harry looked into them and shared his all-consuming feeling of contentment. Tonks reacted by kissing him and cuddling into him even more. Contentedly, they fell into a dreamless sleep. Moody stood across the street from number 4 watching for any movement signaling the departure of Tonks. He had chosen Wednesday to check up on Tonks and Harry. He knew Dung wouldn't speak out against anyone unless he was cornered like he was at the meeting. He saw Dung arrive almost at 6, ending up only a few minutes late, and enough drinks short of being completely pissed. He was there at 8:30 when Tonks and Harry arrived in the back garden. Moody wasn't sure how they got there. He couldn't tell the difference between portkey travel and apparition just by looking, but he didn't see a portkey. He didn't think Harry knew how to apparate. No one had mentioned teaching him that during the meetings. Also, their arrival was silent from his distance. A novice at apparition would have made enough noise to have been heard. Moody watched Harry and Tonks enter the house in a way that proved that they had done so many times before this time. They pulled food out the fridge and went up to Harry's room. Moody was confused and angered by the obscuring charm that blocked his vision. He had noticed it the second he looked at the house when he had arrived. It was a great big blur of color blocking out all of the room and a little bit of the surrounding area. He waited for a few hours as the house grew quiet, except for the baby whale who managed to occupy himself for a few minutes before zoning out in front of the telly again. Moody figured the meal wouldn't take that long to eat, and then a little time to talk afterwards. As the hour grew later and later, Moody started wondering exactly what was going on behind that obscuring charm. The block was completely dark aside from the street lamps as Moody checked his watch. Midnight? Girl, what are you doing up there? And I hope you have a good answer tomorrow when I ask. Oh, this just gets worse the deeper we get into it. I hope you know what you are doing, Albus. You better hope Harry doesn't think you are a painting the next time you tell him what to do. I know that Hogwarts has fireplaces big enough for the ending, though. Moody made himself comfortable with a warming charm and a cushioning charm. He settled in for a long night of watching a dark block and a bothersome blur. I know someone started the name for Lovegood as odd, but I do not know who did it first. To whoever you are, it works and thank you. 9. Friction. The morning dawned, and the sun from the previous day was nowhere to be seen. Clouds had formed overnight, and the day looked to be dreary and very London-like. Moody eyed the blur as he picked up movement. Tonks left the room first and went to the loo. Moody averted his eye back to the blur, knowing that if Harry was to sneak out, it would be when others were occupied elsewhere. He watched and waited and saw nothing. Tonks returned to the room, and shortly afterwards, Harry left for the loo. Moody was becoming confused as he witnessed normal activities for people getting ready for a normal day. He knew that Harry was supposed to stay in the house unless Dumbledore expressly authorized otherwise. Pretty much guarantees that the boy will be out and about all day just to spite Albus. It has been too long since he was young to understand the mind of a teenager. And this one is far from being just a teenager. Shortly after Harry returned to the room, both left the room and made their way down to the kitchen. The only unusual thing Moody could see was that they were both wearing cloaks. He knew from overhearing past discussions that the Dursleys would not approve of that clothing choice. He watched the Muggles take notice of the wizards and refused to speak to them. He watched Harry serve Tonks and himself food from the cooker. At 10 of the hour, Moody moved to the back garden of the property while keeping his eye firmly on Harry and Tonks. He stood, covered by his invisibility cloak, and waited. They cleared away their plates and exited the house through the back door. Moody was about to remove the cloak when Harry shouted danger, causing Tonks to dive for cover and draw her wand. Moody pulled the cloak off, trying to avoid a mess of magic in a Muggle neighborhood while raising his wand just in case spells flew. He turned to Tonks, who had crouched in a defensive position, and was about to cast a spell at him when a wand point stabbed him in the neck. "Drop it or you lose your head," growled a fierce voice. "Potter," Moody queried, not liking a wand planted firmly in his carotid artery. "Moody," Harry replied, not lowering his wand. "Drop it or you will lose your head." Moody's magical eye turned and fixated on Harry. Moody was surprised to see grim determination on the face of the teenager who was ready to kill him. "I am on your side, Potter." "Excuse me if I don't blindly believe that," Harry spoke evenly, not budging an inch. "Drop your wand. I will not ask you again." "Alistair, please drop your wand," Tonks requested. "Harry is not joking around here." "As if one could mistake the wand in my neck as a joke," Moody commented gruffly. "Fine." Moody dropped his wand and kept his eye on Harry. "Tonks, pick it up and move away," Harry spoke like he had been in this situation before. Tonks carried out his request and stood near the house with her wand held at her side. "Prove you are you." Moody's mouth curled into a smile. "Now you are talking my language, Potter. Never trust anyone until you know who they are. Even then, don't trust them much." "Prove you are you," Harry said, increasing the pressure on Moody's neck. Moody saw the intent in Harry's eyes. The young man was serious, and he was preparing to cast a spell. Any doubt in his mind was wiped away as Harry's wand started to glow with a faint pinkish hue. "Crouch Jr. had me locked up in my own bloody trunk for an entire year. Most embarrassed I have ever been in my life." The hue remained, but Moody saw Harry's mood shift slightly. The wand was pulled away slowly, and Harry took a few steps back to join Tonks at a safe distance. Only then did Harry lower his wand to a safe but ready position. "You use those kinds of instincts, and you will make it out of this war, Potter." "Do that again, and you won't, Moody." Harry had maintained eye contact from the beginning of the exchange until after his warning to Moody. "That was an impressive display, Potter," Moody complimented. "Where did you learn all that?" Harry seemed to think something over before answering. "Not from Dumbledore or the Order. After a while, you pick up a few things. Now, why are you here, checking up on me?" Moody eyed Harry closely and read the body language. "Ready for a fight and willing to get into one, I like it." "He is checking up on me, I believe," Tonks said. "You aren't you?" "Yes, Tonks, I am," Moody admitted. "I have a few questions, and I need them answered to my satisfaction, or I will have to go back to Albus with my concerns." "I won't promise answers, but I will try to give them," Tonks relented. "What is that obscuring spell?" Alistair began. "Where are you going when you shouldn't be? What are you doing in his room?" "Do not speak of me in the third person while I am standing here," Harry stated forcefully, earning him a look from both of Moody's eyes. "First off, it is an obscuring spell that has been tweaked a little. Secondly, we are going where Harry wants to go, and that is not for you to concern yourself with, as I am the one guarding him. Lastly, none of your business." "You know that isn't good enough, Tonks," Moody chastised the young woman. "You know Dumbledore's standing orders in regards to Harry's movements, and it is my business. What is going on?" "If Dumbledore has a problem with my movements, then he can come down here and talk to me about it." Harry took a breath and calmed himself before continuing. "And it isn't your business. I am safe, aren't I? That is the scope of your business, period." "It doesn't work like that, and you know it, Potter," Moody said slowly in a teacher-like way. "If you won't tell me, then I will have to speak to Albus about this. He needs to know when things out of the ordinary happen." Harry sighed and forced more calm through his body. "Tonks stays in my room during the night. She has since nearly the start of summer. It is the only way to protect me from the Dursleys and the Death Eaters." Moody watched both Tonks and Harry, and neither moved nor spoke. "Getting a little too close, Tonks." "Like I said, it is none of your business, Alistair," Tonks said. Moody wasn't positive about his theories, but he had a good idea what was going on. "And if I mention this to Albus?" "Nothing good would come from it," Harry answered the open statement, with firm resolve, keeping his wand in a ready position. Moody looked at both of them again and nodded curtly, knowing this wasn't the place to press for answers. "I believe that to be true, Potter. Off the record, I think Albus needs to reassess his stance on your protection for everyone's sake. If Sunday was any indication of the future, I hope he learns quickly." "Then you are more optimistic than I," Harry replied. "Alistair," Tonks spoke up, "we are going where we are going, and that is that. If you are going to tell Albus, then tell him. Harry is going to live his life on his own terms." "I can see that," Moody said while looking at Harry, who still remained prepared for a fight. "If you will." Moody held his hand out for his wand. Tonks returned the wand and waited for Alistair to leave. With a curt nod, a smirk, and a swirl of his invisibility cloak, Alistair disapparated with a soft pop. "Well, that went smashingly," Harry said dryly. "Now if Voldemort stops by, the day will be complete. Recenter yourself, then we can leave. Do not let this bother you today. It is minor and nothing concrete was said or done." Harry did as Tonks asked. He spent a few minutes working through the frustration of having Moody hint at certain things. His anger at Dumbledore was more generalized in reference to his situation than anything specific. Once Harry was done, they apparated to the team room and prepared for another day. Thursday was more intensive teamwork training, and Harry's newfound confidence had made improvements in every attempt he made on each mission. Gone was the confusion and worry of the previous days of training. Harry took things as they came and did his best. Sometimes he failed, and his team was killed off in a flurry of spells, but more often than not, Team 3 held their own and accomplished the mission. A few times, Horace had to add new challenges to the preset missions to increase the risks and dangers. Harry's mood seemed lighter and more stable to everyone who dealt with him that day. When a mission could be thought out, Harry tried to do it. He would ask for advice and suggestions, but ultimately he made a decision and the team worked it out. A few times Harry changed his plan when things didn't work out. Of those times, only one failed in defeat. "What in the bloody hell happened to you, Seps?" Horace growled. "What do you mean?" Harry returned in kind. "I mean," Horace began an animated reply, "what happened? You aren't the same person who was here yesterday. Something big changed. You are making tough choices and getting the job done. You are looking like you do when you are fighting alone. Right now, you aren't looking like a big waste of my time. Imagine my surprise. An important question was answered yesterday, Harry said. That is all. Any more important questions needing answered? Horace asked hopefully. Not right now. If there are any, Horace offered, let me know. This kind of improvement is impressive, especially at this level. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you just complimented me, Harry spoke evenly. Huh, you know me better than that, Seps, Horace said while walking away. Yes, I do. When Harry got home that night, he had many owls waiting for him. Hedwig was not impressed with the situation at all. The 4 owls were jockeying for first position in line. Harry chose the smallest owl, Pig, who he had to grab out of the air. Pig, stop it, Harry yelled as he managed to grab the bird firmly, but soft enough not to hurt it. Harry opened the attachment and found 2 letters inside. Harry, what is going on? Why is Looney asking me questions about last year? You have got to tell me, mate. Hope you're okay. Ron. Well, Ron is confused, Harry said, tossing the letter to Tonks. You could have given him notice, you know. That wouldn't be as much fun, now would it? Harry. I hope you're doing well. How is Tonks? What have you gotten yourself into? Luna is asking us some pretty interesting questions. You wouldn't be behind them, would you? I hope you know what you are doing. I can read between the lines unlike others. Ginny. Ginny has it figured out at least. She is a smart girl, you know, Tonks replied. Ginny is a mix of the twins, her mum and Bill. She isn't someone I want on my bad side. Smart plan, Tonks added. Who are the others from? Dean, Neville, and another kid who had some of the same problems I had with a certain person. What do they want from you? To know whether or not this is for real, Harry said. They want to know if it is okay to talk about these things. I just need to tell them it is fine. Harry wrote responses for each letter giving them the okay, and sent them out via the owls the originals were sent with. In the morning, the post had a letter from Hermione asking the same questions, only much more detailed. Harry picked up the telephone and dialed Hermione's number, which she had included in her letter. Boy, what in the bloody hell do you think you are doing? Yelled Vernon. Cursing you if you don't shut up, Harry replied calmly. Hermione, please. The seconds ticked by as Vernon stilled when a wand was directed at him by Tonks. Harry eyed Tonks happily as he waited for Hermione to pick up the phone. Hello, called a sleepy witch. Good morning, Hermione, Harry said. Harry, Hermione squealed, forcing Harry to hold the phone out at arm's length. Harry, how are you? How has your summer been? Are you taking care of yourself? Are those people treating you better? The questions continued as Harry slowly moved the phone back to his ear and waited for Hermione to take a breath. Hermione, Harry said forcefully, causing the woman to stop questioning him. There, now I can answer you. I am doing better every day. My summer has been busy, as you have probably figured out by now. Being the smartest witch has that perk. I am taking care of myself smashingly. They are treating me better one way or another. What do you mean by that, Harry? Asked Hermione. Well, Vernon is quiet right now because Tonks has her wand pointed at him. Oh, Harry, she could get into trouble doing that. Not likely, Hermione, Harry replied. I think she could use it and get away with it. Harry said the last while smirking at his uncle, who had the decency to look worried. Oh, you're going to get into so much trouble, Hermione whined. Nothing new there, so at least I am familiar with that sort of thing. At least you are in good spirits, Harry. What is going on with Luna? I asked her to help me out with a few things. She is asking some questions about certain things, and I hope you will answer them. Do you really want me to answer them, Harry? These are serious questions that could cause some problems for a few people. I am not worried about those people, Hermione. I am worried about us and our friends. Those people aren't our friends. I know that, but they are our leaders. Not for long, Hermione. Just answer what you will and leave it at that. Oh, Harry, are you sure this is a good thing to do right now? What does Dumbledore have to say about this? Nothing, since he doesn't know and I want it kept that way, Hermione. Do you understand me? Harry, this isn't a good idea. Dumbledore probably has things already worked out. Doing this could mess up his plans. You really should talk to him about this before you do this. It is happening, Hermione. You can help me and see that it happens right, or you can refuse and watch it spin out of control. That is not fair, Harry. This shouldn't all fall on my head. You were there for the big stuff. You know too much not to be a part of this. Are you going to help me? Of course, I am going to help you. What gave you the idea I wasn't? Harry could picture Hermione's hand on her hip as she said the words. I knew I could count on you. Just answer the questions and let me do the rest. You know what this will look like, don't you? Yes, and I hope it does. Harry smiled a rather evil smile at his own words. Tonks laughed as she saw the pure enjoyment Harry displayed at that moment. I should go now. Vernon looks like he is about to burst and you wouldn't want that to happen. Bye, Hermione. Bye, Harry. Take care of yourself and visit if you get the chance. Hermione is in, and that makes everyone. I need to make that appointment before things get going. I can set that up for you today around lunchtime, Tonks offered, receiving a nod in reply. Good, then let's get going. Good morning, Uncle, Harry said to a very angry Vernon as he passed him leaving the house. Lunchtime came very soon for Harry. He was led, by Tonks, to the team room where he took off his cloak and they apparated outside of the ministry. Harry entered the ministry like any visitor would and found himself being escorted by Tonks to the second-floor magical law enforcement offices. When the doors opened, Harry exited the lift and followed Tonks to Madame Bones' office. The assistant outside the office door addressed Tonks warmly and eyed Harry carefully. The assistant wore form-fitting robes and had her hair up in a twist. Harry thought she was rather attractive in a formal-looking sense. She had very light brown hair bordering on blonde. Her lips were pert and complimenting for her face. Harry Potter to meet with Madame Bones, Tonks announced, ignoring the warmth from the slightly built woman behind the desk. He has an appointment. The woman stopped herself before asking the question that had already been answered and checked the schedule. Finding that an appointment was listed, the woman became all business. Tonks, you are correct that a meeting is scheduled. I will check with Madame Bones and see if she is able to keep the appointment. With a curt head nod, the woman left the room through a rear door adorned with a plaque stating it was Amelia's office. Harry looked at Tonks and waited for her to look at him in return. Am I missing something, Tonks? No, I dare say you picked up on it just fine, Harry. Could you make sure I got it right then? She has expressed an interest in me from the first day I came here. She would like to be friends, and close ones at that. And you aren't interested. Right now, I have someone I like and that is enough for now. Why? As protective as I should be, I find the situation intriguing nonetheless. Merlin, Tonks said under her breath, wasn't last night enough for a while. That was yesterday, Tonks. Today is a whole different day. Teenagers insatiable, Tonks muttered. Haven't complained yet. I wasn't complaining, Harry. Far from it. The woman returning ended all teasing and flirting immediately. Madame Bones will see you, Mr. Potter. She eyed Tonks in a hungry fashion, ignoring Harry's perceptive eye. Returning to the new and confident Harry, he thanked the woman and strode into Madame Bones' office, with Tonks following him closely to avoid being left in the same room with the assistant. They entered a comfortable office. Harry thought it was a nice office with its whole purpose being functionality. A couple pictures in the room were all that showed Amelia had a softer side. Everything else screamed of business and getting it done. The desk was organized and as orderly as possible. Papers and files were lined up and waiting to be reviewed. In the chair behind the desk sat an imposing witch. Her square jaw and monocle presented an impressive look to visitors. Harry focused on his purpose and drove towards it. Madame Bones, thank you for seeing me. Mr. Potter, said Madame Bones, my pleasure. To what do I owe the pleasure? I have a few questions, and I would appreciate candor in your answers. Amelia's monocle dropped into her lap as she listened to the direct answer she received. I am impressed already, Mr. Potter. Please, you have my attention, do continue. It is just Harry, if you will. Amelia nodded her understanding. What is your opinion of fudge? Amelia laughed forcefully. I can understand your desire for candor prior to asking. That is a loaded question, you know. In government, you can rarely voice your true opinion without suffering for it. Nothing you say will leave this office, Madam Bones, Harry offered. You have my word on that. I do not doubt your word, Harry. My niece has had good things to say about you, and she is a good judge of character. Okay, I will answer your question. Fudge is the Minister of Magic and my boss. He is what we have. Madam Bones, I wanted your true opinion of him, not some political response. If you are going to answer that way, then I will leave now and save us both our time. Harry let his frustration show, earning him exactly what he wanted to hear. Fudge was barely acceptable during peacetime, Amelia admitted. Now he is buggering up everything he touches. Is that more what you were looking for, Harry? Yes, that is exactly what I was looking for. Who would you like to see replace him? On the off chance that he resigns or becomes unable to lead, I would hope that someone like your grandfather could be found to replace him. My grandfather, Harry asked, completely thrown from his plans. What does he have to do with this? Your grandfather was an active member of the magical community. He wasn't in the ministry, per se, but he carried a lot of sway among the favorable purebloods and the general populace. He guided many ministers and others into the positions they held or hold now. I, myself, am one of them. He said he liked my attitude. And Harry paused, trying to think of why he didn't read more of his grandfather's file, while knowing it was because his father's was right there as well. What attitude is that exactly? Oh, this is the good part, Harry, Amelia said while her face softened. I would tell him off when he needed it. He always liked strong women. I think that is why he welcomed your mum into the family so fast. She had spirit, she did. Harry took the information in stride as best as he could. He wanted to follow that vein of discovery until it gave out, but he couldn't. He forced, with all his might, to continue on with the plan. Who would you like to see replace him? I can't really think of anyone offhand, Harry. Too many of them have been tainted by Fudge or are puppets of either you-know-who or Dumbledore. Voldemort, Harry corrected simply. Not a fan of Dumbledore. You wanted honest answers, right? Getting a nod, she continued. Dumbledore is a great man and a wonderful teacher. He is involved in everything in the wizarding world. Some of it he can handle well, others he doesn't seem up to the task. I dare say you were one of the things he didn't handle well. Wouldn't you agree? With all due respect, what do you know about it? I was not a really close friend of your family, but I knew that you shouldn't have been placed under your relative's care. From what my niece has told me, I am confident that you would agree. Am I wrong? No, you aren't wrong. Harry paused again, thinking how to proceed. So you can't think of anyone you would like to see replace Fudge? Since this is purely an academic exercise, I could name a few people who could be at that point in 5 to 10 years, but not right now. It would take too much political maneuvering to get a vote of no confidence on Fudge, even with his shaky position. Afterwards, the person who got him out would have nothing left to ensure the right person replaced him. That is the risk of getting rid of Fudge. He has friends and allies all over the ministry. Removing him would make a lot of enemies, and to get your enemies to support you would be very costly both financially and politically. I see, Harry said, barely following the conversation. So you couldn't think of anyone then? Not really, Harry. Sorry I can't be of more help there. Now our time is coming to a close. Do you have anything else to ask before my very efficient assistant comes in and hurries you off? If Dumbledore told you to do something and he asked you to trust him on it, what would you say? Explain it to me, or I can't help you, Albus. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, asked you to bend a few laws so he could do what he wanted without worrying about them getting in the way. What would you say? If I have to follow the rules, then so do you, answered Amelia with a surprised look on her face. Thank you very much, Madam Bones. You answered my questions honestly and in a way that I respect. Thank you, again. Harry turned and started walking towards the door and reached it the moment that the assistant opened it. Harry strode out the door with Tonks following him closely again. On the lift ride to the atrium, Tonks asked Harry what he was planning. He responded with a smirk and a squeeze of her shoulder. They left the ministry and apparated back into the Department of Mysteries. They ate a little from the kitchen and continued with the remainder of their training for the day. Harry was upbeat, and his confidence levels kept Horace on his toes when running the training mission scenarios. After the training, Harry took Tonks back to Diagon Alley and to the offices of the Quibbler. Harry spoke with Odd, alone, and when he finished he led Tonks out of the business and to the apparition point. When they arrived at number 4, Harry led Tonks to his room and closed the door. "Tonks, how much stuff do you have at your place?" Why do you ask, Harry?" "Just how much stuff do you have, and how long would it take for you to pack it?" "I have clothes, some pictures, and a few other things. I could pack it all in about 30 minutes, 15 if I had to move quickly." "Why?" "I just wanted to know. Things are going to happen fast, and I need to know you aren't going to lose anything important when it does." "Harry, I think I know what you have planned, so why would I be caught off guard on this? I am helping you do this, aren't I?" "You are, but there are a few extra things I have going. I don't want to be caught off guard is all." Tonks responded to his worries by kissing him and more. They kept each other busy for hours by repeating what they did the night before with a few extra things added in. Tonks collapsed into Harry and fell asleep without a second thought. Harry remained awake for a little while longer, creating a portkey he intended to use soon enough. Friday dawned too early for Harry's tastes. He was very comfortable holding Tonks while wrapped in the blankets. He sighed and held Tonks close, thinking about the last many days. So much has changed. I actually have a chance, I think. Tonks shifted into Harry more, and her hair fell into her face, which was resting on Harry's shoulder. He smiled and carefully moved the hair away, revealing Tonks' real face. She responded in a positive fashion to the attention, so Harry lightly touched her face, smiling at how smooth her skin felt. He was completely captivated by the action and how Tonks moved in response to it. His smile grew when Tonks' eyes opened and focused on him. "Morning, Harry," Tonks yawned, then smiled. She curled into him even more while taking a deep breath. "Is it time to get up already?" "I'm afraid so, Nymph. We can't skip today, can we?" "Not the wisest suggestion, Harry. Horace would make us suffer for it." Under his breath, Harry said, "Yeah, not like that would be a change." "Soon enough, you will understand what he is doing and why he is doing it. You will thank him when that time comes. We all have." "Maybe so, but that time isn't right now." Harry slid away from Tonks and made to get ready for the day. When they arrived in the training room, Harry saw many new cloaked people. They were grouped into 3-person teams, just like Harry, Tonks, and Cal. Horace appeared, and Marcus was with him, wearing a serious look on his face. "Good morning, everyone," Marcus announced. "Team 2, you have a briefing in 10 minutes in the conference room. Team 3, you are still with Horace today. The rest of you will carry out your usual efforts when you are here." Marcus left the room, and any who saw him noticed his clouded mood. "Chamel, what is wrong with Marcus?" Harry asked. "Team 2 is the interrogation team, Precepts," Tonks answered. "I guess the Ministry finally gave up on getting information out of the Death Eaters the nice way. Marcus hates using them for that purpose, but he will when it is necessary. I will tell you they aren't nice about it. Robin, Jocelyn, and Thor are very efficient at getting information. You do not want to know how they do it." Very softly, Harry whispered into Tonks' ear, "I will not pity the people who tried to kill my friends. They are getting what they deserve. They could tell the Ministry what they wanted to know, but they chose not to say." "That is true, but I wouldn't wish it on them. Team 2 is very good at their job." Tonks shook her head slowly as she thought of stories she had heard about past interrogations. "Team 3 on me," Horace barked. The team grouped around him and he gave them their mission for the day. "I am trying a loose mission here, no preset goal or objective. You are supposed to get from your starting point to the other side of the valley. What you meet, what you see, should be treated as hostile. Begin." The room faded and a forest appeared around them. The old-looking trees and leaf-covered ground replaced the familiar room. Once the image stopped changing, a slight shimmer appeared in a rectangular shape. Tonks looked to Cal, who did the same to Tonks. Harry watched Tonks' face harden and the emotion fade. What chamel? Seps, Tonks hesitated from continuing. No matter what happens, remember your training. Stick to the mission and accomplish it. Do not worry about us. What in the bloody hell is going on, chamel? Keep your head about you, okay? What is going on? Harry never got an answer as spells erupted from the trees. Light flashed as bark was torn from the majestic trees. All Harry thought was that things couldn't get any worse. As they moved forward, Harry realized that he was wrong. Team 3 fought as they retreated to a safer location. Harry tried to make a portkey to get his team out, but every time he tried, they were attacked. Left with little choice, Harry directed the team onward in the direction a stream flowed. What is going on? Harry asked while he forced his way through a clearing populated with tall grass. This is nothing like any of the other missions. Why is it so different? No mission is going to be the same, Seps, Cal answered. They have to see if you can adapt to completely different situations. We need to make it to the end of the valley that we seem to be in right now, Tonks observed, pointing to the ground and how it sloped up on both sides of them. Makes a great funnel, don't you think, chamel? Cal commented as he swiveled on his heels when a noise sounded to their left. Harry aimed his wand in the general location of the noise and waited for an attack. The team waited for a few seconds before advancing cautiously. Harry kept his eyes on the area where the noise most likely came from as he moved. A small jab in his back broke his concentration first. As he turned to look behind him, something hit him in the side of the head, knocking him to the ground forcefully. Completely dazed and confused, Harry rolled to the cover of a fallen tree as spells lit the underside of the overhanging trees above him. Shouts and yells echoed in the forest as Harry pulled himself into a crouch. With his left hand, he brushed the area where the jab had been and found a small trace of blood on his hand when he inspected it. The battle raged on in front of him, but Harry couldn't get his feet under him. I have to have a concussion. Why else would everything be so confusing? The confusion subsided as Harry fired curses when he was sure he wouldn't hit his own team members. The fight slowed and Tonks found Harry secluded in his cover. Seps, we need to keep moving. Can you walk? I don't know. I can't get to my feet. I hit my head and everything is a little off now. Tonks nodded and helped Harry to his feet. A few missteps later, Harry was walking on his own and leading his team deeper into the trees. They had been moving for nearly 10 minutes when they walked into another fight. Harry threw up an imprimis and an absolvo shield before driving off the path they had been on. From his position on the ground, Harry watched Cal get hit in the chest by a dark green curse. He dropped to his knees and tried to fight on. A severing charm struck his left arm and it was separated from his body. A third jet of light tore a hole in his side, exposing his ribs and muscle. Harry yelled his name as Cal fell backwards. His eyes were completely devoid of life. Feeling his anger erupt, Harry jumped up and shot curses as fast as he could. He was trading off between wandlessly and wanded as he launched his attack at the area where the curses had come from. The forest suffered a terrible beating. Trees were knocked down in a way only seen by a tornado or hurricane. Fire licked up the trees, catching dead ones on fire and setting the ground cover ablaze. The yellow and orange glow gave Harry an ominous appearance as he battled the unseen adversaries. Tonks called to him from her position and told him to continue on. I am not going to leave you. We both go or we both stay. Fine, you go first and I will follow, she answered. The attack had ceased and Harry drove forward towards the objective. He was having problems focusing on anything but the immediate future. Everything seemed a little skewed from his point of view. As his steps took him deeper into the forest, Harry found he couldn't concentrate and it was getting worse. Chamel, I don't feel right. Something is wrong. Seps, it is okay. Just keep going and don't worry about it. We have to keep going no matter what. When they reached a stream that crossed their path, Tonks gave Harry a plan to make it to the other side. Harry recited the plan in his head so he could remember it and started crawling over a tree bridging the stream. A flash of light drew his attention to Tonks' position on the original bank. He saw Tonks get hit in the leg and fall to her side. She returned fire and leveled a small area of forest, but the attack continued. Harry aimed his wand and fired a curse in the general direction of the attack. After his third spell, the tree he was on was hit by a forceful spell, knocking him completely off his already very unstable center of balance. He grabbed onto the tree as tightly as possible, but he slid to the side. He found himself upside down, hugging the tree with every ounce of strength. Another spell shook the tree, violently causing Harry's grip to lessen, and he fell into the stream. Confused and disoriented, Harry resurfaced and watched the battle rage. Tonks was firing spell after spell so fast that her movements were nearly a blur. Harry aimed his wand and started firing spells to assist Tonks. He shouted at her to fall back, but she turned in Harry's direction and yelled for him to escape. Harry swam to the far side, not really knowing what he was doing. Once he got to his feet, he yelled for Tonks to come to him. He tried to draw fire from the attackers, but Tonks was struck down with a sickly green curse, stilling her body instantly. Harry yelled her name and forced as much magic into his spells as he could. He had stopped avoiding any spells that weren't the killing or Cruciatus curse. His shields sung as spells struck them and ricocheted in wild directions. Harry moved backwards to more trees behind him, keeping his rate of fire up. A deflected spell hit a thick tree, sending wood in all directions, including Harry's. He was knocked off his feet again, into a muddy patch near the stream. When he regained his footing, he saw Hermione fighting Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries. Harry immediately launched himself into the fight. 3 Death Eaters fell from his spells before Hermione was struck down by the same purple curse as before. Harry yelled in frustration and fired reductor curses in all directions, destroying the room they were in. When the dust cleared, Harry saw the acromantulas surrounding Ron. Harry began casting Rumper Lemniscus, a severing charm that forms a pink ribbon of magic, and directed it at any spider that neared Ron. The numbers of spiders kept increasing until both friends were surrounded and had no hope of escape. Ron dropped his wand and fell to his knees in defeat. Harry moved in front of Ron and continued slicing the aggressive spiders in half. Body parts were everywhere when Ron was pulled away from Harry's side. He saw pincers embedded deep in Ron's leg as he was dragged, screaming, into the fray of moving creatures. Not knowing what else to do, Harry continued fighting. His wand moved from side to side, keeping the advancing wave of spiders away. He was knocked down when a spider jumped on him. His glasses were knocked askew, and his breath was forced out of his lungs for a few seconds. His wand went dark before he could push more magic through it, starting up his defense again. A tree maze populated with cloaked and masked Death Eaters replaced the spiders. Harry didn't notice this until his severing charm removed the head of a Death Eater. When one of their comrades fell, the others leapt into action, firing spells in all directions. As he moved and returned fire, Harry watched as friend after friend appeared amidst the fight and was cut down. Confused, tired, and abused, Harry fell into a numb pattern of cursing and moving. Nothing was making sense, but he continued on since he had no idea what else to do. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time, until Harry was overpowered by the sheer numbers of Death Eaters. A few Cruciatus curses breached his shields, bringing him to his knees in pain. A frustrated yell was the lasting thing Harry did as a blast of green led to darkness. Harry rolled over and felt a sharp pain in his arm, and the rest of his body was screaming, which woke him up fully. He opened his eyes and found the room was in focus, and the smell of hospital flooded his senses. Bloody hell! What happened? Harry scanned the room and saw Tonks sitting in a chair near his bed, talking to Cal. Horace and Marcus were standing next to them, listening and chatting with each other. Harry watched them for a few minutes, listening to their conversations, trying to understand the words. Nothing made sense, and the words were confusing. Harry shook his head, trying to clear a light fog that seemed to surround him. The movement caught Horace's attention. "Healer, he is awake," Horace barked. "Antidote now." A healer walked over the Harry's side and forced a potion down his throat. Harry scowled and tried to fend off the healer, but found his arms were held down by straps. "What the fuck is this?" "Seps, calm down," Tonks said softly. Everything will be explained. Please relax and let the potion work." Harry stared into her eyes and found that they were pleading for him to relent. He settled down and waited for something to happen. The fog lifted quickly, and the world seemed to right itself as Harry felt his body reconnect with all its parts. "Seps," Marcus began, "you took a test that every member takes. It was a test that was unwinnable. No matter how many spells you cast nor how many people you had, you were going to lose. We wanted to see what would happen should that event occur during a mission." "What he is trying to say," Horace interrupted, "is that we need to know when you will break. At what point will you give up and die? Before you get all worried, only Marcus, Chamel, and I saw the events. I know some personal stuff was brought into the testing, and those things stayed with only those who know your true identity. If you didn't hate me before, you do now. Am I right?" Harry stared into Horace's eyes and willed himself to see his thoughts. He forced his mind into the others and found an odd scene playing out. Horace was watching the battle with Harry, Tonks, and various groups of people. Harry saw Horace move his wand in different directions as if directing an orchestra. "Come on, boy, you can do it. Fight, damn it, fight. You handled losing Cal just fine now, how about Chamel?" Harry saw Tonks fall under the force of spells. A ghost image showed Tonks walking away from the main battle and leaving through the training room door. Moments later, Tonks joined Horace. "How is he doing, you think?" "As well as I expected, Chamel. He's going to replace me when the time comes." "What?" "You heard me. He has the ability to outfight anyone here. His only problem right now, letting go of his goody-goody ideals. He is slowly learning that every fight he gets into is a fight for life. The minute he fights to survive, it is over. You watched him on that first day. Tell me he can't beat anyone." "I know as well as you do, Horace, that Harry can make it where we would die. His new attitude will let him show us that now." "What happened anyway? It is like night and day." "I can't tell you. I am pretty sure it is a private moment, and he would want it kept that way." "Good for him. Now let's see if he can handle seeing his friends die, too. We know that he would die for them, but what about killing for them?" Harry saw Hermione appear, followed by Ron. Horace directed their deaths like it was a game. Then Harry watched more friends, and the Weasleys appear only to be killed off as well. The vision gained a reddish hue, and Horace reacted quickly. "Shite! The kid's starting to overload the room." "What do you mean?" Tonks asked as she looked around the room. "The room can only take so much magic at one time. It has to bleed off the spell magic used inside, or the walls will get damaged. It happens when we get a few groups running missions together. You know that sometimes the training missions seem like they come in waves. Well, we have to do that, otherwise the room could be damaged. The gaps are us allowing the room to bleed off the magic." "And Harry did that." "It happens sometimes, but you know as well as I do that the kid packs a punch when he needs to. I can still remember his Crucio curse from last time. Still gives me the shivers thinking about it." "Things seemed a little off, didn't they, Seps?" "Yes, what happened?" Harry asked, confused and still processing what he saw and heard. "Early on, we hit you with a potion that is kind of like a hallucinogen in its effects. How else would you accept the sudden shifts in scenery and new people appearing all the time? After Cal went through it, he asked for some of it for personal use." Horace shook his head. "Touched in the head he is." "So you drugged me?" "Yes, we drugged you, and it worked like it has worked every time before. I will give you the secret to our methods. We get results one way or another. Don't like it, there is the door." Horace held up a finger pointing to the door leading to the hallway. "I will not apologize for making my people the best they can be. If you have any anger from this, use it to better yourself or just hate me. I am used to it." Harry watched Horace lean back in his chair as if he was waiting for an argument. Harry thought about the experience and could only think about what Horace had said in the vision. Coming to a decision about many things, Harry folded his hands and looked Horace in the eyes. "How can I be better than I am?" Horace nodded and smiled a true smile. Tonks gave Harry a warm smile and winked. Marcus stood from his chair and pulled out a long roll of parchment. He looked it over quickly and handed it to Horace. Horace repeated the action and looked to Marcus for confirmation and received it. "Seps," Horace said, standing up and drawing his wand slowly, "you did well today. As much of a bastard as I seem, I am only trying to teach you to stay alive longer. I think you understand that now." Horace tapped Harry's badge and made the adjustment. Harry watched and saw the green bar increase to a level of 7. Once the final bar filled in, the green column shimmered faintly and became a solid shape without any level markings. You were in the 80s or higher with every spell. Your wandless ability has improved, and you are faster with it. I dare say many will respect you for this accomplishment. Next week, I think we will spend a few days together working on expanding your knowledge of spells. I will focus on offensive and defensive spells. I plan to teach you the Imperious Curse as well. It is a waste for you not to have that one down since you know the rest." Horace turned to leave but stopped near the door. Speaking low but firmly, Horace said, "Keep your goal in mind at all times, Seps. Always have a goal in mind, otherwise you are just a waste of magic." "Wise words to remember, Seps," Marcus said. "I will leave you to the medical staff now. When they say you can leave, then you can leave. One other thing, Seps, during the battle Horace saw that your glasses were knocked off. He didn't like that since your aim fell dramatically because of it. We have charmed them with one of the charms we put on the cloaks. You can take them off, but no one else can unless they are keyed in just like the cloak. They cannot be summoned or knocked off. It isn't much, but it should help you a little. Have a good weekend, you too." Saturday came with little fanfare as Harry awoke to pain and soreness again. Hedwig was watching him intently in the way that said she wanted attention, or there would be trouble. "Yes, girl, we can go out today, but don't be mad if another owl delivers something today. It is just a paper anyway, so it isn't like it is that important." Hedwig puffed out her chest and stared Harry down as if he was a mouse about to be eaten. "Honestly, it isn't that big of deal. You know you are the only girl for me." At that moment the door opened and Tonks sauntered in, still wrapped in a towel, with water dripping from the ends of her hair. Hedwig looked at Tonks and back at Harry. She tilted her head and gave him a piercing gaze. "Well," Harry began, looking sideways at the floor. Well, the only owl for me?" Harry asked hopefully. Hedwig closed her eyes and deflated while on her perch. "It is different, girl." "Problems, Harry?" Tonks asked, knowing something was going on since Harry was looking flustered and quite uncomfortable. "Nothing you can help me with, nymph." Harry got out of bed and walked over to Hedwig and started petting her. It took a little while before she stopped resisting the affectionate gesture. "You are whipped, Harry," Tonks commented. She saw Hedwig give her a nasty look. "Not that it is a bad thing, Hedwig. You have put a lot of work into Harry, so I can understand your frustration, but I love you too." Hedwig seemed moderately satisfied with Tonks' answer and gave in to Harry's efforts fully. "Bloody Bird has me whipped too," Tonks mumbled quietly. "Go figure on that." Crisis averted and no blood shed, Harry took Hedwig outside, immediately followed by Tonks. The snowy owl took flight, and Tonks watched her take off very closely. After a few minutes of silent study, Tonks spoke. "Is she going to circle around you and land?" "Yeah, that is what she is going to do. Should be back in a few minutes." "So, it is supposed to come today?" "Yeah, it should be here soon. I wish I could see their faces when it does." Harry looked eager and excited. "Something tells me that you will, Harry. I can almost guarantee you that one." Hedwig flew around a few more times, keeping Harry's attention on her, and not on Tonks. The quiet Saturday morning in Little Whining was starting to become active when another owl flew down to Harry with something tied to its leg. Hedwig eyed the owl venomously, nearly scaring the young bird away. Only persistent calls from Harry assured the barn owl it was expected. "Hedwig, please let the poor thing do its job. I told you about this earlier. Now, be good." The event was highly comical to Tonks. She had to fight back her laughs as Harry tried to get the mail while protecting the owl from Hedwig. Once relieved of its burden, the barn owl flew off as fast as possible. It never looked back as it pumped its wings as hard as it could. "That wasn't very nice, Hedwig," Harry scolded. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Hedwig puffed out her feathers, making herself look important and proud. "That is not how you look apologetic, Hedwig." Harry shook his head, knowing he was not going to win the argument even though he was the only one talking. "Talk about ineffective, Harry," Tonks joked. She knew that Harry could outfight many people, but he couldn't control his own owl if he had to. Harry opened the mail and found a copy of the Quibbler inside of the wrapping. A small smile grew until Harry was openly beaming. Perfect! The picture on the cover showed Fudge in the Ministry atrium looking completely confused. The title read, "Confused, Lacking, and a Liar." The story went from page 2 all the way to page 6. It detailed the attempts Fudge had made to take over Gringotts. It listed a few comments made by high-ranking goblins concerning the Ministry's overt behavior over the years. The article recounted Fudge's position the previous year and the lies he made against Dumbledore and Harry. It continued on to list the activities of Dolar's Umbridge while she usurped the Hogwarts staff. The use of the blood quill was written in great detail. The actions of the inquisitorial squad were also included. Her admittance of sending Dementors after Harry was printed in larger text than most of the article, as was her threat of the use of the Cruciatus Curse. Hermione's account of events was printed, but it seemed that Harry's words were foremost. Witness accounts of Fudge accepting money from Lucius Malfoy were printed above the closing interview. "What is your honest opinion of Minister Fudge, Harry?" "I think that Fudge is a danger to us all. He has ignored evidence in the past that could have saved lives. He has allowed crimes to be committed inside and outside of the Ministry. He has tried to take over Gringotts, and we all know what would come of that. He allowed he who must not be named to regain his body while he ignored the facts. Fudge has no idea what to do as minister. We need someone else in that office that can do the job properly." "And who would that be?" "I think Madame Bones would do a good job. She is above the corruption that has been rampant in Fudge's administration." "What makes you think she is the person for the job?" "I asked her who would do well in the position. She couldn't think of anyone who was ready for it. She knew of a few people who would be ready in a decade or so, but no one right now. I am sure she will be sending me a howler for even suggesting her to replace Fudge. But if I can stare into he who must not be named's eyes and live again, then I think I can survive her howler. It is for the good of our society." Mr. Potter said you know whose name. It was changed to limit our readers' shock. When Tonks finished reading the whole story, she was quite surprised to find it an honest and balanced account of the last few years. "Most people will think this is a joke, since it is in the Quibbler, but you may convince a few of the more open-minded ones." "Odd thought as much," Harry explained. "That is why he changed the general format of this edition. He is thinking of running a more mainstream edition once a month. He said that they sell better and he likes seeing his articles in other papers around the world. As crazy as that nut is, he knows a lot about public opinion and how to use it." "Do you think this is enough to get rid of Fudge?" "If it isn't enough, then nothing will be," Harry said, shaking his head. "All I have is listed in there. I played my cards and watching is all that I have left." "Well, that is all you can do incoming," Tonks announced as Hedwig swooped down, and Harry casually presented her a perch to land on. "You need to relax, Nymph," Harry said offhandedly. "Hedwig and I have done this for years. We know what to do." "Sorry, Harry, but I am new to owls like Hedwig. She is not like any other owl I know." Harry scowled a little. "Fits me then, doesn't it?" "Now, Harry, enjoy being you. I know many people who would love to be you." "Right, and they would just love to have no parents and a psychopath after them. I doubt anyone would last more than a few days being me. They would quit after the first attempt on their life. As sad as it is, I think I have gotten used to it." "Harry," Tonks said, moving to him and giving him an affectionate kiss and holding it for a few seconds. "I think you are right, but for different reasons. You are the only one who could be you. No one else has survived enough things to be Harry Potter. It takes a strong person to be you." She kissed him again and kept it up until a message spell hit her, ruining the mood. "Well, Dumbledore has read the paper. He is ordering a meeting today and you are to attend. He was very insistent on that part." "How bad do you think it is going to be, Nymph? Will I need to leave here or just defend myself?" "I am sure a few might want to yell at you. One might want to hurt you, but I doubt that will be anything new. Most are probably going to support you any way they can since it is the truth after all. I would stand up for yourself, but don't do anything rash. We should wait as long as we can before we leave. I am not sure where we would go, but it is your call since it is your life. I still don't know how you lasted as long as you have with these people." No other option, nymph. I never had another place to go or people to stay with before. Now I have all of those. Besides, I deserve better than this place. I don't care about the other things, I just want some peace in my life for a few weeks. How long should I wait? As long as you can, but it really depends on others right now, doesn't it? Yes, nymph, it does. Hedwig flew around a few more times before they went in and prepared for the meeting. Harry altered the color of his cloak to a deep red and included his portkey ring in case he needed it. His knife was stowed comfortably in its place in his cloak. His wand was holstered, and Harry practiced a few times retrieving it. Hedwig was in her cage, and Harry asked her to stay there until he came back in case they needed to leave quickly. Tonks prepared herself for another rough meeting. She knew Harry was going to take the brunt of it, but she hoped things worked out for the better. One thing she was confident about was that Harry's newfound confidence would be a major friction point for the Order. Independence always caused friction, no matter where or when it occurs. Before they left, Harry got another owl. It was from Amelia Bones, and at the beginning she nicely, but firmly, yelled at Harry for bringing her name into the mess he created. As the letter continued, she became more understanding and supportive of his article. She promised an investigation into his claims of abuse and threats. At the end, she thanked him for believing in her abilities and wished him well. "I am glad she didn't send a howler," Harry commented. "They can be very loud and annoying." Tonks simply laughed at his comments. With a dangerous smirk and a firm kiss, Harry apparated to the park near Grimmauld Place. He smiled at Tonks when she arrived seconds later. "Let's go ruffle a few feathers, eh? You want to cause problems tonight, don't you?" "Yes, nymph, I do. It is about time they understand who I am and what I am willing to do. If it is possible, please try to keep them back so I only have to deal with one person at a time. I wonder how long it will take certain people to figure out I am not their pawn." As they walked up the steps and entered the house, Harry knew what his answer was, but Tonks voiced it. "Too long, Harry, too long." The sea of eyes watching Harry walk into the living room was nearly laughable, but the silence wasn't. Harry found friendly faces in those he knew would be supportive: Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, Remus, and even Arthur. Moody seemed almost appreciative with his look, as was Dung. McGonagall and Molly looked severely disapproving as expected, and Kingsley seemed watchful. Snape wore a vicious look not at all out of place. Dumbledore stood near the fireplace, appearing worn and tired. "Harry, I see that you have been busy lately," Dumbledore said, scrutinizing Harry carefully. "Could you not have waited until the Ministry was more stable internally?" "Time would not have made the Ministry more stable, Professor," Harry answered evenly. "You of all people should know that better than the rest of us. Fudge made them unstable. You left him in there for your own reasons. I had enough of him, so I let a few select people know that." "You have turned the Ministry and our society on its head, Potter," snapped McGonagall. "Honestly, I expect better sense from one of my students." Harry turned and met her eyes, not flinching from their penetrating gaze. "Everyone has a point where they have had enough, Professor. I hit mine and decided it was enough." "And who are you to decide such a thing, Potter?" said Snape icily. "Ask Dumbledore who I am, Snape," Harry responded. "He knows better than most." "This has nothing to do with the headmaster, Potter," Snape replied, moving towards Harry in a very snake-like manner. "It has to do with you getting too big for your head. Too much of your arrogant father and foolish mother shinning through." Harry's friends took deep, mouthy breaths at those words, knowing they were the wrong things to say. Harry reacted instantly, knowing what was coming before Snape finished. In a blur of movement, Harry had his wand firmly planted in Snape's neck while his body was held against the wall. Harry's holly wand glowed a nasty shade of pink as a slight trickle of blood descended from the contact point. Albus had managed to draw his wand, but didn't get any farther as Tonks stepped between Snape and the rest of the room. "You have been warned about voicing your opinion of my parents around me, Snivelus. Must I hurt you to make my point?" Snape's attitude seemed to deflate as he became aware of the fact that he was bleeding. "I wonder if Voldemort will leave me alone if I turn you over to him as the spy that you are. Do you think he would be interested in that deal? I am not sure." "Harry, put down your wand this instant," commanded Albus. Ignoring the order, Harry asked Snape another question. Care to test my resolve on this, Snivelus? What little pompous superiority Snape had vanished when he stared into Harry's eyes. They were cold and sharp. Snape identified eagerness in the midst of the visible anger that burned in them. Swallowing his shattered pride, Snape answered, No, Potter, I do not wish to test your resolve on this issue. I would also like you to never mention my current situation aloud ever again. I would like you to never talk to me again, but we don't always get what we want now, do we? Harry held Snape's eyes for a few more seconds before grabbing Snape's wand from his hand. Snape had been slowly drawing his wand during the discourse. I will hold on to this until I leave. I wouldn't want to have to hurt you. Harry took the wand and dropped it into his left pocket and stepped away from Snape. The trickling blood flowed more freely from his neck once the wand was removed. Snape checked the injury and found it to be quite acute for no spell having been spoken. The greasy spy applied pressure to the wound, but held his tongue. Harry, how could you do that? Albus asked roughly. He had been warned, Harry answered calmly. Next time, I will not stop myself from hurting him severely. I will not be abused by anyone anymore. Surely you were able to figure that out from the paper. Cornelius is a simple man with simple ideas, Albus offered. He is a fool, and fools can be made into the tools of determined people, Harry stated. Is that why you wanted him to remain? Was he going to be your tool? That is not fair, Mr. Potter, McGonagall snipped. It is a very fair question, Professor, Harry returned. I haven't heard an answer to my question, Professor. Do you intend to answer it? No answer I give will satisfy you, Harry, Albus relented. Because you cannot answer the question honestly and still maintain your austere of the moral high ground, Harry retorted. You know that as well as I do. I have learned well, haven't I? Yes, Harry, you seem to have picked up quite a bit as of late, Dumbledore admitted. Any more surprises? Many, actually, Harry smiled while speaking. Tonks took the nonverbal truce literally and moved to the side so Harry was again fully visible to the room. Snape had found a corner to nurse his wounds and remained silent. Molly wore a shocked look about her, and Arthur seemed to be holding her up slightly. Now, the article couldn't have been that big of a deal, Harry said. It was just one article in the Quibbler after all. An article that has been picked up by most of the real papers in the wizarding world, Fred began happily. And been talked about by everyone I have met, George continued smiling. And had the ministry in an uproar since, Arthur finished meekly. Really? Harry asked innocently with a look to match. I never would have guessed. Ron barked out a laugh. Ginny stifled hers, but Bill let his escape fully. That explains all the time you have spent at Gringotts, then. Gringotts, Albus said, looking at Tonks angrily. I went where I needed to go, Professor, Harry admitted. You will leave Tonks alone. If you want to be mad at someone, then be mad at me. Tonks, you are removed from Harry's detail effective immediately, Albus ordered. Fine, Tonks said nonchalantly. Now I am free to spend my free time how I see fit. Harry, I don't think I will change my current plans if that is okay with you. Sounds good to me, Tonks, Harry said, staring Albus down. Tonks, you are not to visit Harry, Albus commanded more forcefully. You have been a bad influence thus far this summer. She has been a great influence, Albus, Harry spoke with sharpness to his voice. She has helped me get through many things you failed to even pay attention to. She has made this summer one I can live through. This is for your own good, Harry, Albus said, but realized too late that he had said the wrong thing. My own fucking good, old man? Harry challenged. I will give you for my own good, getting locked in a cupboard for years, getting starved for years, getting hit, beaten, ridiculed, and ignored for years, having my life put in danger more times than I can count. 22. Ginny offered, earning her a nasty look from her mum and thumbs up from her brothers. There you have it, 22 times, Harry added. All for my own good. I think I would like to try what is bad for me. Maybe that is a little safer. I doubt it could be more dangerous considering my past. Care to explain to the Order how you can ignore me being knocked unconscious when I got to the Dursleys at the beginning of summer? Receiving no answer, Harry nodded. I didn't think so. Kind of hard to explain that one, isn't it? If anyone wants to hear about it, ask Tonks. She saw most of it, and stopped my uncle from killing me most likely. McGonagall's head snapped to look at Albus before anyone else. She wore her sternest appearance at that moment. Any student would have crumbled under it. Albus simply closed his eyes before meeting Harry's accusatory gaze. Nothing is easy when it applies to you, Harry. Pathetic excuse, Albus, Harry shot back. My life has never been easy, but it could have been better if you hadn't been involved in it. I was supposed to go to Sirius when they died. If not him, then Remus. If not him, there were many others. I have the list in case you want to read it. They made special note that I was never to go to the Dursleys. You ignored their wishes to carry out your own plan. My life has been one disaster after another because of it. You are responsible for that. I will never forget that. The Order members were looking amongst themselves, trying to find out if the others knew the truth. Everyone wore the same lost, shocked expressions except for Tonks. "Tonks, did you know this?" Kingsley asked. "I learned all of it in the last 2 weeks, Kingsley," Tonks said. "That should explain why I am on Harry's side and not Dumbledore's." "Did you tell Albus of this when you learned about it?" Moody asked. "I told him about the assault at the beginning of the summer, but the rest of it I kept in the same confidence I received it." "How could you not tell us?" Molly demanded, looking like the mother bear she could be. "Albus ordered me not to tell anyone," Tonks defended. "He said the matter had been handled by my actions at the time." "How could you not tell me, Tonks?" Molly accused her. "Leave Nymphadora alone," Harry yelled. "She left it as it was at my request. Nothing was going to come of it in the first place, so why drag it out?" Many noticed the familiar name Harry used and the lack of Tonks' normal response to it. No one said anything about it, as Harry's stance was becoming more threatening as time went on. Moody and Snape held their comments because they had seen the same look up close. Harry was serious, and he was going to get what he wanted one way or another. The tense mood hung in the air for what seemed like hours. The sound of the oil lamps hissed and sputtered as the air moved about the room. Harry was the first one to break the silence. "Why must you make this so fucking difficult?" Harry asked Albus. "Why couldn't you have obeyed my parents' wishes? I would have been happy then and not how I was." "You would have been in danger, Harry," Albus replied with the decency to sound like he regretted his choice then. "If you haven't been listening, Albus, I was in danger," Harry spoke dangerously. "I was in danger very minute I was in that house. You never bothered to check up on me, did you? Just locked me away until you had to bring me back. You have no idea how hard it was and still is. You know about Voldemort's past. How different are our pasts? Is there much difference at all?" Albus looked to the floor and sighed, looking very weak and frail. "No, Harry, your pasts are quite similar. The real difference is that you chose to do what is right, not what is easy." "Things can change, Albus," Harry said, holding the old man's eyes when he looked up. "But not today. I suggest you stop the lies and start helping to fix the problems. Fudge is a problem, and I am trying to fix it. If you want him to remain, then you will have to fight me to do it. I want him and all of his people out." "I understand your position, Harry, and I respect the effort you have put forth, but I could have offered a few good choices to replace him." Harry scoffed at the comment, earning him a few reproachful looks and many more questioning ones. "You want a puppet in the minister's office. I want someone who will do the right thing not because you want it, but because it is the right thing. Amelia couldn't name me one person who could do the job properly. She was too honorable to name herself, so there you go. That meant a lot to me. What sold me completely was the fact that she told me I had to follow the rules too. She already sent me a letter telling me off for suggesting her to replace Fudge." "She did, but that letter ended with her thanking you," Tonks added with a cheeky smile. "All the more reason to hope she replaces him," Harry returned. "Ah," Arthur spoke up from the sidelines. "It is looking like she will get the job. The ministry heads are backpedaling from Fudge faster than they flocked to him. Associating with Death Eaters really hurt him there. Most of them have lost family to the Death Eaters, so they want nothing to do with them or their supporters. In a few days, Fudge could be ousted and even jailed. I know I saw Dolors go into Amelia's office today. Never saw her leave, though." "May she rot in Azkaban," Harry said with conviction. "Not to draw more attention to you, Harry," Arthur said softly, but most of the people I have talked to are not willing to stand against you. They know what happened at the ministry. They know you have faced you-know-who a few times, and what has happened to Fudge has proven that you are not someone to stand against. You offered Amelia's name, and most of the voting group aren't willing to fight it. They do not want the appearance of siding with the wrong side. And what side is that? The side that isn't yours. The older ones remember what your grandfather did for the ministry, and they miss that help. Funny, no one has ever been on my side before except for a few people who happen to be in this room. Harry looked at Hagrid, Ginny, Ron, the twins, and the other Weasleys. Remus and McGonagall received longer looks as they seemed to make their choices based on the facts and not solely affection. I just want a good person to be minister, someone who will protect the weak and help the strong to win this war. My grandfather is another thing I never knew about, and I wish someone had bothered to tell me about him. I didn't want to give you more people to mourn, Harry, Albus said sadly. I would like to make those decisions now, Harry said with resolve. It is my life and my family. You kept too much from me, and now I want to know it all. Now, on that note, what is this meeting about? Albus scanned the room for anyone else with a topic. Finding none, he answered the question. I wanted to find out what your plans are with the ministry, Harry. What are you going to do when Amelia replaces Fudge? What am I going to do? Harry asked with confusion. Nothing. She will be the minister, and I can live my life without worrying about the Minister of Magic trying to kill me or get me arrested. I think that is enough to hope for, don't you? That is why I asked her what she would do if I broke the law. I have a fair shot at being normal, well, as normal as I can be, I guess. Yeah, normal, Fred began. So normal you can topple, George continued. The bloody minister with a newspaper article, Fred finished. You two are really twisted, you know that, right? Harry asked. We know, but it's fun, both said. I guess, Harry relented. So this was the only reason for this meeting. If that is all, I think I would like to talk with friends then. I would like to revisit one thing, Harry, Albus admitted. I believe that Ms. Tonks has gotten too close to you. That is a dangerous thing to do when you are protecting someone. I don't believe she will be as effective as before. I would like to replace her with Emmeline. Harry took a deep breath, calming himself before responding. Many in the room leaned back as they had witnessed what happens when Harry had to calm himself before speaking. He met Tonks' eyes as he spoke. With all due respect to you, Ms. Vance, Tonks will be staying on my guard detail. You cannot remove one of the few people who are willing to tell me the truth, Professor. She has helped me this summer, and I am not willing to give that up. I thought we had settled this earlier. Harry, this is for the best, Albus pleaded. I told you I will make decisions about my life and what is best for it. Harry spoke forcefully, leaving no doubt or room for error. Tonks stays as long as she wants to. Albus turned to Tonks, immediately wearing a firm look on his face. He stared her down as he inclined his head, silently requesting an answer, but making it clear which answer he wanted. I will stay on Harry's detail, Albus, was Tonks' reply. She never looked away from Albus while speaking, and the room knew she meant what she said. Nymphadora, Albus queried in a slightly scolding tone. Never call me that, Professor, Tonks snapped back. Respect my wishes. It seems, Harry offered, that he has problems respecting others' wishes or concerns. The living room fell into silence again, as no one wanted to be the first to speak and draw the attention of everyone. Minutes ticked by before Harry's frustration got the better of him. Where is Creature? Ah, Harry, Remus said, looking sideways. That was something I wanted to talk to you about. Well, you see, I kind of had a rough time of the last full moon. Well, Creature kind of broke into the room I was in, and well, he didn't survive the encounter. Remus dropped his head as he finished. The shame was obvious, and he honestly looked sorry. I can pay to replace him. Touched in the head or not, he did belong to you. Creature is dead, Harry asked, amazement shining on his face. Well, that saves me from dealing with him myself. Thank you, Remus. Harry, I killed Creature. Remus wanted to be yelled at for letting the werewolf beat him. And good riddance, too, Harry replied. I had been worried about having to kill him myself for what part he played in getting Sirius killed. Thank you for helping me, Remus. But I didn't know. I didn't mean to, Like I said, good riddance, Harry smiled. Did you toss him in the bin or what? There wasn't that much left, Harry. Remus looked even guiltier. It wasn't pleasant. No worries, Remus. Thank you for doing that. Now, is there anything else? Harry avoided looking at Albus until last. What he found was confusion and deep thought when he did look at the old man. Harry held his gaze, ignoring the slight itch in his head when Albus tried to penetrate his thoughts. Harry stopped the attempt by narrowing his eyes and fingering his wand discreetly. Most people started side conversations as they waited for someone to make a decision. Albus sighed and rubbed his aged face slowly. Miss Tonks, you shall remain on Harry's detail until he can be moved safely. Harry, please work with us and not against us. If you want to do something, ask one of us. I only want to keep you safe. That is all I want. I will look at every situation and decide then, Harry offered. I am making my own choices and I accept what comes of them. It is my life after all. That is what I am trying to protect, Harry. But I have to live it, Professor, Harry said softly. I have to live it. I only want it to be worth living. Is that asking too much? Albus stopped his immediate answer before sincerely responding. No, Harry, it isn't too much to ask. I will try to do better by you in the future. Harry nodded to Albus in understanding before turning to his friends and smiling. They quickly moved out of the room and up the stairs, leaving many surprised people behind. Tonks knew that she had to stay and hear what was said to her and about Harry. Albus, McGonagall snapped as only a professional teacher could. What have you done to Harry to make him like this? He has never acted like this nor spoke to people like he did to you just now. I am afraid that all of my failings concerning Harry are showing themselves. Albus closed his eyes and sighed again. Could things have been that bad? Were they that horrible to him? Yes, they were, Tonks added, and then some. Albus appeared to want to ask Tonks a question, but he was interrupted by Minerva. What were my words to you all those years ago, Albus? They are the worst sort of muggles imaginable, I believe, Albus recited. You were right, Minerva, Tonks said. I have never been so close to cursing muggles as I have been in the last 2 weeks, and I would have enjoyed it too. Minerva stayed quiet and looked very pensive. Molly, who had watched and listened to everything that had been said, seemed ready to voice her opinions. I want that poor boy removed from those evil people, Albus. Molly had her hands on her hips, and her piercing eyes were boring holes into the headmaster. Soon enough, Molly, Albus gave in. I will need to get this place presentable or secure your home more than it is before that can happen. Harry must be kept safe. Either way, Albus, Molly demanded. You have a week or I will remove him myself. There are enough of us to keep him safe. I do not doubt your abilities, Molly, but you would be putting your whole family in danger for Harry. Albus waited a few seconds before continuing. As willing as you and your family are to do that, Harry is not. He would fight you on that. He doesn't need any more lives put at risk for his. I fear that another death could shatter him. I am surprised at how well he has handled the loss of Sirius, to be honest. He took Cedric's death much harder. He has grown up, Albus, Moody suggested. He has been through more since Cedric. It appears he will only get stronger, too. Moody's normal eye turned to Snape, who still held a hand over his wound. The blood had stopped flowing, but the potion master had remained silent after Harry released him. Moody recognized that look well, having worn it only days before. Finally seeing a break in the conversation, Albus voiced his question. Tonks, how close have you and Harry become in the past weeks? What are you trying to ask, Albus? Tonks retorted evenly. How close are you and Harry? I know things he hasn't told others, Tonks admitted, giving little ground. He trusts me because I promised I wouldn't lie to him. I have kept my promise. How about you? What promise are you referring to? Albus asked. That answers my question. Tonks' dismissing response drew quite a few raised eyebrows. What? I know about things that you lot would be shocked to learn. Albus, Harry has told me a lot. Would you care to guess exactly what he has told me? No, I do not think I would. Wise choice, Tonks said. And on where Harry goes, I would suggest you let him decide. You have been here. You have seen how he is reacting to being handled. Harry can make his own choices. does a pretty good job of it too. He is still a boy, Snape spoke up. I would not call him that Snivelous, Tonks said firmly. Next time you might just lose your head. If you couldn't tell, Harry was about to cast the ribbon-severing charm. I think that would have been enough to remove your greasy head. Don't you? Molly gasped, as did a few of the other members. Minerva shook her head in disbelief. Moody smirked and spoke. That was what he was about to do to me, wasn't it? Tonks looked to Moody and smiled. Yep, only he held back more that time. He had a good idea that it was you, but he isn't taking any chances. Alistair, you have withheld something, Albus said. I have. Moody raised his head and smiled appreciatively. I didn't think it was anything to mention. I made a poor tactical choice and nearly lost my head for it. He is quick. Alistair, Albus commanded. Speaking to the room, Moody gave the warning. If Harry tells you to drop your wand or anything else for that matter, I would do it. He had me in the same position as Snape earlier this week. At least I was smart enough not to push him to the point where he almost killed me. Snape looked from Albus to Moody and scowled. He didn't ask me to do anything. You had been warned not to insult his family, Tonks offered gleefully. I suggest you remember that. Harry is not going to stand for you insulting his parents. If you do it again, I doubt he will stop the spell. You know you will die if he casts that spell at that range. He can't kill, Snape said forcefully. He is too weak, too good to kill. Things change, Snape, Tonks said. She looked around the room, finding many surprised expressions. Harry had faith that we could protect him before. Now he knows that we can't. He is fighting for his life, and he will do what he has to do to live. I believe that the goody-goody Harry died in the Ministry along with Sirius. Now the survivor Harry is what is left. I'm sure Moody and Snape can explain what that Harry looks like and what he is capable of. What happened to Harry? Albus asked aloud. Look at his life and ask what you would be like, Albus, Tonks said. Now I have had enough fun down here. I had better go upstairs and check on the others. Evening all. Tonks bounced up the stairs and searched out Harry. She chose the Point Me spell and found Harry in Sirius's old room. His friends were laughing and joking with him. More than once, Ron replayed Snape's response to Harry, earning him laughs and cheers. Tonks, Harry announced buoyantly. Come sit down. Tonks saw a small place between Harry and Ginny on the bed. Ginny smiled and moved over a little more while smirking devilishly. Tonks beamed to all in the room and made her way over to the bed. As she sat down, Ginny shifted towards Harry, knocking Tonks into Harry and nearly off the bed in the process. The twins hooted and Ron laughed as Tonks slowly got off of Harry and settled into the newly wider spot Ginny had offered in the beginning. Ginny was laughing at the situation she had created. I am sure Harry doesn't need you to throw yourself at him like that, Tonks, Ron said with a lopsided smirk. Nah, Fred began. I think our Harry really likes the women, George continued, on top of him. He was never that smooth with the ladies, Fred finished. Smiling, Tonks replied, I think Harry can handle the women just fine. He has those Quidditch hands, so you know. Tonks left the statement open. The men laughed, giving Tonks a chance to discreetly elbow Ginny in the side, earning an oof from the sneaky girl. Tonks smiled widely when Ginny looked at her innocently. So what did they say down there? Harry asked Tonks. More of the same, Tonks said. But Moody agreed that they should let you do what you want, or they would get more of what happened to Snape. That was brilliant, Harry, Ron complimented. Could you do it again before you leave? That depends on him, Ron, Harry replied. Now how are things with you guys? The night continued with Harry hearing about the burrow and the normal things that occurred there. He was happy and relaxed when Tonks tapped him on the shoulder, showing him the time. I guess it is time to leave, Harry said. He wished them good night, shaking hands with the twins, smacking Ron on the back, and hugging Ginny. Tonks waved to everyone and gave Ginny a fake scowl before following Harry down the stairs. Most of the Order members had already left, but a few remained. Snape was still in the same corner he had retreated to when Harry released him. Evening, Harry told the room. Most of the people in the room smiled and waved, but Snape walked towards Harry. His lips were tight and set as he held out his hand. Confused and not sure what he wanted, Harry waited until Snape spoke. "My wand, Potter." "Oh," Harry said. He had forgotten that he still had Snape's wand in his pocket. He pulled it out and handed it to the potion's master tip first. Snape snatched it out of his hand quickly, but kept the point away from Harry. The overgrown bat made a hasty retreat from the House of Black. Harry watched him go while waiting for an attack until the door closed. Well, that was uncomfortable. "You need to work on your understatements." "Awry," Hagrid said, smiling like he had found a baby dragon recently. "I do not care what he thinks or wants as long as he doesn't do or say anything around me." Harry nodded his head to confirm his position as he spoke. "Well, shall we leave then, Tonks?" "Sure, Harry," Tonks answered. They left the house, and once the door was closed, they apparated to the back garden of number 4. Eventful night, wouldn't you agree, Nymph? "Quite, Harry." "Sorry about the name slip. I messed up." "No problem, Harry. You said what you said and you meant it. Now I just need to reward you for standing up for me. What would you like?" They entered the kitchen and walked up the stairs. They never noticed Vernon sitting in his chair in the living room. He followed them with fierce eyes, nodding every motion. "I am not sure," Harry said, looking like a confused 15-year-old. "Maybe we could kiss or something." Once Harry closed his door and put up a silencing charm, Tonks grabbed him and threw him on the bed. "Or I can snog the life out of you among other things." Tonks kissed him deeply and passionately. She explored his mouth as if her own life depended on it. When they finally came up for air, Harry managed to squeak out, "Or we could do that," before Tonks pounced on him again. Their clothes were tossed off as they became more and more involved. Hedwig had left the room when Tonks' bra nearly hit her in the head. She squawked once as she took fight out of the window. Tonks tested Harry's stamina a few times, that night earning her the same treatment in return. The sheets were firmly wrapped around them when sleep took them after a very tiring and stressful day. 10. Potter Estate. With a soft crack, Minerva McGonagall appeared on Privet Drive. The all-business professor strode from the cover of the trees and bushes in the park towards number 4. She had traveled this very same path years ago, only in feline form. "Why does it feel like I am returning to the scene of the crime?" As early as it was, Minerva kept an eye open for any muggles who might be out. She saw none on her trip to the Dursleys. "I should have checked up on him. I will never forgive myself. Lily has always been my favorite. I should have taken better care of her son. I can never forgive myself." Reaching her destination, she searched for Dung, who was supposed to be on duty. She heard muffled snores from near the garden wall she had sat on when Dumbledore had arrived that fateful night. "Good-for-nothing drunk." Minerva shook her head, trying to refrain from cursing the hopeless man. She looked up at the dull-looking house. She never understood how muggles could enjoy living in such boring places. Not a single place on the block had any real character. Everything was the same. Every house had the same appearance and feel to it. How can Harry Potter live here? How could I have left him here with them? Ignoring the self-hatting thoughts, Minerva advanced towards the door. Hearing a crack behind and to the left of her, she spun around and leveled her wand at the source of the noise. Dung's snores continued on unaffected. What, or rather who, Minerva saw nearly brought a smile to her face. Molly Weasley stormed towards the front door. Her apron flapping in her wake and her wand already out, she looked ready to do battle. Clearing her throat, Minerva lowered her wand. Molly continued on unfettered. "Molly," said Minerva. Molly stopped and turned to the voice. "Professor, I didn't see you there." Molly looked around the yard as if she knew she wasn't supposed to be there in the first place. "Molly, after nearly 7 children, I believe we are on a first-name basis. The twins' first year should have proven to you that much." Molly looked guiltily at the grass beneath her feet. "Minerva, yes, I remember those days. If only things were as bad as a few pranks and some stolen knickers." "If only," Minerva offered sadly. Changing the mood, Molly asked a tentative question. "What are you doing here, Minerva?" Unable to stop her forceful snort, Minerva let it flow into a deep chuckle. "It would appear the same thing as you, Molly." Minerva motioned to the wand in Molly's hand. "Coming to check up on Harry." Molly looked at her wand and sighed mournfully. In a heartbeat, Minerva. I love the boy as if he was my own. I would protect him with my life if I had to. Taking a breath and speaking with grim determination, he is my kid. That is all there is to it. He has no one else. He has that way about him, doesn't he? Minerva asked, already knowing the answer. He got that from his parents. James could infuriate you 1 minute and charm you the next. If Lily hadn't captured his eye, the wizarding world would have had a dangerous rogue on their hands. No women would have been safe. And I know I couldn't have said no to Lily if she asked me for something. So sweet and lovely. Minerva stopped and dabbed at her eyes with her hand. I find myself doing that more often, Molly. Whenever I think about her, or increasingly when I think about Harry, he has been through so much. How can you not? I understand, Minerva. Molly moved to her and wrapped a consoling arm around the tall woman's waist. A few tears fell from Molly's eyes as well. They were a family of 3. We are a family of 9, well 10. How many of my Bobbies am I going to lose? I didn't know his parents very well, but I have never heard anything bad from anyone except Severus. There is someone who should steer clear of Mr. Potter for the near future, Minerva said with a slight smile. I will deny it if asked, but Severus had better learn to choose his words more carefully around Harry. I was afraid that Harry was going to cast that spell last night. I think he almost did, Minerva. I have never seen Harry that cold. I thought for a minute that he was going to kill Severus. Did you see Tonks? Minerva asked. I think she half expected Harry to do it. She has become another determined friend of the boy. I think you know all about that condition, am I correct? Ah, I believe I do. Molly nodded her head in affirmation, laughing at the thought. We are a rather pro-Harry household, aren't we? Bill finds him respectable and driven, and his friendship with the goblins has only increased Harry's standing with him. Charlie loves his daring, and he bested a dragon no less at 14. Percy, well, we won't mention his ideals. The twins love his disregard for the rules. I know that boy has something to do with their business, but I do not know exactly how much. Ron is his best friend. You know how they are. And Ginny, well, she has had a crush on him since she first heard his story when she was toddler. Meeting him in person, not to mention the events of her first year, only made her infatuation worse. I am afraid that she will never get over the boy who lived. Not an easy thing to do for a young woman. Arthur loves him like a son. All this duty with the ministry has only made Arthur more appreciative. Enough of dodging the matter at hand, Minerva redirected the conversation. We are here to see if the treatment of Harry is as bad as he has said. What are your plans if it is? I will curse them every way from Sunday and take Harry home where he belongs. What about you? I plan to lecture the Muggles and maybe use a little magic and help Harry move in with you. I am glad to see we are in agreement then. After you, Minerva. Thank you, Molly. Minerva walked the rest of the way to the front door. Molly raised a hand to knock, but Minerva pulled it down, raising her wand instead. She unlocked the door and entered the very organized house. Good thinking, Minerva. I would have banged on the door until someone opened it. If you know what you want, go for it. I learned that from a Slytherin I dated many moons ago. Among other things, Minerva stopped speaking and tried to regain her composure. Minerva, Molly said, barely able to control her own shock. I would be very interested in hearing about that story. I have said too much, Molly. Now it appears that everyone is asleep. We should go find Harry in case he wakes up from us moving around. His actions during the last 2 meetings tell me that he will act first, then figure things out later. Let us check upstairs. Minerva swept her arm up the stairs but drifted off when she spotted the cupboard under the stairs with a bolt on it. Is that the cupboard? I believe so, Molly offered. The twins came and took him from here before Harry's 2nd year. They mentioned a cupboard. The 2 women opened the cupboard and found dust and cobwebs covering a broken cot. Boxes and other things cluttered up the small space. Initials could be seen carved into the wood on the far wall. Those bloody people, Molly shouted. How could they? Shush, Minerva said, listening for sounds upstairs. Harry has turned out to be who he is regardless of this. Remember that if you must. They closed the door to the cupboard and walked up the stairs. Minerva cast silencing spells on every step before they used it, and they made their way to the top floor. Minerva stopped and pointed to the cat flap on the door. What is this doing here? I believe they used to feed him through that one summer, Molly said sadly. She looked to the usually calm teacher and found her to be far from it. They used a cat door to feed Harry. Minerva looked down the hall and scowled fiercely. It might be best if I stayed away from the muggles, Molly. I won't do any better, Minerva, Molly said, pointing to the row of locks on the outside of the door before them. They lock him in. How can they do that to Harry, the poor thing? I will kill them, Minerva. I will do it and I don't care. We are getting too emotional about this, Minerva said, calming herself again. Harry is fine. At least we have an idea of what it was like for him. I understand so much more about him now than I did. Shall we talk to Harry now? Yes, I want to hear all about this place and those people. We can hurt them later. By agreement, the women turned the knob and pushed the door open. They were not prepared for the sight that met them. The messy tuft of hair was easily identifiable, but the brown hair was not. The sheets covered both of the people who were wrapped up in themselves in a very friendly manner. Mr. Potter, Harry, was said at the same time by two different people. Bright green eyes shot open and searched out two familiar shapes hovering above the bed. Thoughts raced through Harry's head, but only one vocalized. Fuck, Harry said as he grabbed for his glasses and placed them on his face, bringing the room into sharp view. Immediately, he didn't know which way was better, blurry or in focus. Morning, Professor Mrs. Weasley. How are you doing today? Harry, Molly shrieked. What are you doing? I was sleeping, but now I am not, Harry offered lamely. Mr. Potter, Minerva stated in her professor tone. Who is that in bed with you? Well, I am not sure I should tell you. Harry looked through the curtain of hair and found Tonks' eyes shining up at him. She smirked and slowly brought her hand up and brushed the hair away from her face. She smiled meekly at the two women standing over them. Who are you? Molly demanded, pointing her wand at Tonks. Minerva inhaled from shock. Nymphadora Tonks, explain yourself. Nymphadora, Molly said, trying to put everything together. Tonks shifted back to her normal self and smiled up at them again. Watcher. Tonks, shrieked Molly again. What in the bloody hell is going on here? Tonks, you haven't grown up one bit, have you? Minerva said in her teacher and authoritative voice. Hi, Molly, Tonks said brightly. No, Professor, I haven't and I don't think I ever will, she said to Minerva. Get out of that bed this instant, young lady, Molly yelled. Well, Harry fumbled. If you would give us a few minutes alone, we will speak to you then. Why on earth would you need a few minutes? Molly yelled again. Because, Minerva said, blushing, pointing at the floor, desk, and Hedwig's cage. Their clothes are scattered around the room. Molly looked around the room and saw all the various articles of clothing. She saw the owl cage and didn't know what to say about the bra lying across the perch. She saw Hedwig sitting on the back of the desk chair. Hedwig hooted at Molly and gave Harry an evil look. Sorry, girl, but you know, things happened, and Tonks burst into laughter, forcing everyone to look at her. You are in so much trouble, Harry, Tonks said between laughs. Yes, he is, Molly yelled again. Not from you, but from Hedwig. He is so whipped it is laughable. Hedwig hooted again and turned her gaze to Tonks, shutting her up quickly. I am not the only one, Nymph, Harry said, smirking. You realize that she owns both of us, right? Well, it could be worse, Tonks admitted, looking into Harry's eyes. Clearing her throat, Minerva spoke up. It could be worse. It could be, I guess, Tonks relented, but I am not sure how much worse it could be. Either way, if you could give us a few minutes to get dressed, we can talk things over then. Molly looked over the pair and saw Harry holding Tonks tightly as if protecting her. Tonks smiled up at her and winked. You said you found a man. I did, Tonks answered. It just happens to be Harry. Now, unless you want a full view of us, you might want to leave the room. We will be waiting downstairs for our discussion, Minerva said efficiently. She guided a confused and shocked Molly out of the room and down the stairs. Well, not exactly how I wanted people to find out about us, Harry stated. Not the people I wanted to find us either, especially not like this. But it was funny, Tonks mumbled as she kissed Harry deeply. When they broke the kiss, they started getting dressed. Funny or not, Harry began as the door burst open to reveal a fuming Vernon Dursley. What is all the blasted racket? He stopped speaking when he saw Tonks slipping on her shirt. I knew it, you and your bloody whore. He grabbed Harry by the shoulders and threw him out of the room and into the hallway wall. Harry crumpled to the ground hard as Vernon made to grab Tonks. The noise had caused Minerva and Molly to race back up the stairs. They saw Harry slowly getting to his feet and could hear noise from Harry's room. Things were getting broken and grunts could be heard. Tonks jumped out of the room and ran to stand next to Harry. If you touch him, I will kill you. Where is your stick, bitch? Vernon roared as he emerged in the doorway wielding the leg to the desk chair. No stick, no magic, I know that. You know nothing, uncle, Harry yelled from the floor. He got to his feet and saw Tonks had a cut on her arm. You're bleeding. I will do more than that, boy, Vernon said, advancing on Harry with fury on his face. Harry's mood darkened, and he felt his hate well up inside of him. Tonks had been hurt, and it was going to happen again. He waved his hand, and Vernon's leg shattered with an echoing crunch. The vicious man fell to the ground, instantly screaming in pain. Look, uncle, no wand, Harry said venomously as he stalked towards his uncle. Harry summoned his and Tonks' wands from the room. He gave Tonks hers and put his in the waistband of his pants since he never had a chance to put on his shirt. Give me one reason not to kill you. Fucking worthless brat, Vernon shouted between his grunts of pain. Wrong answer, Harry shouted and kicked Vernon in the chest. I warned you never to insult Tonks again. It goes without saying that you were never to touch her. Harry pulled his wand in a blur and leveled it at his uncle. Avada. Harry, Tonks said calmly, placing her hand on his right arm. Please do not kill him for me. If you are going to kill him, do it for you and what he has done to you all these years. Harry stopped the incantation. A sickly green light remained twisting on his wand, waiting for the final word. You owe your life to Tonks, Vernon. I wanted to kill you. She saved you. Never forget that. Harry took a deep breath. We are leaving, Tonks. Harry looked at Vernon closely. He fired a stunner at Vernon with all the strength and magic he could. The hallway was bathed in a red glow, nearly blinding those in it. Should last a few hours. Minerva and Molly stood at the top of the steps completely dumbfounded. In the last 10 minutes, they had seen Harry in bed with Tonks, heard him thrown into the wall by his uncle, saw him cast wandless magic, nearly kill said uncle, and they felt the strength of Harry's spells pass over them. Their wands hung limply by their sides in shock. Turning to Petunia, Harry told her simply what was going to happen. His leg is shattered, and he will be unconscious for a while. I wish him a very dreadful existence. I wish you goodbye. No more, no less. We are leaving as soon as we get our stuff collected. You had better hope the wards will protect you after I leave, or the Death Eaters will torture you badly before they ultimately kill you. Harry pointed his wand at Vernon's body and swept it down the hall in one fluid motion, tossing the man down the hall and out of his way. Nymph, let's pack up. We are leaving. Got it, Harry. Tonks gave Petunia a sharp look before re-entering Harry's room and started gathering their things. She directed all of their clothes into her work trunk and put the other items into Harry's. His normal trunk was full of the things he never unpacked from school, leaving little room for new things. Molly and Minerva looked into the room, but did not enter. They watched as Harry moved about the room, gathering up his belongings using magic without hesitation. When he pulled up the loose floorboard, the women knew that he had always been a prisoner at Privet Drive. Harry carefully placed the items, filling the limited room in his school trunk and scanning the room once, then twice, before gathering up Hedwig in her cage. We are leaving, girl. No more Dursleys to put up with anymore. You can go where you want and do what you want now. Would you like that? Hedwig gave a hoot in agreement. Tonks closed the trunks and shrunk them before placing them in their respective cloaks. She looked for anything that had been overlooked. She cast summoning charms, checking for any forgotten items that were important. She reversed the charm on the bed, shrinking it back to its normal broken-down state and laughing as the parts of the destroyed chair fell to the floor. She turned and pushed past Minerva and Molly walking down the stairs and spreading their things out in the living room. Harry gave the room one last passing glance and turned to leave. He stopped when he saw the expressions on the women's faces. "You are new to this, but this is how my life has been since I can remember. I knew it would come to this, but no one ever listened. Tonks and I have been prepared to leave here since the first week. Now, if you will make it the living room, we can all talk a bit before we leave." Listening to the direct words Harry gave, Minerva and Molly walked down the stairs still in a state of shock. Harry gave Petunia one last pathetic look before turning away in disgust. Once all magical people were in the living room, Harry sighed and stretched. Cracks could be heard from his back and neck. "And I woke up in such a good mood, too," Harry said absent-mindedly. "Well, you didn't come here for the show." Minerva watched Tonks move through the remaining items she had laid out. Slowly, everything was disappearing into one of the trunks. "I am not sure where to start, Harry," she said, confused. "I like the beginning," Harry offered. "How about you start there?" "Well, we came to see if things were as bad as you made them out to be last night. Obviously, it is worse." "We have our good days and our bad days," Harry said offhandedly. "And which was this, Harry dear?" Molly asked. "It was the last day," Harry said firmly. "I am out of here. I will not stay. You saw what happened and almost happened." "You are going to be expelled, Harry," Molly cried with worry. "Nope," Harry answered her concerns. "The only people who know what happened are in this house. If you say nothing, no one else will find out." "Harry," Minerva started, "it doesn't work like that." "Yes, actually, it does," Harry said evenly. "If you can't keep it quiet, we will be forced to memory charm you." Harry drew his wand, as did Tonks, who had stopped her previous actions. Both women found themselves at the business end of friendly wands which were not so friendly at that moment. "Harry," Molly didn't know what to do. "This is not you. Are you under a spell or something?" "Imperious doesn't work on me, Mrs. Weasley." Harry looked to both women. "I want your word, magically binding, that you will not speak of what happened here to anyone." "If we refuse," Minerva tested. "We wipe your memories." Harry left no room for debate. "Your choice, but I will tell you that I haven't practiced the spell before. I might stuff it up and that would bother me since I like both of you." "I can do it, Harry," Tonks offered without a hint of remorse. "Tonks," Molly pleaded, "what have you done to Harry?" "I did nothing but treat him as an equal, which is less than he deserves and more than anyone else has ever done. He is taking control of his life and we just have to accept that. If I can help him, I will. You came here because you care about him. I was here because I care about him too." "You did more than care, Tonks," Molly accused. "You are too old for him." 6 years or so isn't that much," Tonks defended herself. "I am here because Harry wants me here. If he wants me to leave, then I will." "I want Nymph here, well, not here," Harry said, waving his wand around the room. "But here with me. I like her and she makes me feel good. I enjoy being with her and she has helped me this summer. Above all, she has been honest with me and right now that means a lot to me. Now, your word or Tonks charms you both." "I accept," Minerva said, shocking Molly at how fast she relented to being forced into the arrangement. "I swear, with all my magic, that I will not speak of today's events with anyone who does not already know about them." A small shimmer appeared around the firm woman as she finished her words. "Molly," Tonks prompted. Not sure what other option she had, she recited the same words. Harry and Tonks stored their wands away once everyone seemed to be agreed. Harry stepped forward and hugged Molly tightly. Once done, he gave Minerva a more formal hug. "Now, what questions did you have?" "How long have you and Tonks been intimate?" Molly asked haltingly. "Since the beginning of summer," Harry said without hesitation. "She has helped me a lot. As you could tell upstairs, I can get a little protective of her." "Harry," Minerva looked to Tonks and back to Harry. "What spells did you use on your uncle, and how did you do it without your wand?" "Ever efficient," Harry said to himself out loud. "I used the bone-exploding charm and a stunner. I seem to have a knack for wandless casting. We discovered that this summer, too." Harry smiled at Tonks, who returned it warmly. "How is the ministry not going to find out?" Minerva continued. Can't answer that, sorry, Professor. Harry honestly looked remorseful. Where are you going to go, dear? Molly asked, eager and hopeful. I am sorry, but not to the burrow, Harry frowned sadly. I don't want you in danger like that. I would love to, but with the Death Eaters and Voldemort out there, I can't risk it. Where will you go then? Molly was becoming hysterical. To somewhere I should have gone to years ago. I just found out about it and I can't wait to see it. Now we must really be getting along. Harry stood up from the trunk he had sat on and helped Tonks up as well. He looked into her eyes and found acceptance and affection. He leaned forward and kissed her quickly. Thank you, Nymph. My pleasure, Harry. She smiled and winked at Minerva and Molly, earning her 2 reproachful stares. Harry fished out his portkey ring and held it out for Tonks to grab onto. He reached out to grab onto Hedwig's cage. This won't be fun, girl, but please just trust me. Hedwig gave him a questioning look, but puffed out her feathers in defiance of anything bad that could happen. I will take that as I am ready then. Harry, is that a portkey? Minerva asked. Yep. The Ministry has more important things to worry about right now than one portkey being used. I wouldn't worry about it if I was you. I will be at the order meetings and all of that. The only thing changing is my home address. Cheers. Tonks smiled and grabbed onto the ring, taking them, and their belongings away from the Dursleys' living room. Your address along with your entire attitude, Mr. Potter. Minerva said the empty space in front of her. What just happened, Minerva? Molly, we were just forced into an agreement with Harry Potter, aided by Nymphadora Tonks. If this is what Harry is going to be like, I doubt the magical world is ready for it. I know that Albus surely isn't. What can we do? Nothing I can think of. Harry made sure that what happened here would not be spread by us. I only hope he knows what he is doing. He was going to kill his uncle, wasn't he? Yes, he was, Minerva answered. He isn't the same frightened little boy who didn't know the first thing about magic. He didn't even know how to get to the train, Molly reminisced. I wanted to take him home with me right then and there and teach him everything he missed out on. He was such a sweet boy. He did hug us before he left. He has never initiated hugs before. That would be Tonks' influence. She is much more forward with things like that. This morning was such a flashback to her school days. What do you mean? Tonks is not unfamiliar to being caught in someone's bed. I had caught her a few times while she was in school. That hussy is with Harry. Molly, Tonks had a rough time growing up. Her abilities made it nearly impossible for her to find someone who truly cared about her. That fact that she was her real self proves that she cares about Harry more than she let on. Playful as she is, I believe she really cares about him. She had better not hurt him, or I will hunt her down, mark my words, Molly said vehemently. Minerva thought seriously about the situation before answering Molly's threat. I think they are good for each other. She felt Molly's eyes bore into her head. Both want to be loved for who they are, not what they are. One acts younger than she is, and the other acts older than he is. Together, they might be able to be who they really are and find acceptance. I accept them just fine. Yes, but one level of acceptance is beyond your ability to offer. They seem to have no problem with that one, considering the state of his room when we walked in. The tension slipping away for a moment, Molly laughed at the picture in her head. Clothes everywhere, even in the owl cage. What about the nasty muggle upstairs? Molly's grip on her wand tightened in anger. Minerva looked at the ceiling and sighed before answering. He made his bed, let him lie in it. Molly nodded and smiled. Care for some tea? Ginny and Ron won't be up for a few more hours. Excellent suggestion, Molly. After you. They left the house and never looked back. Harry and Tonks arrived on a single lane, dirt path. In the distance, a stone and wrought iron gate could be seen. Trees lined the path on both sides, providing a very picturesque scene. The wind blew gently, and the leaves in the trees rustled slightly. Harry, Tonks said nervously, I have to go somewhere, not here, somewhere else now, right now. Nymph, Harry yelled as he jumped towards and grabbed onto Tonks' arm. Nymph, it is okay. Just hold on to me. Don't let go. There is a repelling charm on the area surrounding the property. That is why you feel the urge to leave. It is more than an urge, Harry, Tonks said, clearly distressed. I feel better, but I still don't want to be here. I think it will get worse before it gets better. Just hold on to my hand until I figure out how to protect you from the ward. My dad's letter mentioned that there should be a journal on it inside the house. What house, Harry? Tonks' distress seemed to remain constant, but she was visibly weakening every minute. Let's get you inside the grounds at least. Harry led the way after giving Tonks Hedwig's cage and levitating their stuff ahead of them. They walked, or in Tonks' case, was dragged up the lane. Reaching the gate, Harry reached out and touched the metal lock. With a shimmer, the gate opened, revealing lush grounds and a worn cobblestone road. Harry followed the road to a roundabout nestled in front of an elegant home. In the center of the roundabout was a fountain with water shooting out of a griffin's mouth. Harry stopped walking and stood in place. He felt odd, not confused but settled. Something seemed right, but he didn't know what it was. All he could think was that he was home. He felt like he was home. I am home. Harry wore a lost look about his face as he stared in wonder. A faint smile grew to replace the lost appearance. I am home. I don't know how, but I am home. The house seemed to be a collection of various pieces added on to each other over time. The dominant feature of the manor was a stone tower that stood at least 5 levels above the ground. The battlements atop the tower had a worn but well-kept look about them. Closer to the ground, and on the left side of the structure, was a slightly aged, modest, 2-story addition composed of stone and timber. While the tower looked to be at least 900 years old, the addition couldn't be more than 400 years old. On the right side of the tower, a much newer addition had been added. To an untrained eye, it couldn't have been older than 100 years, but it matched the other pieces very well while giving the entire structure an overall updated look. Off of the newest addition, Harry saw a row of garage doors slightly hidden by a copse of bushes. The main entrance was in the newest addition, and Harry started walking towards it, leaving their belongings behind and dragging Tonks and Hedwig forward. Advancing on the home, Harry could see a pair of solid oak doors with iron accents blocked entrance to the home. On either side of the doorway hung aged and blackened oil lamps. Above the doors was a magnificent timbered arch with the words, Potter Estate, carved ornately into the wood. Harry rounded the sputtering fountain, dragging Tonks behind him with an irritated Hedwig bouncing along in her cage. Harry was pulled by an unseen force to the building. He couldn't think of anything but getting into the house. A screech from nearby echoed across the grounds, reverberating off some old-growth trees on the southern edge of the property. Harry stopped suddenly at the noise, leaving Tonks to run into him, and Hedwig made an unhappy sound from being knocked into the side of the cage. Harry looked in the direction the sound came from to find a massive griffin running towards them. Harry put himself between the animal and Tonks. He drew his wand and readied for an attack. Tonks, is that Vincent? Harry asked, nearly panicking. I don't think so. Vincent is smaller, isn't he? The griffin ran right up to Harry and stopped right before running him over. The creature screeched again, hurting Harry's ears. He didn't know what to do, so he waited with a shield spell on his lips and another in his mind. The massive animal clawed at the ground, viciously sending sod and dirt flying behind it. It sounded again, and Harry could swear that the glass in the windows above him rattled. Harry and Tonks slowly retreated from the doorway, backing away from the clearly irritated creature. The main doors opened, and a house elf scurried out of them. The elf wore a neatly pressed, plain, dark gray dress. The elf looked well-fed and very sure of itself as it advanced on the griffin which towered over it. What you making noises for, Jules? Snapped the elf. Stupid griffin yelling 'bout everything. You lucky the funny muggles can't. Here, you. The elf drifted off as she turned to see Harry holding his wand at the ready and Tonks fighting both herself and Harry to escape. Master James? The elf asked, but stopped almost as soon as the words left her hopeful lips. Master Harry! The elf screamed and ran to Harry, almost knocking him over when she impacted his legs. The elf began to weep and held on to Harry's legs as tightly as she could, mumbling about Masters Harry and James and Mistress Lily. Harry would have laughed had the griffin not followed the elf and been staring him down at that very second. Harry said, not sure how to address the blubbering elf. This is great and all, but the griffin looks like it wants to kill me. Could you, fix that, please? The elf looked up at Harry and gave a watery smile. Master Harry is as nice as Mistress Lily always was. She turned to the griffin but didn't let go of Harry. Jules, be nice. This is Master Harry. You stop making noises. The elf turned back to Harry and held on to him again. Jules looked at the elf and back up at Harry. She sniffed at Harry a few times, with each time getting more forceful. After a series of sniffs, the griffin visibly relaxed and lowered to the grass. It nudged Harry with its beak, seeking some attention. Harry did the only thing he could and petted it as he had done with Vincent. How many griffins do we have? Harry asked under his breath. We is having 2 griffins, Master Harry, the excited elf announced loudly. Vincent is watching the chamber and Jules is watching here. I is so happy you is returning, Master Harry. I is being so lonely with only Jules and Paul to talk to. They is not very talking. Mistress Lily loved to talk. I don't mean to be rude, but my friend is not keyed into the wards, so she is having a terrible time. Do you think you could get me the journal on the house, please? Tonks still fought against the wards, and Harry had a nasty bruise forming from her ever-tightening grip. Jules seemed somewhat pacified from Harry's attention and had settled near the front door, blocking entrance to the home. The elf looked up at Harry and smiled widely before letting go and snapping her fingers, disappearing from the grounds. Harry turned to Tonks and helped her to a sitting position before she collapsed. Harry pulled her shivering body to him and held her tightly as she moaned slightly from the effects of the ward. The elf reappeared next to him, bouncing on her feet, holding out an old, worn book. Harry grabbed it with his right hand and tipped it open. He quickly looked at each page as he flipped through them, searching for the right one. He found the necessary information about halfway through the book. He scanned the process needed and started saying the words while moving his wand over Tonks. Once he finished, Tonks stopped shaking badly and sort of drifted off to sleep in his arms. "Nymph?" Harry asked worriedly. He felt her head and shook her shoulders lightly. "Your friend be fine in a while, Master Harry," the elf said, still jumping in place. Harry kissed her head and stood up, bringing Tonks with him. He lifted her into his arms and she snuggled into him. I don't know your name, but could you show me a comfortable place to put her?" "Yes, Master Harry," the elf said, bowing low and sweeping her arm towards the open doors behind Jules. "Jules, you move for Master Harry and his friend." Jules stood slowly as Harry approached and sniffed him and Tonks before moving out of the way, allowing entry. The elf led them through the doorway and into a granite-tiled foyer. The stones shined from the light coming in the door and from the medieval-looking chandelier hanging above them. A dark wooden staircase to their right ascended to the next level, opening into an ornate hallway that disappeared from view as Harry continued to follow the elf. She led them from the foyer through tall double doors into a deep room with a few couches and a massive fireplace that would be at home in Hogwarts. Harry carefully settled Tonks onto the softest-looking couch. He laid her head on a fluffy pillow the elf brought to him at just the right time. Tonks' head slowly sunk into the pillow, and as she curled up slightly, Harry pulled a folded blanket from the back of the couch and draped it over Tonks, tucking her in with it. He smoothed it over her body and brushed the hair off of her normal face. The intimate gesture led Harry to kiss her lightly on the forehead before standing and looking at the elf, waiting not so patiently for him. Hi," Harry said nervously. "I am Harry, and please call me Harry. I am not fond of master or any other formalities, just Harry is fine." "Harry is so much like Mistress Lily," the elf replied, looking reminiscent. "Mistress wouldn't let Ticky call her mistress, no matter how much Ticky asked to. Master James always laughed at Mistress and Ticky." "Okay, so you're Ticky?" Harry asked, trying to get all the names correct. "I is Ticky, Harry, sir." "No sirs either. Just call me Harry. First off, how long will Nymph be like this?" "Nymph will be asleep for an hour, maybe more." "All right, now if my mum wouldn't let you call her mistress before, why can you call her it now?" "Mistress Lily never ordered Ticky not to call her mistress after she died. I choose to call her mistress now." Harry smiled sadly at the reverent mentioning of his mum. "I don't remember her. Ticky, could you tell me about her, stories, or really anything sometime. Tikky be happy to, Harry. What would Harry like to hear? Right now, Harry said, sitting down in front of Tonks and rubbing her shoulder. I would like to hear about this place and who Paul is. Paul is first elf. Paul served Master James' father. Master James never took personal elf, so Paul's still first elf. I'm Mistress Lily's elf. I play with baby Harry when Mistress need time for things. Baby Harry like me. Tikky smiled a wide smile at Harry as she told the story. Paul and I stay here when Master and Mistress left. Tikky never saw Mistress again until after it happened. Tikky cry for month. Paul never been same. Harry breathed deeply at those words. What do you know about that night? I need to know. Paul and Tikky know something bad happen. We feel when happen. We get to hide away and Dumbledore be there with Big Man. Dumbledore take baby Harry and give to Big Man. We not allowed to visit baby Harry. Tikky cry. Paul and Tikky bring Master and Mistress here and bury Master and Mistress. Tikky never cries so bad. They are here, Harry asked, both hesitant and unable to contain himself. Where did you bury them? Master and Mistress bury in family grave. Grave in back near stables where Jules sleeps. Harry closed his eyes and took in deep breaths while he thought over the idea of visiting his parents' graves. Thank you for doing that, Tikky. Harry patted Tikky's arm before looking at Tonks, who still slept quietly. As the morning continued until nearly lunchtime, Tikky told Harry about his parents and what life was like at Potter Estate. Harry learned that his first birthday party was a large affair involving many people at another location they used for events where non-family members would attend. Tikky had described an intense battle with baby Harry concerning accidental magic and the cake. By the end, the cake ultimately lost the fight, and Tikky had to change her dress. Harry found out that the Potters left the estate to protect it from further probing by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The estate had been kept secret since the Middle Ages, and James did not want to be the Potter to expose it. The cottage that was destroyed that fateful night had been used as a local presence in the nearby community. The Fidelius charm had been an idea of Dumbledore's to hide the Potters. Tikky told Harry about the night she brought Lily back to Potter Estate for the last time. The poor elf had to pause multiple times to regain control of herself. Harry finally stopped the retelling by giving the elf a hug. Harry didn't know why he had to hear the story, but he couldn't force Tikky to relive the experience since it was so traumatizing for her. As he consoled Tikky, Harry looked around the room, finding sun shining through the windows, lighting the hardwood floors and the painted ceiling. The dark red drapes nearly glowed from the sunlight, and faint specks of dust floating in the air were illuminated as they slowly drifted to the floor. Regardless of the circumstances, Harry felt content and at peace with himself. A tremor in the couch caused Harry to turn to Tonks, who was staring up at him with her normal, brilliant eyes. Nymph, this is Tikky. She was my mum's assistant. Tonks smiled at Tikky. My name is Tonks. Please do not call me Nymph or any other variation thereof. Only Harry gets to call me anything other than Tonks. Mistress Tonks, Tikky will be happy to serve you as friend of Harry. No, mistress, please, just Tonks. Tonks changed her appearance to her usual spiky-haired Auror look. Oh, Tonks can be different people, Tikky squealed, bouncing in front of the couch. This most fun. Tikky not know people who do this. A gruff voice from the doorway broke the moment. What you yelling about, Tikky? An old and wrinkled elf pattered into the room. He wore a simple dark gray jacket buttoned once. When he saw Harry sitting on the couch, his eyes widened. Master James, the elf questioned, but seemed to know that wasn't correct. It Harry, Paul. Harry come back to us, Tikky so happy. Master Harry, sir, Paul said, bowing low, nearing touching his nose to the floor. It is just Harry. Paul, pleasure to meet you again, Harry said respectfully. Not him too, Paul commented under his breath. What does Master Harry wish of Paul? It is just Harry, Paul. I am not your master. I am just Harry. Master Harry, Paul has been through this with Mistress Lily. If Mistress Lily could not change Paul, how can you? Paul looked determined, but quite neutral at the same time. What did you call my father? Master James. Did he ask you not to call him master? Only when Mistress Lily was in room. When she leave, Master James would reverse the order. Master James like making Mistress Lily mad at him, Tiki added with a firm head nod. Sounds like something Ron and Hermione would do to get each other worked up, Harry said under his breath, but Tonks heard him. Well, I order you not to call me Master Harry. Harry is fine. Tiki has the same orders. And I am Tonks. Harry can order me to call him Harry, but you cannot, Mistress Tonks. Paul seemed very sure of himself when he informed them of his position. You are to call her Tonks, Paul. Harry provided the necessary authority. Please follow her requests as you would mine. She will be staying here either way, so let's find a way to make this work out, okay? As you wish, Harry, Paul bowed in agreement. Harry groaned quietly at the bow, but let it pass unmentioned. The older elf seemed to be much more set in his ways than Tiki. Harry watched Paul wander around the room looking slightly lost and out of place. Harry could see similarities between Paul and Creature. After some small talk, Paul excused himself to return to his duties outside. Tiki explained that she took care of the house, and Paul handled the grounds. Harry asked how things had been going over the years. Tiki informed him that with Paul getting older, they were at the near limit of their abilities, keeping the estate at a respectable level of cleanliness. Harry told them he might know of another elf that could help out. Tiki was quite pleased to hear that until she noticed the dust floating in the air near the window. The last Harry saw of Tiki that morning was her running out of the newly cleaned living room yelling at the dust to go away. Tonks pulled Harry into an embrace and kissed him deeply. Well, you have a home now, Harry. What are you going to do with it? I am going to live in it, Nymph. I am going to simply live in it. This is where I was meant to live. I was supposed to stay here if anything had happened to them. I feel at peace here. I belong here. It is big and old and empty, but I belong here. Maybe that is why I liked Hogwarts so much at night. It is a lot like this place. It has the same feel to it. I know what you mean, Harry. It has a great feel to it, but more than that, you haven't stopped smiling since I woke up. That was a great nap I had. I never want to go through that ward again, though. My bones ached from it. Now, what are the plans? We should probably get the rest of your things before someone notices I am gone. Otherwise, they will stalk you until they find me. Do you know how to get back here now that you are keyed into the wards? I think I know how to get back here now, Tonks thought for a few minutes. Her hair changed from pink to red to purple to black as she thought. Yeah, I know how to get here again. It isn't easy figuring it out, though. Those wards make it nearly impossible to remember the location. And you are permitted to know them, too. I need to read the journal on them so I can figure them out before I leave. I can't rely on a portkey to get here. I need to know the coordinates by heart so I can apparate. We can explore the house when I get back then, Tonks asked. Definitely, Nymph. Well, cheers then. Tonks kissed Harry on the lips, giving him a little tongue in the process, before searching for her way to the front door. A squeal and a crack let Harry know that Jules was still outside and waiting for visitors. He grabbed the book and went outside, finding Jules patiently waiting for Tonks to return. A glint in his eyes told Harry it wasn't going to be a pleasant meeting. Jules, you will be nice to Tonks. Do you understand? Jules looked up before trotting over to Harry and sniffing. Satisfied, she laid down behind Harry and in front of the door. Seeing a good place to wait for Tonks to return, Harry sat down and used Jules as a backrest. Opening the book, Harry started to read about the estate and the protective magic surrounding it. In minutes, Harry decided to focus on the basics and worry about the average stuff later. Another Hermione project, I think. Tonks appeared in her flat and quickly moved to the bedroom, gathering everything she could with a wave of her wand. The corner of the room quickly filled with clothes and other small belongings she planned to take with her. She hesitated over one of her drawers before deciding it was a good idea. 10 minutes later, Tonks had her clothes shrunken and stuffed in a bag. She left the bedroom, but heard a noise come from the living room. Setting the bag down quickly, Tonks tossed a spell into the room and moved to the far wall, waiting for the intruder to reveal himself. A gruff laugh told her what she needed to know. Moody, what in the hell do you think you are doing? Keeping tabs on you, since that's the best chance I have of finding Potter, came the reply from a slowly materializing shape. Whatever do you mean? Tonks asked, moving to the kitchen to ensure that any food left around was disposed of. I know the boy isn't at the house. Funny that I choose today to see if things are really as bad as he said, and what do I find? Not sure. What did you find? Tonks noticed that Moody didn't have his wand out, so she knew that she had a chance to get away if she needed to. I found a rather large muggle, unconscious and with a shattered leg, another nearly hysterical muggle running around the house, and finally a really confused fat one blankly watching the telly trying to ignore everything else. He is always blankly watching the telly, nothing new there. Tonks, what did you do to the muggle? I had to revive him 3 times before he came around. Then I had to silence him to hear myself think. She was no help. I ask again, what did you do to the muggle? Tonks thought it over and decided it was safe to answer honestly. I did nothing, Moody. Now, if you don't mind, I have somewhere to be right now. Tonks gathered her bag and dropped the picture from the hallway into it before closing it up. Where are you going, Tonks? Like I said, somewhere. Tonks, Moody growled, drawing his wand only to be met with another. Where is Potter? Harry is where he wants to be. He is where he should have been from the beginning. Now, I am invited to stay there with him, and I am going to do just that one way or another. Moody sighed and lowered his wand. Fiery and all determination, just like when you started at the academy. Where is he, Tonks? I will not tell you, and even if I could, I wouldn't. You know, he will come looking for me if I don't make it back soon. And why would that scare me? The backyard only worse, Tonks hinted with a smirk. If you thought that was bad, you haven't seen anything yet. He is better than I am, Moody. You know I am no slouch, but compared to him, I am nothing. Moody sighed again. That boy is going to cause so many problems for us. He will only cause problems if you aren't willing to work with him. He will not be controlled. You know as well as I do that he is not the type to be used and controlled. It isn't his personality, nor is it his way. If a side must be chosen amongst the good, I will choose his. Do not make me choose sides. We do not need factions fighting the Dark Lord. That will only make us weaker and easier to kill off. Where is he, Tonks, if for no other reason than to ease my mind? Can't say, Moody. You are not responsible for Harry. He is responsible for himself and anything else he wishes to be. Don't make his life harder. Tonks stepped back and smiled sadly at Moody. Harry is his own person, Alistair. Treat him that way and you will earn more of his respect. Don't waste your time looking for him. Only one person has ever found a Potter when they didn't want to be found and he had inside help. You won't find inside help here. Tonks nodded a goodbye and disapparated with a soft crack, reappearing near the park on Privet Drive. Tonks moved a few feet away before disapparating again and appearing near the Shrieking Shack. She went to other side of the structure before disapparating again to Potter Estate. Tonks planned to appear in the front yard, but felt a solid force push her outside of the grounds, depositing her in the same place where the portkey took her, and Harry to earlier in the day. She didn't feel the same level of urging to leave the area, but Tonks still felt it faintly in the back of her mind. Hurrying along, Tonks moved up the path and came to the gate. She pushed on it and found that it opened slowly for her. Once inside the gate, the urging to leave lessened before disappearing. Tonks saw Jules sitting in front of the door along with Harry. Reaching Harry, Tonks smiled at him, receiving the same in return. Harry looked up to see Tonks standing over him holding a rather full-looking bag. He smiled at her and stood up, patting Jules on the head. "Nymph, did you feel the wards at all?" "It forced me outside of the grounds, and I felt the repelling ward, but it was a lot less than before." "Good, that is how it is supposed to work according to the book. Since you don't have Potter blood in you, you will always feel the ward outside of the property, and you can't apparate inside the grounds. I gave up trying to figure out how they work and just tried to learn how to use them. I swear they are the most confusing things I have ever read. Warding is a specialty most never grasp nor even try. I know little about them other than anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. I only know those from the academy. Oh, speaking of, Moody knows you are gone. He was in my flat waiting to find out where you are. I told him I couldn't tell him and I left." "How did he take it?" "Better than I expected, but not all that surprising. So, where do we start the tour? Well, Nymph, how about the first floor and we work our way up from there? Excellent. Lead the way, Master Harry. Nymphadora, Harry said warningly. Your cheek will only get you into trouble. I might let Jules have a go at you if you continue to be unpleasant. Tonks smirked and on her tiptoes pulled Harry's head down to her level. I would rather you have a go at me, Harry. That sounds a lot more enjoyable to me. Tonks grabbed his bum before she picked up her bag and started around Jules, who remained lying on the ground. Minx. No, Tonks, but I will forgive your mistake just this once. Tease then, Harry called after her before catching up and twirling her around in the air. You may get what you want if you aren't careful. Threat or a promise, Harry? Tonks looked hungrily into Harry's eyes. Both, Harry replied, slowly knowing he was making a deal with a she-devil. He wasn't disappointed by Tonks' reaction to his words. She smirked and licked her lips before walking into the house, swaying her bum most noticeably. I am in trouble. The tour revealed the living room and foyer they had already seen. The ornate dining hall, immediately off the living room, shimmered from all the crystal glassware and golden plates and goblets set about the long table. Harry counted 20 places arranged on the table, which could have been expanded to hold another 6 people. The room was bright and overly clean compared to what Harry had come to expect from similar Hogwarts furnishings. Next, they found the kitchen, which looked to be a miniature version of Hogwarts' kitchen. Tiki found them messing about the kitchen and quickly ushered them back into the hallway as nicely as she could. Tonks laughed as Harry tried to explain that they were just looking around, but the elf refused to believe it. She kept saying that James and Sirius always said the same things right before something exploded or a disaster occurred. Tonks took pity on Harry and led him away from the kitchen and found a stairwell leading to the basement. They followed it down the circular stone steps and came to a wine cellar that had to have at least a couple thousand bottles of wine and other liquor. They found a storage room filled with numerous things that Harry didn't bother to explore. Back on the main level next to the cellar door, Harry opened a door that opened into a long garage filled with classic to newer automobiles. Harry walked down the line of autos reading and recognizing the names. Aston Martin was the label on most of the autos, varying in styles and ages. Harry recognized one of the designs as something he had seen on the telly one night when the Dursleys were too busy to shoo him away. Leaving the garage, Harry and Tonks found loo that looked rather updated. Modern fixtures and plumbing proved that the home was anything but outdated. Harry never really noticed as they moved from the old parts to the newer ones. Everything seemed put together seamlessly. Ascending the stairs, Harry looked ahead to the elegant hallway extending past several rooms and turning left into another area of the home. The first set of doors opened into bedrooms of normal size and decor. As they reached the end of the hallway, Harry saw 3 rooms with much fancier doors to them. The first one led to a nursery decorated with Quidditch scenes on the walls and various Quidditch-themed items around the room. Harry sat down heavily on an ancient rocking chair next to a crib. The crib was made and awaited a baby to be laid in it. Harry took a few deep breaths as he took in everything. He saw a few stuffed animals arranged in the crib. A black dog, a wolf, a stag, and a rat were in each corner waiting for someone to play with them. With a shaky hand, Harry pulled the stag out of the bed and held it carefully in his hands. One of the antlers had been chewed on and it looked frayed. The fur appeared to be matted in places, and the tail looked to be about ready to fall off. A comforting hand found its way to Harry's shoulder and a warm body pressed against his side. I think you did that, Harry. I can just see you chewing on it. Go on, give it a try. Tonks was playfully while giving Harry support as he assimilated what was very obviously his room before they left. Harry cradled the stag in his left arm as he touched each of the other animals in turn. The rat got the least amount of time, while the dog got the most, second only to the stag. Under the pillow, Harry found a griffin which looked a lot like Jules and matched her coloring perfectly. Mistress Lily likes stuffed Jules best, said Tiki from the doorway. Mistress always try to get baby Harry to play with it most, but stuffed James always win. Mistress never give up. Tiki, have you kept this room as it was then? Harry asked. Tiki keep baby Harry room same. Paul never come here. Harry let a small tear slide down his cheek as he hugged the stag tightly. He picked up the griffin and held it for a bit before giving it to Tonks to hold on to. "Present to you, nymph. Keep it, please." "Harry, this is yours. I can't keep it." Harry met her eyes and she relented instantly. "Whenever you want it back, just ask." They left the room, closing the door softly. They shared a hug in the hallway before opening the door across the way and finding a large bedroom with a massive 4-poster bed. The rest of the room gave off an aura of sophistication and elegance. "Master and Mistress Potter's room," Tiki said. "I never meet Master and Mistress, but Paul miss Master and Mistress. Paul stay here at night in closet. He want to be close to Master and Mistress. I thought my dad dying caused Paul to become like he is. Master James make Paul more bad. Harry, most elves only lose 1 or 2 masters during their life," Tonks said, saving Tiki from describing the situation. "Paul has lost about 4 so far. I doubt he knows what to do right now." "I see Creature when I look at him," Harry said. That demented painting made Creature as bad as he was, but he would have been worse than Paul. At least Paul was treated well. "Can elves retire?" "Paul no retire," Tiki said firmly. "Well, can he do less around here? I mean, I think I could get another elf to help out and pick up the slack. Actually, I am sure he would jump at the chance to help out knowing him." "Paul needs some help, that all," Tiki explained. "I will see if he can help us out then, Tiki. I only want to help Paul out before he really loses it." The last door opened into the largest room on the floor. Vibrant Gryffindor colors dominated the room. The poster bed was as large as the previous in the other room, but it appeared more subdued. The furniture complemented the decor, and the lighting made everything jump out. A walk-in closet could be found next to a tall dresser. Tiki began moving the clothes into a pile using magic and her hands. "What are you doing, Tiki?" "I is making room ready for Harry and Tonks. Harry need room for things." Harry was cut off by Tonks hugging him. "You can't leave everything the same, Harry. It isn't going to make them come back. This is your place, and the only way to make it truly yours is to live in it. Let Tiki do her thing. All the stuff can be moved into the other room." Harry accepted the idea Tonks offered. Returning the hug, Harry held Tonks tightly as he watched Tiki clean out all of the clothing in the room. When she finished, Harry told her where their clothes were. Harry and Tonks continued to search the room and found the attached bathroom to be even more modern than the downstairs one. By Harry's count, the house had at least 4 bathrooms, and he wasn't done yet. A door near the closet led to the nursery, which Tonks explained in graphic detail. When she finished, Harry wasn't sure how parents survived having kids. Thoughts of the number of sleepless nights the Weasleys went through nearly caused Harry to worry about their sanity after the twins. He doubted anyone would willingly risk having another child after having twins. Tonks broke his thoughts by dragging him into the hallway again and following the left-hand turn into a wide circular room with stairs curving up the far wall. Books lined the walls, and Harry thought of Hermione running around barely able to contain herself. In the center of the room, a couch and a collection of chairs sat with a few tables around them. They took the stairs up and found a room that looked like a training room of sorts. Swords decorated the walls along with suits of armor, shields, and other medieval relics. A few dragonhide cloaks hung from a rack waiting to be used. A diagram had been painted on the floor with numbers and lines. Harry went to the next floor and saw a table with a model showing the estate, the village, and the nearby area. Harry was intrigued and started poking at it with his wand. The model came to life, and numerous dots appeared listing names. Harry could only think that it was the predecessor to the Marauder's map. The dots moved, and Harry wanted to know how to zoom in and out. Tonks found a thin book hidden in a drawer in the table. After a few minutes of scanning, Tonks told Harry how to zoom in and out. Very soon, Harry was looking at the estate grounds and building. He saw Jules still sitting in front of the door and Paul moving about the grounds, disappearing from one place and reappearing in another. Tiki was moving around the master bedroom, obviously putting clothes away. It also showed Harry and Tonks. Harry had a title of Lord before his name, leading him to look in the book for an answer as to why. He found his answer near the back under labels and identification. It said that the last Potter heir always held the title of Lord, as was custom from centuries ago. There was no way to change it no matter how much Harry wanted to. Tonks only laughed at his frustration, earning her a vicious glare. Tough Harry, sorry. Lord Potter if you will. Nymphadora, I swear. Do not call me that. Or what? Tonks moved in front of him and pressed her chest to his. His anger lessened as she increased her body contact with him. What will you do, Lord Potter? This, Harry said as he picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder and smacked her bum. A squeal escaped her lips, followed by a laugh. Harry bounced a few times before turning off the map and continuing up the stairs to the last level. The room was empty except for a table near the far wall and a row of rather large cubby holes. Hedwig was settled in the largest spot with her head under her wing. Harry smiled at his sleeping friend before looking around the room. A ladder in the center led to the roof through a trapdoor in the ceiling. Harry kept turning around in circles, taking in the view from the windows that lined the walls. He could see the entire grounds and a stream that seemed to run along one side of the property. A tap on his bum reminded Harry that he had Tonks over his shoulder. As much fun as this is, the turning is beginning to make me nauseous. Could you let me down and find another way to punish me, please? Harry set Tonks on her own feet only to catch her when she teetered to the side. He held her up as she settled her stomach. Let's avoid that in the future if we can. I'm not sure if I could stop a repeat attempt. Is that the spinning or the over-the-shoulder bit? The spinning around the room upside-down part, the over-the-shoulder part was fun actually. I see Hedwig found her home. Hedwig moved slightly and cracked open one eye long enough to confirm who was in the room before returning to her slumber. Harry walked over and stroked her feathers, lightly looking out the nearby window. The fact that it was his home, the whole thing, completely hit him at that moment. His smile grew as he watched the sun moving closer to the horizon in the west. Tonks wrapped her arm around his back and curled into him. What are you thinking? It is all mine. It has been all mine for years. I have a home now. Whether or not it is empty, it's still mine. Up until now, everything that was mine could fit into a trunk with room to spare. I never had a place before. The Dursleys always made sure that I never got too comfortable in my cupboard. The room was hardly a place you would want to stay. Now, look at all this. It is yours, Harry. Yours to hide in, share with, or escape to. Harry finished looking out the windows and pulled Tonks to the stairs. He led her all the way to the foyer before saying anything. I have to pick up the bike from the Dursleys and stop by Hogwarts. Ticky and Paul need help here, and I think I can get them some. Do you want to come with? Of course, Harry. Tonks gave him a kiss and checked for her wand. Ready when you are. Harry grabbed onto Tonks' hand and apparated back to Privet Drive long enough to grab his bike and portkey it back to the estate. They found themselves in Hogsmeade standing behind Honeydukes. Follow me, nymph. Harry led her into Honeydukes and past an empty counter. He took her into the cellar and through the tunnel. Tonks never asked a single question, but she seemed close a few times as Harry maneuvered his way into Hogwarts and ended up in the third-floor corridor. Harry, how many times have you done this? Broke into Hogwarts? None that I can think of. Broke out of Hogwarts a few times, I guess. Sometimes just needed doing, so I did them, like now. Come on, it is a ways to the kitchens from here. Harry followed the familiar path to the kitchen, missing all the normal hang-ups and problems that would commonly catch an inexperienced student. Tonks watched Harry move about the school with practiced ease. He tickled the pair, not missing a beat, and entered the kitchen finding a few elves moving about getting ready for dinner. Once he was seen, many more elves appeared from places all over. Soon Harry had one hand full of cookies and the other carrying a basket of assorted food. Tonks had gratefully accepted a cuppa and found herself inundated by hopeful elves wishing to feed her. Thank you, all of you, but could I speak with Dobby, please? One elf bowed and popped away only to be replaced by a blur of an elf who tackled Harry at the knees. Harry Potter, sir. Uses visiting poor Dobby, and during the summer like Dobby did Harry Potter, sir. Yes, I am Dobby, but I have a question to ask you. Would you be willing to come to my house and help the other elves who are there? They need some help with us staying there now, and I thought of you. Dobby grabbed his ears and his mouth dropped open. I can pay you if you are worried about that, and you can have days off if you want. Harry Potter, sir, wants Dobby to be his house elf. Dobby accepts without any pay and no days off. Dobby will be the bestest house elf Harry Potter has. Harry watched Dobby nod, causing his ears to flap like a bird trying to take off for the first time. First thing, though, is you can call me Harry. No sirs or masters or any other title. Just Harry is fine. Dobby beamed at him before turning around and scurrying off into the depths of the kitchen. He returned carrying a basket with needles sticking out and yarn trailing behind him as he hurried to his new master. Dobby is ready, Harry Pot, Harry. Good catch, Dobby. This is Tonks. She will be living with us. Treat her as you would me. Oh, you can treat me with less honor than you do Harry. Thanks, Tonks added, quickly seeing the elf bouncing on his feet. I am just Tonks. No friend of Harry deserves less than full honors, Tonksy. Tonks, please, only Tonks. Dobby will try Tonks. The return trip home almost ended prematurely. Dobby, not being used to sneaking around Hogwarts while following others, was almost caught by a rather disgruntled Snape and nearly give away Harry and Tonks in the process. Harry thought Snape looked anxious about something, and his mood seemed even darker than normal. The greasy professor stalked down the hallway heading towards the entrance hall. Just as Snape rounded the corner, Harry thought he saw him grimace. Grabbing a nearly sobbing Dobby by the arm, Harry pulled the weepy elf along their escape path. Once they were out of earshot of any of the castle inhabitants, Harry told Dobby not to worry about what almost happened. The constant assurances from Harry took them all the way to Honeyjuke's cellar. Harry pulled out the portkey ring and directed it home. For the first time in his life, Harry could remember wanting to go somewhere other than Hogwarts and calling it home. Holding the enchanted item out, his companions grabbed on and they were deposited outside the grounds again. It took both Tonks and Harry to wrestle the poor elf onto the grounds, as it seemed Dobby was more strongly affected by the wards than Tonks had been. Once they were inside, Ticky helped hold Dobby down while Harry relieved him of the overpowering urge to flee. Within minutes, Dobby was bouncing like his old self, awaiting orders from Harry. Ticky remembered that Harry hadn't eaten since he had gotten to Potter Estate, leaving Dobby in a near fit until Tonks summoned the basket of goodies the Hogwarts elves had given them. The dining room was used for a quick meal, and Harry had told Ticky and Dobby to join them while they ate. Once the remains had been cleared, Ticky offered to show Dobby around the property after Tonks had spoken to her for a short time. Suspicious, Harry asked Tonks what was going on. Whatever do you mean, Harry? You are up to something, and I think I deserve to know, Nymphadora. You do you? Well, I was wondering where I was going to sleep. It is quite late, and we were woken up too early for my tastes. I thought that you know. I do. What exactly do I know, then? Tonks queried with a cheeky smirk not unlike Hermione's when she knew some that the others didn't. Well, I guess since there are other rooms that you can pick one of them. If that is what you want. Harry paused, thinking of a way out of the situation he had been led into. I want whatever you want, Nymph. Let's go up to your room then and figure it out. I know I don't have that much stuff, but I think I might fit nicely in one of the other rooms. A girl needs her space, you know. Okay, if you are sure. Harry was crushed. He had hoped that things would continue as they had been now that they had a place to themselves, and the Dursleys were nowhere to be found. Tonks led the way to Harry's new room. She swished her rear incitingly as she ascended the stairs with Harry following. Once in the room, Harry closed the door as his mood clouded over dramatically considering his previous joy. Tonks went into the bathroom and began making some noise by moving her things around. Harry went into the closet and began gathering her shirts and piling them up in a chair near the door. Numbly, Harry moved back and forth between the two locations. A soft coo from behind him broke his depressed stupor. Harry turned around and dropped the collection of shirts he had been holding. Tonks stood in the doorway to the bathroom wearing a sheer robe, revealing a dull blue nightie underneath. Harry found that he couldn't move nor could he talk. He managed only unintelligible sounds as Tonks advanced on his position, seemingly unaware of her affect on him. Harry, what on earth are you doing? Tiki put those away for a reason. Why are you taking them out of the closet? Tonks stared at him, waiting for an answer, while her hair shifted in color to match her nightie before changing back to her real color. You wanted me too? Harry muttered, unsure of where to look as he was torn between her face and the rest of her body. I said no such thing, Tonks said as she approached Harry. She swayed her hips slowly as she walked up to him. She let the tie on the sheer robe slip open, causing it to flare out as she sauntered towards Harry. The robe barely clung to her naked shoulders when Tonks stopped before Harry and looked up at him. I said no such thing, Harry Potter. Her voice softened as every word left her lips, which glistened in the waning light of the evening. Harry felt himself screaming for breath as he realized that he had been holding it since her appearance. Discreetly inhaling as deeply as possible, Harry smiled a crooked smile and shrugged. Tonks' smirk became even more seductive as she read his actions. She leaned closer to Harry and let out a breath. Something you want to say, Harry? Harry looked into her eyes and knew what she meant, because he had seen that look before. I just wanted to thank you, Nymphadora, for everything. Tonks smiled again, which allowed Harry an opening to place his hands on her shoulders. Raising her eyebrows led to Harry sliding the robe from its precarious position to the floor. Harry lightly rubbed her now completely bare shoulders as she spoke very low. You had better do more than that, Harry. Unable to think and left with only action, Harry pulled Tonks to him and kissed her forcefully and passionately. Tonks responded by wrapping her arms around Harry and rubbing his back and anywhere else she could reach. Their kisses went from uncontrolled and wild to deliberate and focused. Harry lost his shirt as they moved to the bed. Harry quickly lost his pants as Tonks made quick work of them. Reaching the bed, Tonks turned them around and pushed Harry backwards onto the bed. She promptly removed Harry's remaining clothing, proving she had what it took to make him happy. Tonks smiled hungrily as she slowly slid her only piece of clothing to the floor. Standing before Harry in all her glory, Tonks slid her hands down her front, starting at her neck and ending on her thighs. We aren't at Privet Drive any longer, Harry. I expect you to make good on your suggestions. Tonks moved forward and slid her legs along either side of Harry's. She hovered above his eager body, planting kiss after kiss, moving closer to his mouth. A series of tongue battles later, Tonks began to move her breasts up and down Harry's chest. She teased him by hovering her mouth ever so close to him, but never making contact. After he groaned for the third time, Tonks moved to kiss Harry with reckless abandon. She pressed her chest against him, rubbing her erect nipples against his own. As the minutes passed, Tonks wiggled her lower half higher and higher on Harry. An unwanted pause in the action brought Harry's mind back into control for a few seconds. Harry, summon my wand, please. Harry did so without hesitation and only minimal concentration. Tonks took her wand from Harry's hand, caressing it softly while doing so. She mumbled a few words and aimed her wand at her abdomen. Once she was finished, she tossed her wand over her head and began kissing Harry again with a renewed energy. Harry did what anyone in the same position would do, anything he could. He touched her arms, legs, sides, breasts, neck, and even managed to venture between her legs for a few seconds before she grabbed his hands and held them at his sides. Tonks pulled back and looked into Harry's eyes. He saw that her previous hunger had increased, and her eyes were looking nearly as wild and eager as they did after she had achieved a climax. Nymphadora, what? Hush, Tonks said softly, at least for now. Her coy smile shifted to one of determination. She kissed Harry again and didn't let up. She released his hands and they went directly to her back. He held her to him and rubbed her back slowly as he focused on the kisses. Tonks took a deep breath and moved down on Harry. To his surprise, Tonks had taken one of her hands and grabbed him firmly at the same time as she had moved down. His world stopped before restarting at a run. He felt fire and pleasure he hadn't experienced before. Tonks moved further down, pausing every time Harry took a sharp breath. She gave him a few seconds to recover before continuing. When he thought she would never stop, Tonks came to rest flush against his lower regions. Harry's hands had moved to her bum and held her in place, preventing her from moving more than a few centimeters in any one direction. Trying to regain control of any part of his body, Harry focused on Tonks' half-lidded eyes and the look of lust mixed with devilishness. "Nymph," Harry breathed out. "From time to time, yes. Now is one of those times, Harry. Just enjoy it. I know I will." The pieces fell into place as Tonks broke free of his hold and started moving rhythmically on him. Harry felt his control waver badly before he captured Tonks' eyes once more. He forced his way into her mind, willing her to feel what he felt. He knew he had succeeded when Tonks bucked wildly and screamed out before returning to her previous rhythm. Harry couldn't formulate a conscious thought, so he concentrated on his breathing. Every breath in and out was deliberate as he tried valiantly to pace himself. His only problem was the beautiful woman determinedly trying to break his will. Harry soon realized that Tonks was going to win, and that time was fast approaching. Everything was hypersensitive as Harry matched Tonks' pace. He met her down motion with an up motion. The meeting forced a pant out of Harry and a muffled squeal from Tonks. They continued like that until Harry felt the pressure in his body release in a burst of a wonderful feeling. With his coordination shot, Tonks went into overdrive, throwing her body down on his as fast as she could. Her cries increased until she too lost control and collapsed on top of Harry. He didn't want her move at all. He wanted her to stay right where she was. Her breathing even caused him too much stimulation. Harry did the only thing he could think of to hold her in place. He wrapped his arms around her and tightly held her to him. He kissed her forehead and whispered nothings to her. As his sensitivity lessened, Harry permitted her more range of motion, but kept her well confined in his arms. "Are you happy, Harry?" Tonks whispered into his chest. "That was amazing, Nymphadora. Thank you." "I have a little secret, Harry." Tonks moved, bringing her mouth closer to his ear and causing him to grip her tightly to prevent her from moving too much. "There is much more where that came from. I can only hope that you will let me do that again soon." Harry had to stop himself from choking on his tongue when he processed what Tonks had said. Thinking fast and fighting the haze of pleasure, Harry responded, "Give me a few more minutes if you could." Tonks answered by kissing Harry and rubbing her hands slowly around his chest. As the time progressed, so too did their actions. The elves spent the rest of the evening doing any chores that caused a lot of noise out of respect for their new master and mistress, even if they refused to be called that. Many miles away and a short distance north of London near the seacoast, a man groaned apparently from a large amount of pain. Those in the room cringed and shied away from the shuddering, cloaked form. Not a word was uttered, not a sound made by a living being. The dim fire crackled, being the only other source of noise in the long hall. The air was damp and pungent from the smoke that failed to travel up the flue, which was in dire need of service. The shuddering passed, and dim red slits opened, piercing the dark, finding scared and leery followers awaiting punishment. Some deserved that punishment, others had not been complete failures in their roles. Those who had failed the worst were not among them. The snake-like eyes sought out a victim and rested on the quivering figure before him. Clothing torn and slightly bloody, the figure of a nearly teenaged girl began whimpering from the impending doom. The grim scowl changed to one of pure joy. He fed off of fear. Terror was his weapon. Power was his goal. "Crucio!" the girl screamed, and he found it to be better than the most perfect symphony. He held the curse as the screams increased and wavered and lessened. As the screams changed to failing wails, he relented and released the spell. As the skinny girl continued to whimper and shiver on the damp, stone floor, the most evil of all people casually waved his wand, removing the top piece of clothing from the girl. The clothes would only ruin the effect, and an effect was what he needed. With a thought and a stab of his wand, the girl's top half went erect as her lower half went limp. To an untrained observer, it would seem as if nothing was happening. At the first snap, it was apparent to all what the outcome would be. The second, third, and the near-repetitive sounding of breaking ribs proved that terrible things were happening to the poor defenseless girl. The snapping ended, followed by a wet crunching and grinding sound. Once a small red slit appeared on her stomach, the final events happened quickly. The cut opened wide and fast as the insides erupted from within and showered outward, covering the floor and those closest with bodily fluids and parts. The red slits for eyes were soon joined by a calm, toothy smile. Lord Voldemort has returned, and all who fail me or stand between me and power will receive the same treatment." The room was silent as even the fire daren't interrupt. "Those who need to be dealt with will be dealt with soon enough. For now, Wormtail, clean that up. I will not have mudblood dirtying my chamber." The rat-like man scurried over and began to magic away what was left of the body. "No Wormtail, no wand. Use your hands. Use your tongue if you must." The evil smile increased as Wormtail began a nervous attempt to return the expelled parts to the gaping hole in the broken body. "Severus, you have not been as great a help as I had hoped." Severus Snape controlled his mind as he moved before the Dark Lord, ready to see his life end in a flash of green light. The last thought through his mind before the twisting red beam struck him was of how a scrawny boy with no overly apparent skill could stand before this creature and survive not once but several times. That thought was cut short as the burning hot knives found their way into every nerve ending in the potion master's body. 11. Votes and defense. The world swam into a blurry picture as a bouncing elf shook Harry awake. The sound of Dobby's ears flapping against his head added to the limited humor of the moment so early in the morning. Harry shifted slightly, feeling the pressure of another person resting on him. Looking down at the familiar brown hair caused Harry to remember the previous night. Amorous thoughts dominated his mind as he quickly replayed what had happened. The heat from their bodies moving together was the first thing he thought of. The scent of their passion was not soon to be forgotten as Harry inhaled deeply, catching a smell that only belonged to Tonks. "My nymph! She said that she was my nymph." As he continued to reminisce, the person sharing his bed laughed softly. "Harry, what are you thinking about?" Harry looked at Tonks and found her smiling up at him in a very suggestive way. Not sure what she meant, he decided to play dumb. "What do you mean, nymph? What makes you think I am thinking about anything?" In response, Tonks grabbed a hold of Harry and squeezed, earning her a slight moan from Harry. "I wonder." Knowing he was caught, Harry gave in. "Well, I could tell you, but isn't it obvious?" "I hope so, Harry." Tonks released Harry and moved to kiss him. After a few minutes, Harry managed to regain enough sense to remember they were not alone. "Ah, Dobby, could you give us a few minutes?" "Make that a half-hour, Dobby," Tonks amended quickly. Dobby is most happy to leave since Harry and Tonks is happy. With Dobby closing the door tightly behind him, Harry found himself pounced on by Tonks. Her hair tickled his nose as she kissed his lips, cheeks, and neck. She slowly moved around until Harry felt the warmth of a pleasant spot descending on him. Further movement led to a much more real repeat of the night before than any of his previous thoughts. Harry and Tonks left the bedroom at the same time, dressed in their cloaks, and went down for breakfast. They found two elves arguing over the cooker, pots, and table settings. Harry almost burst into laughter at the sight, but stopped himself when he realized they were serious. Is there something I can help you with?" Harry asked, being met with one irritated look and one hopeful. "Yes, Harry, you can help Ticky. Tell Dobby that Ticky runs kitchen. Ticky serve food, not Dobby." The little elf held her ground and put her arms on her hips while staring at Dobby's overly happy demeanor. "Dobby only want to serve Harry. Dobby always serve Harry at Hogwarts. Other elves let Dobby serve Harry. Ticky not let Dobby serve Harry. That is cause Ticky serve Harry and Tonks. Ticky in charge of kitchen." Sensing an impasse, Harry voiced his thoughts on the matter. "Ticky, how were things handled with my parents? There were the three of us and only two of you. Paul take care of Master James. Ticky take care of baby Harry and Mistress Lily. Well, how about you take care of Tonks and Dobby can take care of me? Will that work out for everyone? If you have a better idea, let me know." Harry looked to each elf and saw Dobby nearly falling over with excitement. Ticky seemed happier than before, but she was nowhere near as happy as Dobby. "Dobby love idea, Harry. If Harry want it, Ticky do it. I am only trying to avoid problems, Ticky. You are free to tell me what you think at any time you need to or want to. Ticky be happy to serve Tonks. Ticky be Tonks elf. I would rather us be friends, but I only want you to be happy, Ticky. Ticky happy Harry return. Ticky miss Harry. Ticky like idea." "Wonderful. We have limited time in the mornings because we both have to be somewhere by 8. The two elves said nothing as they leapt into action. Eggs were cracked and the bacon was frying before Harry found a seat next to Tonks. They both watched the elves working side by side as they cooked the breakfast. Harry felt a soft hand slide into his, and he held on to it. He knew Tonks was looking at him, watching every move he made, and it gave him a warm feeling inside. "I am glad I am here, Nymph, even with the minor problems," Harry motioned to Dobby and Tiki. "I love it here." "I know you do," Tonks said quietly. "I saw you holding the stag when I got out of the shower. You looked at peace with yourself. You looked so calm holding it." "I don't know what it is, but I feel calm holding it. I don't think about Voldemort or Sirius or even the Dursleys. I just feel content." "Sure it wasn't the sex?" "Well, it could have been that." Harry blushed slightly but smiled all the same. "That was brilliant. Thank you, Nymph. Play your cards right, and you might get more of it." Tonks put on her best seductive smile. "Promises, promises, Nymphadora. Ones I aim to keep, mind you, as long as you don't become some great sod overnight." "What are the chances of that happening, Nymph?" "Slim to none, Harry. It isn't in your nature. You are going to be as honest and forthright as ever." "Now I sound like a sod. Thanks a lot, Nymph." "Oh, hush, you!" Tonks leaned over and kissed Harry smartly on the lips. She followed that up with her tongue venturing around his mouth and teasing his own tongue. Harry responded as any teenaged male would. He let her do whatever she wanted. A clearing throat interrupted the two before they managed to remove any clothing. Harry saw Tiki shaking her head and Dobby smiling brightly. Just like Master James and Mistress Lily. Breakfast always worst. Tiki set the plate of food in front of Tonks and shuffled away to begin cleaning. Dobby set Harry's plate in front of him, and Harry had to stifle a laugh. All the food had been cut up in the same way Harry tended to do so at Hogwarts. Dobby, did you cut up my food for me?" Dobby always want to, but other elves not let Dobby. They say Harry be embarrassed. Dobby can do what Dobby want now. Dobby's so happy to be Harry's elf. "Thank you, Dobby." Dobby scurried away and started to help Tiki, but quickly found a soapy rag deposited in his face for his trouble. Harry watched Tiki chase Dobby out of the kitchen, raving that he had served Harry, but cleaning wasn't mentioned. "Touched in the head, both of them," Harry murmured under his breath. "Have you ever met a normal house elf, Harry?" Harry shook his head no. "Then it is you, Harry. You make them crazy. Most elves are formal, pleasant, and friendly. Yours are feisty, devoted beyond belief, and complete nutters." "Imagine that, something else not normal about me." Tonks shook her head sadly. "You are at the center of it all. Coincidence only goes so far, Harry. After a while, you must accept that you are the cause of it all. You are so young, too, sad really." "Oh, you're bad, aren't you?" As if last night wasn't enough proof. Tonks smiled evilly at him and smirked. "I told you I am fairly flexible, but you didn't believe me, oh no, sir." "Well, I had never seen someone do that before. I didn't know it was possible." "That, and a lot more, is possible, Harry. I will show you something new every day if I have to." Harry choked slightly on his toast as his mind raced into action. His eyes grew in size until Tonks laughed at him. "We don't have time to take care of that, Harry. You will just have to wait until later, I am afraid. Now, put that away so we can get to work. I am not sure what is going to happen this week." "Nothing easy, I am sure." "That is the spirit," Tonks said offhandedly. "Now away we go." Harry settled in the living room with Tonks and pulled the journal off the table. He flipped through it until he found the pages on apparating. He scanned it a few times before drawing his wand and chanting a few things over Tonks before she felt a tingling and a gust of warm air. Something clicked in her head, and she could clearly visualize where Potter Estate was and how to apparate into it. "Did that work?" "I can apparate here now, I know it." "Wonderful. You can come and go by apparition now. No more long walks up the lane, and you can avoid Jules too. I think she likes you, in a bad way, for some reason." "Jules last see Master James with Mistress Lily. They leave by lane. Jules not like witches with masters since." Tiki chimed in as she was fluffing the cushions on the couch. "Jules will just have to get used to Tonks. She isn't going anywhere as far as I can tell. Well, we are going to be gone most of the day. We should be back tonight. I hope you and Dobby can agree on things. I really don't want both of you to be fighting over things." Tikki nodded and continued on about her work happily. Harry could have sworn that he heard her humming something. They appeared in their team room and exited into the hallway heading for the training room. Once they entered, they saw Cal speaking idly with Marcus. Horace was nearby, but wasn't participating in the conversation. "Ah, Sep's just the man I needed to see," Marcus announced. "Please, could you and Chamel meet me in my office? I have something to request." "Make it fast, Marcus," Horace barked. "I have plans for Seps today, no more baby steps. Today you walk like a man." "Fucking wonderful," Harry murmured under his breath. "Just gets better, this." Harry and Tonks followed Marcus back to his office and settled into the offered chairs. They saw a pile of folded papers sitting on the corner of his desk, and Harry recognized his face among the headlines. He felt a slight chill rush through him as he watched Marcus settle into his own chair and steeple his fingers together. "I was rather surprised to find you in my morning paper, Seps. Quite the political operative you appear to be. Toppling Fudge with one article, impressive." "He isn't out yet." "You are correct, but let's see if you can finish what you started. I would like you to attend the recall vote at 11. I have never liked Fudge, and he has been a hindrance since he came into office. This is the first real chance we have had to remove him, and I can't see letting this opportunity pass. I spoke with Horace earlier, and he agrees with me that you should be there in case anyone is swaying on their vote." "I'm not sure what you mean." "Fudge has many allies and friends in the ministry. Granted, they have distanced themselves from him in the last couple days, but these are people who go where the wind blows. I want you to turn on a fan for them." At Harry's raised eyebrows, Marcus leaned forward and answered his unspoken question. "I never said I was a pureblood. I know a few things about the Muggle world. Remind these people why they are going to vote Fudge out." "And," Harry asked hesitantly, "why are they voting him out?" "Because you want them to. People love a winner. People follow the strong and determined. Just be strong and determined and everything else will work out." Marcus leaned back in his chair, resuming his original position. "Walk into the room with all the confidence you take into your training here. You have surprised Horace many times in the last 2 weeks. I have a rather large supply of alcohol because of it. Surprise the fools upstairs too. Set your mind to it." "You have never failed when you have done that, have you?" "No, he hasn't," Tonks answered for Harry while smiling at him. "He just needs the proper motivation sometimes." Harry felt his face warm as he knew what Tonks was hinting at and that she was smirking at him as she spoke. "I will do what I can, Marcus. I still don't think me being there will change anyone's mind." Marcus smiled as if he knew something Harry didn't and wished him well on the day's training. They left the room and re-entered the training room. Horace snapped at them and directed them over to the classroom area that had been set up. On the board read one word and Harry knew he wasn't going to like the day's training at all. "Imperio." "The only unforgivable you haven't used. You can fight it off well enough, but you need to be able to use it. There is nothing like using your enemy to fight his own. While they are trying to figure out why their friend is killing them off, you are doing the same thing to them. It makes you twice as effective and there is less risk. Usually, you are further away than your victim, so they attack him first. If he dies, well, that was the point in the first place, right? As with anything, you have to want to control your target. You have to want complete and total control over them. Every movement, every thought must be at your command. As I learned with you, never expect success just because you cast the spell. It doesn't always work. Now, we will start out small. I have a few animals over here that you will practice with. Then, we will move to a willing person, and finally, we will finish with an unwilling person." Harry practiced the spell a few times on the spider Horace had provided. Harry managed to still the spider the first few times, but failed to cause any purposeful movement. With some encouragement, Horace directed Harry to dominate the creature. The total control over the poor spider left a very sick feeling inside of Harry. He could do anything he wanted to the spider or with the spider. His experimentation was quite limited, much to Horace's disappointment. They moved on to a willing participant, Tonks. Tonks volunteered instantly when Horace mentioned that Harry would need to use the spell on a person who wouldn't fight it off. Harry refused, outright, to cast the spell on Tonks. Only constant reassurances from Tonks allowed Harry to push down his honor and cast the spell. As with the spider, the resistance was easy to break. Harry felt himself inside of Tonks, but only in a controlling way. He moved her arms and legs as he would his own, only with more conscious thought required. Harry had her jump up and down a few times and spin in circles. Her normal clumsiness faded away as Harry tried very plain movements with Tonks. Most people love this part, Seps. It is not often that people get complete control over someone else willingly. Where is the anger, the cruelness, the sadistic pleasure that people expose with this spell? I wouldn't want to do any of that to Chamel. I am not interested in dominating her like that. I have too much respect for her. Idealist, go figure, Horace grumbled. Now try it on an unwilling person, Seps. Who? Me, go. Harry dove out of the way as Horace launched a spell at him, nearly striking his left arm. Keep your appendages tight into your body, Horace instructed as he kept firing curses. Anything flailing about can be cut off easily. Stay low, Seps. If you go high, so does your center of balance. A simple wind spell could knock you off balance, and it is hard to counter those while moving around. Harry tried to listen, but he was kept very busy avoiding the curses Horace continued to fire at him. Becoming frustrated after a few minutes, Harry started casting the Imperious Curse at Horace. The second one hit, but Horace laughed it off. This isn't a stunner, Seps. You must focus the whole time. If you lose it at any point before you gain control, the spell fails. You have to overcome the resistance before you can relax. Again and make it count. Harry proceeded to cast the spell time and time again. The fifth try actually caused Horace to pause, but it didn't last. The seventh time caused a longer pause, but Horace broke free in time to knock Harry back 10 feet with a partially blocked repelling charm. Pathetic effort, Seps. Maybe I should show you how it is done. Maybe Chamel could provide me with some entertainment until you figure out how to do this right. Horace watched Harry disappear from his location and didn't know where he was until a spell struck him from behind. Harry had apparated behind Horace and hit him with a rather forceful Imperio, his strongest of the day. Horace fought against the spell but found his internal voice extremely muffled. Harry's voice overwhelmed him, and Horace couldn't help but obey the orders. He walked over to Tonks and asked her forgiveness for his comments. It was Harry who received the answer from Tonks. Harry released Horace from the spell once Tonks had accepted the apology. Not bad, but it took you long enough, Horace snapped. If you can do the spells with that much intent, why not do it that way from the beginning? You gave me too many chances to kill you or hurt you. I could have killed your entire team before you decided to fight for real. We do not have the luxury of time, Seps. Every second counts against us out there. If I am an enemy, beat me as fast as you can and as badly as you can. Why use 2 spells to beat someone when one will work? Do not make extra work for yourself. If I threaten your team, kill me and be done with it. If you need to capture me with everything you have. If you need control over me, get it. Sooner or later, you will figure this out. I only hope it doesn't cost someone their life first. Harry looked to Cal then, his gaze finally rested on Tonks' hopeful smile. He knew what Horace was saying was true. He saw the reason behind it. He recognized a Slytherin ideal and knew why they did so well in these kinds of settings. They always put themselves first, and anything that got in their way needed to be overcame. As Tonks' soft smile shifted to a more firm one showing her resolve to helping him, Harry nodded once to her and once to Horace. I understand what you mean. I can't afford to hold back when I know what needs done. I will work on it. Good, now again. Horace fired another curse at Harry and watched him throw up both of his favorite shields, deflecting the spell and returning it with Imperio. The calm warmth of the curse enveloped Horace before he could begin to fight the effects. The last thought Horace had before Harry gained complete control was one word he had been waiting to use in reference to Harry. Finally. Harry adjusted the color of his robes to a more stately crimson before he and Tonks apparated outside of the ministry. They popped into existence, one silently, the other near silently, and advanced on the out-of-order phone booth. Harry had affixed a light but determined sneer on his face. Tonks remained as impassive as she could, knowing that Harry Potter was stepping up today, and she was going to have a front row seat for the show. The lift lowered into the noisy din of the atrium. Harry's sneer became more of a smirk as he watched the colors of cloaks moving about. Many of the people were yelling and shaking their fists. Harry saw an organized group moving towards one of the lifts. He caught sight of a green bowler when the crowd was thrown back by a few repelling charms. Harry strode purposefully forward from the lift, knowing that he had to be wherever Fudge ended up. Tonks followed him closely and kept her wand out and at the ready. Harry pushed his way through the crowd as they continued to yell and shout about lies and deceptions. A few people caught sight of Harry and stilled as they watched him move to the guard, stand completely focused on his goal. One of the 10 guards threw a hand in front of his face as he fought his way forward, using his newly solid shoulders to leverage himself among the crowd. His penetrating green stare snapped to the face of the guard, who had moved on to stop another overanxious witch. Harry stepped beyond the gold line marking the entrance to the guard station and earned himself 3 guards blocking his way. Tonks stood right behind him and kept her wand out as she exposed her Auror badge. One of the guards waved her forward but tried to block Harry as she pushed him forward. "Tonks can enter, but you can't, son," the guard stated formally. "I am not your son," Harry said above the noise, "and I intend to see Fudge tossed out on his ear if he is so lucky." The guard looked more closely at him, and Harry could see recognition dawn on the guard. His eyes grew in size, and his mouth opened slightly. Tonks placed her left hand on Harry's shoulder and urged him ahead. They parted the other 2 guards, who seemed a little confused as the spokesperson of the 3 just backed up as Harry advanced. "Thank you so much," Harry said in his most formal tone as he sidestepped the retreating guard. The pair of guards at the lift doors watched Harry and Tonks approach them without hesitation. They looked at each other, neither saying a word, and opened the doors. Once Harry and Tonks started off for the proper floor, the guard on the left of the lift commented, "What does it matter? Fudge is out in an hour anyway. Hey you, get back in queue or you will be stunned. I am only going to warn you." Harry took a deep breath as the lift gates opened to a slightly more organized chaos. Harry followed the same process as he had upstairs. Tonks directed him forward as Harry nudged who he needed to. They made it near the front, where many of the press were bunched up and fighting for position. The Aurors blocking the doors looked to be ready to pull their wands and put an end to the shouting people, as their frustration was very clear. "Finally, relief," one of them said loudly. "How many you got with you, Tonks?" "I am not here to help you out, Ben. I am here to get Harry inside. So let's be a dear and budge over, why don't you?" What?" Ben asked, looking at Harry, and put meaning to her words. "Oh, shite as if it wasn't bad enough before," Ben said under his breath, which only a few heard. Sadly, a slightly redeemed right Skeeter managed to hear his words and sought out the cause. She found a very different Harry Potter standing even with her at the front of the line. Gone was the confused and timid boy she interviewed months prior. "Harry Potter," Rita clearly vocalized. "Not now, Rita," Harry returned, not even looking at her. Never one to take no for an answer, Rita hipped a fellow reporter out of the way to get closer to Harry. She began listing off questions as she started scribbling words down in her notebook. She only stopped when Tonks' wand poked her in the chin. She looked down to find a very unpleasant expression on the Auror's face. "Like I said, not now, Rita." Harry stepped forward 1 step, and the Aurors blocking the door moved back a half step. "I wish to view the sacking today, if you would be so kind." One of the Aurors saw the look in Harry's eyes and didn't really want to keep staring at it. He also caught sight of the visitor's badge Harry wore. He nearly laughed as he read the words, "Coup d'etat." He unlocked the door and cracked it open enough for a person to edge through. "We could only hope, Mr. Potter." "It's Harry, sir." Harry moved to the door and slid through. As Tonks went a follow, she reached out and grabbed the top sheet of Rita's notebook and ripped the page cleanly out of the book. "Thank you, bitch." "Hey, that's mine, you hussy," Rita shouted after Tonks. "Give that back." The doors closed with a deep thud, and the locks were engaged once again. Harry looked over a sea of faces and people settling in about the room. He remembered a few of them from his trial a year ago and others from various meetings or Diagon Alley visits. He and Tonks had remained unnoticed until Kingsley moved to stand next to them. "Tonks, I thought you were on special assignment." Kingsley looked from her to Harry and back again, waiting for an answer. "Kingsley," Tonks said with a bit of surprise. "Kingsley, have you met Harry? Harry, this is Kingsley. Kingsley, this is Harry. What a great chance to meet new people, eh? Well, we must be moving along now. Great talking to you." Tonks ushered Harry away from Kingsley by nearly pushing him over. Ignoring the interesting way in which she spoke to her boss, Harry asked the question he couldn't stop himself from asking. "In trouble, Tonks?" "Not until now, Harry," Tonks replied through gritted teeth. "I am going to need to smooth this over somehow. He thought I was on some special assignment for the ministry. Not that you aren't special and all, but I doubt you fit into his idea of what special is concerning work." "I am sure we can fix it, Tonks." Harry moved around the room at Tonks' direction and soon found himself in a corner off to the left side of the room. He watched the witches and wizards find their seats as the time approached, as they were only a few minutes away from the session being called to order. "Harry." Harry turned to find Susan Bones sitting in a chair against the wall. "Susan," Harry responded, "how are you doing this summer?" "Things have been crazy the last few days, thanks to you. Auntie can't seem to calm down since the article." Yes, that can happen, I guess." Harry floundered, wondering if her comment was out of anger or something else. Her giddy smile told him what he needed to know. "Had fun, though." "It is rare to see Aunt Amelia flustered," Susan said happily. "She has been running around trying to keep things going as Fudge looks to be on his way out. Come to see the festivities, then." "Come to make sure that he doesn't sneak out of it," Harry said with conviction, as they were joined by a rather frazzled Amelia Bones. "I am not sure whether to thank you or kill you, Harry," Amelia said quietly to the small group. "Do you have any idea the storm you caused with that article? I know you understood my meaning, but did you have to be so blunt with it?" "Susan was just giving me a quick rundown of how things have been." Harry cracked a smile for the first time since he had appeared outside the ministry. "Oh, and I am sure my niece has given you the fair and balanced account, too," Amelia remarked, staring Susan down. "Knowing her, she probably had me running around the house firing spells off in all directions like a mad woman." "There might have been a few misdirected spells, but I am sure you had good cause for them." Harry watched as Susan laughed and Amelia tried to look furious. "As cheeky as your father you are, Harry," Amelia informed him. "Now you see what I put up with," Tonks added. "About that," Harry offered as a matter of passing information. "Kingsley Shacklebolt may have a few questions as to where Tonks has been lately. It would be a terrible mess if he started digging around in her business. I am only concerned about a friend of mine." "If things go the way I think they will, Harry," Amelia mimicked his tone, "I wouldn't worry about his questions. He might be too busy to worry about the small things. I am here to see that things do go properly." Harry's smile died a quick death as he focused on the matter at hand. Susan and Amelia couldn't help but take notice of how sharply his mood changed. A chime sounded in the room, getting certain people to their feet as they advanced to the front of the room. "I have to go, sweetie," Amelia said softly to Susan. She nodded to Harry and Tonks and joined the others as they settled into their assigned seats. Harry drifted into the shadows and stood next to Tonks against the wall. As order was achieved, Fudge entered from a side room. Parts of the room booed him, and a few shouts of various crimes rang out. The chime sounded again, and with more authority, bringing the discord under control in moments. Albus Dumbledore stood and raised his hands, silencing the murmurs around the room. "I bring this vote into session. We are here to decide whether Cornelius Fudge shall be given a vote of no confidence or remain in office for the duration of his term. We shall hear from Minister Fudge before we vote. Minister, the floor is yours for a short time." Fudge stepped forward and smiled his best politician's smile. He tried to make eye contact with as many people as he could before speaking. "I feel this is a misuse of our time. We should be concentrating on making our community safe, not trying to punish me for things that were out of my control. I have done my best to protect us. I feel that I know how to finish the job. The only reason we are here is because of a boy and an article in a rather questionable magazine." "I doubt the validity of the article wholeheartedly." "Are you calling me a liar?" Harry stated firmly. "Again, how many times have I lied about Voldemort?" The room shuddered as one and many shrieks and yells could be heard. Many in the room started looking around as if the Dark Lord would appear next to them and end their life in an instant. Harry stepped out of the shadows and into the torch light from a nearby source. Half of the room stilled while the other half looked on in interest. "First off, it is just a name," Harry said to Fudge, ignoring all the others. "The name, Voldemort," more shudders, "means nothing. It is made up anyway. Second, how many times have you seen Voldemort, Fudge?" The room continued to shudder, as did Fudge. People were noticing that their current leader couldn't even hear the name without feeling the same fear they did. The people wanted a leader who was better than themselves. Otherwise, why not lead yourself? Fudge stared Harry down as he formulated his answer. Harry met his gaze with one of his own. Only Harry's stare was filled his power, determination, and anger. Fudge hesitated before answering, which much of the room noticed. "I have seen you-know-who once, Potter. You know that since you were there." "Yes, I was there. I could tell you how many times I have seen Voldemort." Harry put extra emphasis on the name, getting a stronger reaction from Fudge. "But the number means little to me. All I know is that I have dueled him and I am still here. I have stared into his eyes, or what he calls eyes, and yet I still live. I have nothing to gain by lying about Voldemort." "You have nothing to gain," Fudge laughed. "You are trying to overthrow the Ministry. You are trying to put your puppets in power so you can continue your ways of breaking every rule that exists." Harry kept his face impassive as he answered the charge. "You give me too much credit, Fudge, and Voldemort too little. I have no interest in politics. I am putting no one anywhere. I am still in school and have a lot to learn about magic. But I do know that you are as false a person as I have ever met. You have no idea what to do, and even worse, you try to blame those who are doing something good for your failings. I should know, as you have blamed me for many things lately. All I have done is tried to tell people that Voldemort is back, and wishing him away won't work, Fudge. You are a power-hungry boy with delusions of grandeur, Potter. Your track record concerning who I am is not something you should bandy about, Fudge. You have yet to get it right." Fudge fumed as Harry folded his arms and moved back into the shadows. Only the firelight had been increased near Harry, preventing him from hiding completely. The room watched as Harry remained calm and Fudge became angry. Many of the quiet murmurs returned, much to Fudge's increasing displeasure. "Minister," Albus asked with a touch of sympathy, "are you finished addressing the voting members?" Fudge turned to look at Dumbledore, catching an idea of how the room had taken in the latest information. Things did not look to be in favor of Cornelius Fudge. "I will close by saying that I stand by my record as minister. I have done so much good since I was elected to office. This is just a bump in the road, as it were. Together, we can overcome this. Thank you." Susan never looked away from Harry's face once he had started speaking. She had never heard anyone, not even Dumbledore himself, speak of Voldemort in a way that made her feel that she too could challenge his power and succeed. She watched Harry lean against the wall with an intent air about him while maintaining his calm appearance. She saw his eyes rove the crowd slowly as many of them still watched the boy who lived. Susan felt Harry's presence as he firmly held his place in the room. Tonks managed to slide closer to Harry and worm her hand up to his shoulder without making any obvious movements. She patted and rubbed it, slowly willing him to feel her support when she knew he needed it most. The conflict was over, and Harry always questioned his actions after the deed was done. He always second-guessed himself, and he never had someone there to support anything he had done. Tonks did her best to let him know she supported him. The people in the room moved about, and those who could vote did so by raising their wands and announcing their intent. Harry waited as the votes were tallied. He watched Fudge as the votes were added together and a consensus was reached. Fudge frowned and dropped his head in defeat. He had been given a vote of no confidence, and his term as minster was over. As he began to leave, a few Aurors moved to either side of him and took his arms. A short scuffle was quickly quelled as Fudge was escorted out of the room. Amelia returned to her place by her niece. She managed a subtle smile in Harry's direction, which he returned before watching government at work once again. "Now that we have settled the first item of business," Albus spoke to the room, We shall entertain candidates for minister. Are there any nominations? Chatter broke out amongst nearly every person in the room. Harry watched as a few people seemed to stand taller and more official as their friends and supporters encouraged them to offer their name. A few members of the Wisengamot watched Harry as closely as he watched the room. Some seemed to come to an agreement and began to speak to their neighbors. The first person to voice his candidacy was someone Harry had never heard of before. He received a second from a smallish woman on the far side of the room. His name was put on a list that had no others. Susan looked to her aunt and kept motioning with her head to give her name. Amelia kept her stern appearance in place as she ignored her well-meaning niece. "I offer Charles DeLong," said a stout man with a wild mustache. The man named was tall and proper-looking as he rose from his seat and accepted the offer. It was seconded, and his name joined the first. Harry was beginning to notice that he was getting more and more attention as the minutes ticked by. He found Albus watching him very closely, as was Amos Diggory and Arthur Weasley. Harry worked to keep his posture and appearance stoic, as more of the room seemed to follow Albus' direction. "I offer Amelia Bones," said Amos Diggory as he met Harry's eyes. Harry saw hope and sadness in his eyes. He felt the man's emotions as if they were his own. He was doing this out of respect for Harry and everything he had done and tried to do for those who didn't deserve it. Harry simply blinked in acceptance of the gesture. Amelia stood as all eyes spun to her. She accepted the nomination graciously. "I second the nomination." Harry nearly lost his composure as he looked to the most unlikely of supporters. His white beard twitched as he smiled at Amelia when she nodded to him. Albus Dumbledore had voiced his opinion on a political matter and one as important as the office of minister. The entire room stopped as they assimilated what this meant to the wizarding world. Albus had stayed neutral years ago when Fudge had run and won the position. All attempts to get Albus into the office had been politely rebuffed with as much respect and humility as Albus could manage. The other two hopefuls, who had once worn wide smiles, felt their chances crash into the dirt the moment Albus supported Amelia. After people came to terms with Amelia being the obvious front-runner, they all seemed to look to Harry once more. They were mostly surprised when his face softened to a smile and he broke from his place against the wall. The boy who lived turned and walked out of the room wearing a slight smile. The crowd allowed him an easy path out, and Tonks followed him closely, keeping her wand at the ready. He exited the doors only to be met by the members of the press and the Aurors guarding the doors. No one asked a question. No one said a word as Harry moved beyond them and into the lift. Once they fought their way through the atrium crowd with a little help from a few well-placed repelling charms. Harry and Tonks climbed into the phone booth and left the ministry only to apparate back to the team rooms seconds later. "Never a dull day with you, huh?" Tonks asked cheekily. "What did you expect me to do?" Harry queried, trying to be cheeky as well, but failing as he was feeling the exhaustion from the last hour. "I couldn't let that man call me a liar again. If he had gotten even a few more people to side with him, nothing would have changed but make him look even more right." "Harry," Tonks said softly as she moved in front of him and pressed herself against Harry's front. "I was only joking. You are wound way too tight right now. Maybe I should do something about that." Tonks smirked and bounced her eyebrows at Harry while nodding in the direction of the couch in the room. Harry blushed before he could stop it. "You are joking, right? Here, now." Tonks moved even closer and stretched her head to meet his ear. "Of course I am joking, silly. Do you have any idea how untethered Horace would get if he found us shagging in the team room? Oh boy, that would be a good one, though." Tonks laughed loudly and grabbed onto Harry to prevent herself from falling over. "It would almost be worth it." Tonks started looking hungrily at Harry as she smoothed her restored gray-colored cloak. "You're funning with me again, aren't you? Wouldn't you like to know? We are back to the first week of summer again, where you try to embarrass me for your own fun. Only this time I am not teasing. If you call my bluff, you will most likely win in the end." Tonks smirked evilly before she changed to her normally happy look. "Well, back to it, I guess. Come on, Harry, better not keep Horace waiting." Tonks flipped up her hood and hopped over to the door. "Bloody woman is going to torture me to death if she keeps this up." Harry donned his hood and followed Tonks to the training room for more punishment. Before they could join Horace and Cal, Marcus caught them for a quick question. "So, who is Minister?" "Not Fudge," Harry stated before walking off to Cal, who was being instructed on a new curse by Horace. "When we left, it looked like Amelia was going to get it." Tonks caught up to Harry a short distance away. "Never stand in his way, Marcus," Marcus said to himself out loud. "It isn't a wise place to be. Learn from others if you can. It saves time and embarrassment, and it's more fun to watch, too." Monday afternoon carried on with Harry being forced to learn how to use the Imperious Curse expertly and with exacting speed. Horace had to beat down Harry's happiness from the voting before he was mad enough to use the unforgivable like he should. The vote had been held, and Amelia had been elected as minister with a majority of the votes, even with 2 other candidates in the running. Tuesday morning, when Harry came into the team room, Marcus was waiting for him and Tonks. He handed Harry a note and told him that any outgoing mail for him was being intercepted by the department to avoid untimely mail delivery should he be training or on a mission. The note was from Amelia and not as the Minister of Magic. It went on to debate whether or not Harry was good or a curse. Amelia settled on a wait-and-see approach until she figured out if being minister was worth the trouble. Her elevation in standing increased. Amelia had appointed Kingsley to her old position. As Harry thought about how everything had worked out, he didn't know if Dumbledore had predicted it as such. Many questions ran through Harry's head as Horace continued his learn-by-doing instruction technique. As the day progressed, and Harry learned a handful of new spells that compressed the air in the affected area, produced a blinding light, countered various binding spells, or reversed the flow of blood where the spells struck, Harry kept dwelling on how Tonks had been used the day before. Repeatedly, Horace would attack Tonks with the Imperious Curse just to force Harry to fight back as strongly as he could. Harry refused to put everything he had into the dark curse unless Tonks was a victim. Horace watched and waited for the right opportunity to tell Harry how his ideals were getting in the way of his abilities. He never saw the right time until Harry failed to protect himself from a nasty repelling curse while trying to deflect a cutting curse from hitting Tonks in the back. "Seps," Horace yelled, halting the training program. "Room 3 now." Horace turned and walked out of the training room and down the hall without looking back. Harry picked himself off the floor quickly, rubbing out the new bruise he knew was starting to form on his shoulder, and followed Horace. Walking the barren hallway, softly lit by magical light, Harry turned into the open doorway of number 3. Horace was standing behind his desk looking at the rear wall showing his back to Harry. Choosing to stay silent, Harry moved to stand beside the only visitor chair in the room. The formal, straight-backed chair looked to be seldom used, as dust could be seen on the seat undisturbed. With a motion of his wand, Horace closed the door sharply without turning around. Harry calmed his mind and stayed at the ready to defend himself. The flicker of the torch from the moving air was the only source of light and sound in the room until Horace sighed. "Do you hate me, Potter?" Surprised by the direct question, Harry hesitated before answering. "At times, yes, I hate you." "What times are those?" "When you target Tonks when you should target me." Horace turned and looked Harry over. His eyes wondered the strong and determined form that was Harry Potter. 2 weeks ago, you were scared, confused, and lost. Today, you have determination, drive, and focus. Do you know how that was achieved? Harry stayed silent as he could only guess at what Horace was trying to hint at. "I have taught people with less talent than you," Horace said calmly. "I have trained people more dense than you. I have killed people with a greater grasp on magic than you." Horace paused for a few minutes before continuing. "Never have I instructed someone so willing to protect another that their own life means nothing to them. Have you so little to live for that you don't care what happens to you?" "I am not sure what you mean." "Tonks can take care of herself," Horace explained. "She has been doing this for a while and she is still here. She counts on you doing your job so she can do hers. If she lacks the ability to stop a simple cutting curse, she deserves what happens to her. You allowed your concern for her to shift your focus and you were beaten for your trouble. I am a bastard, so those I train will want to win just to prove that I am wrong about them. I am hard on them so they will be stronger when it counts most. I watched how you handled yesterday's training. You wanted to kill me for attacking Tonks. You wanted to hurt me so badly that you nearly did so. I see you holding back when we are training. Why won't you use all that magic that you have at your fingertips? Are you afraid? Are you too weak to control it? I have seen what becomes of those who give themselves to magic, Harry blurted out before railing on. I have seen what dark magic can do to someone. I have felt what it is like from the inside. I have felt that way recently, now and then. I don't like what it felt like. Harry found himself out of breath as he finished his words. A constant gnawing had been growing in his mind as he became more skilled in the magic Horace had been teaching him. Harry lowered his head and it shook slightly. I will not become like him. Keeping her safe helps me keep the urges at bay. Every time I use an unforgivable, the urge becomes stronger. I feel the power waiting for me to grab onto it. It calls to me. I can't take it. I must not take it. For the first time since Harry entered the room, Horace softened his mood. He moved to sit in his medium-backed chair, gesturing for Harry to do the same. Knowing dark spells does not make you evil, Potter. Using them does not make you evil unless you use them for evil. Hell, any spell can be used for dark reasons. I could levitate someone off a building or summon their broom out from under them while in flight. As you well know, intent is the key to so much in dealing with magic. You have more intent than you know what to do with, and you are conflicted because of it. The confused look on Harry's face forced a clarification. What is the one thing you must do in your life? What do you feel so compelled to do that you know you will do it? I see the effects of it in you. Every action, everything you do seems driven by something. Harry sighed as he knew the answer regardless of some prophecy made years ago and only recently revealed. I must kill Voldemort. Harry spoke simply and with no emphasis. He merely stated a simple fact that he had been wrestling with since the shock of learning the prophecy had worn off. Horace let out a nervous chuckle. That explains a lot, Harry. Horace smiled and pulled open a drawer on his desk. He pulled out a bottle of Muggle whiskey and uncorked it with one hand as he pulled out a pair of glasses from the same drawer with the other. He filled one glass full in half for the other. Seeming to contemplate the situation, Horace pushed the full one towards Harry while picking up the remaining one. Quite something you have to do, Horace stated while raising his glass in a toasting motion. Harry followed his lead and did the same with the full glass. To revenge for the fallen. Horace took a drink as Harry wavered. Revenge has nothing to do with it, Harry said, staring at the liquid, moving around in his glass. It's just the way it is. Harry took a mouthful of the smooth liquid and swallowed it down. The effects were slightly delayed, but Harry soon felt the burning creep up his throat, causing him to cough at the sensation. I will not ask you to explain, but do not see it as a bad thing. Killing that thing will be one of the greatest accomplishments in this century. Heroes have done less and gotten more. I have lost 8 people that I cared about to that man. If I have the chance to kill him, I will do it without a second's thought. You would fail and he would kill you for trying, Harry answered while staring at the glass, deciding whether or not to finish his drink. I have lost my family to him. I have seen him kill. I have seen him torture. I have felt his emotions. I am afraid that I will become like him if I give in to my magic. He did that and you see what he is now. All he had to live on for 13 years was his magic. I would rather die than become what he was. You asked why I hold back, why I protect Tonks like I do. That is why. If I give up my humanity, then I become just like him. You do not have the ability to give up enough to become like him, Horace said fiercely. I see who you are every day I force you to use these spells. You have resisted me from the beginning, and you have more innate skill with them than any others yet. I cannot tell you how completely enjoyable and utterly frustrating it has been teaching you. I see your potential, and it is amazing, and then you fight me when I try to bring it out. Horace smiled a distant smile as he watched Harry puzzling at his comment. The confusion faded as Harry downed the rest of his glass. Harry fought the coughs as he set the empty tumbler on the desk. A green, penetrating stare fixed Horace and prevented any thoughtful movement. Horace planned out his next statement carefully. I am not training a murderer, Harry, Horace admitted. I am training a survivor, both one that is and will be so again. I have no doubt that you will defeat the Dark Lord. I have seen the fight in your eyes when you are left with few options. My only saving grace is that you know I am not your enemy. When you kill for the first time, you will be broken for a time. I can tell you that it will pass with a little help from friends. Remember, we are all potential killers. Most of us just haven't been put in a situation to prove it. I almost killed someone recently, Harry confessed and stared at a spot on the floor. I wanted to. I didn't think about it, I just wanted to do it. What stopped you? Tonks stopped me. I was going to do it for her, but she told me to do it for myself if I wanted. I couldn't do it for myself because it seemed wrong. Why was it so easy to do it for her and so hard for myself? Responsibility can be rationalized over two people instead of one. You can feel less guilty if you think it was for another person. Every life I have taken has been in defense of another or my own. Soldiers kill to stay alive or keep their mates alive. Murderers kill for pleasure, power, or personal gain in one form or another. You do not have it in you to murder someone. Neither does Tonks. A few of the operatives do have it in them and are watched closely to prevent them from going too far. How can you be so sure? I have wanted to kill a few people in my life. I have felt it in me. I have come close a few times before, but I never knew how. Now I know how, and I seem to be rather good at it. In training only, Harry. You have killed in training, and you know it is training. In reality, I am not sure what you will do. In the past, when you wanted to kill those people, what happened? Nothing, really. Horace settled back into his chair and smiled again. Exactly my point. Everyone wants to kill at some point in their life, but most never do it. Their morality or whatever stops them. I do not mean this in a bad way, but your morality is getting in the way here. I know you are afraid to give in to your magic and use it fully, but you must. Tonks and Cal hang in the balance. I have said it before, but hesitation kills in this business. Besides, if you start drifting too far away from who you are, I think someone will help pull you back. Horace raised his eyebrows and looked at Harry intently. I think that she would. Harry relented and inhaled deeply. Trust that I will continue training you to use magic in ways to survive and keep your friends alive. I have yet to teach you to abuse your magic or others. Horace watched Harry think over things. The young man sat a little taller in his chair as the seconds ticked by. Horace compared the Harry sitting in the chair in front of him to the pictures of the Harry at the vote. Slowly, the images were becoming the same. You are not one to take the easy way out. That is the reason I can be so sure that you will never become like that arse. Well, now we best get back to it, Seps. Enough lying about for one day, get the job done. Now go. Horace stood and watched as Harry rose to his feet. The older man extended his hand in understanding and support. Harry accepted it graciously. The days rolled by filled with Harry working hard trying to learn all he could from Horace. As other operatives came and went during the week, they all noticed how Seps and Horace seemed to work together as opposed to against each other, as had been the norm before. Tonks had noticed and mentioned the change in mood between them. She never got a straight answer to her questions, but she knew that Horace had found a common link the same as he found with every trainee. She knew how the man worked and what he used to motivate others. She recognized the connection between him and Harry the very same day that it had formed. A letter had arrived for Harry on Wednesday, via Hedwig, from Hermione. Once she had finished scolding Harry for tampering in the affairs of the ministry, she congratulated him in ridding their world of Fudge and his politics. She finished the letter with her thoughts on how Hedwig knew she needed to send Harry a letter and various theories on the occurrence. As the berating gave way to compliments, Harry couldn't help but picture Hermione standing before him saying exactly what she had written. Tonks had read the letter wanting to know what had been so funny, but she didn't understand how the rather unpleasant letter could be funny. It took Harry describing the images in his head before Tonks joined in the laughter. Harry had laughed to himself until Tonks, not able to take it anymore, fought him into a rather willing submission hold that led to many adult happenings. The elves had to return to noisier chores until the couple had succumbed to sleep. Friday morning, Harry awoke to find Tonks curled into him and sleeping soundly. He watched her nose twitch as it often did when she dreamed. Harry couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Her hands curled and relaxed as her eyes darted back and forth behind her lids. Her breathing sped up and slowed down in tandem with her restlessness. Harry couldn't stop himself from petting her head and pushing her dark brown hair out of the way. Tonks had spent more and more time in her real form since they had moved to Potter Estate. Harry had encouraged it only to find Tonks using it as leverage to get things she wanted, such as Harry smiling more, laughing more, and even dancing with her for a few seconds before fleeing from the room for over an hour. As the dream ended, Harry waited for her cheery eyes to open and find him looking down at her. A shiver, running from her head to her feet, led to her eyes popping open. Harry held her tightly as Tonks' brain kicked into action. "Harry, is everything okay?" she asked, slightly scared. Harry looked around the room quickly before pulling her closer to him. "I am fine, Nymph. Everything's fine. Why are you shivering?" Tonks breathed out and closed her eyes. She hugged him firmly before snuggling into his warmth. "Must have had a bad dream. It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Tonks moved slowly and deliberately against Harry, trying to lessen his worry. If you keep that up, Nymph, we will be 5 for 5 this week on our morning hellos." "Imagine that." Tonks smirked and became more intent on where she touched and rubbed. "Some would think that I like you, Harry. Others would think something completely different." "And what would that be?" Harry asked as he busied himself with kissing Tonks' bare neck. "Something more than like?" Tonks never finished her thoughts as they wound their bodies together for another late morning entry into the kitchen. The elves had gotten used to limited time for breakfast, as Harry had yet to arrive with more than 10 minutes to spare. Tikki could only shake her head and mumble about James, and Lily as she happily prepared Tonks' food. At first, Harry was troubled by Tikki mentioning and comparing Harry and Tonks to his parents, but as he realized her meaning, he grew to appreciate the references. It made him feel closer to his parents, even though he couldn't remember them very well. Every once in a while, Harry would get the feeling that he remembered a room or an event as he moved about the home. He would spend an hour nearly every night sitting in the nursery, just looking around. It was in the nursery where his memories were the most acute. Sounds and smells would pop into his head for no reason and vanish just as quickly. Tonks had figured out a perfect way to bring Harry out of the funk he would be in when he emerged from that room. Tikki could be found in the cellar or the garage cleaning during those times. Friday's training followed the pattern of the week. Horace would teach Harry about 5 curses and push him until he learned them. Horace wanted to see Harry master one of the spells wandlessly before he could leave for the day. Harry chose to learn a binding hex that had a form of Petrificus totalis added to it. Tonks told him that many Aurors used it when arresting a suspect. Harry and Tonks had just returned to Potter Estate, apparating into the living room, when Harry felt a sharp stab in his head. Stumbling to his knees, Harry gritted his teeth against the pain as images that swam into his mind. Various faces and voices moved about, and one name could be seen floating ghost-like in his vision: Lovegood. Tonks watched Harry fall and quickly moved to support him as he took labored breaths through his clenched teeth. "Harry, what is it? Are you okay?" Harry managed to move his left hand to Tonks' leg and held on as he fought against the agony. In the haze of the rippling pain, Harry tried to use occlumency to control the intrusion into his mind. He was making little headway since the attack had been so unexpected, he was completely caught off guard. Tonks held him close to her as she floundered about trying to think of something, anything, to do that would help Harry. She saw his right hand covering his scar and figured that it must be the cause of the pain. "Deep breaths, Harry dear. Slow, deep breaths. You are in control, remember that. Come on, love, fight it." Tonks rubbed his back and held him even tighter as he seemed to gain some ground against the throbbing. As Harry slowly relaxed, Tonks began kissing his cheek and forehead. When she pulled his hand away from the scar, the angry red mark was hot on her lips as she kissed it intently. She kept whispering consoling words to Harry as his body softened and starting moving purposefully again. The first real movement Harry did was to hug Tonks and bury his head into her chest. She kept her spot on the floor and held him as he clung to her. Only when his eyes opened did she see the true agony of the experience. Torment hung in the green orbs that searched her face desperately for something concrete to hold on to. Tonks smiled and waited for Harry to speak. "Voldemort is sending Death Eaters after the Lovegoods. I have to help them. They are only being attacked because of me. Luna helped me in the ministry, and Odd printed the article about Fudge. I can't let them get hurt or worse because of me. I have to go." "We have to go, Harry." Do not forget that I am here to keep you safe among other things. When is it happening? I'm not sure, but it should be tonight, I guess. I have been able to see certain things in his mind before, but everything was hazy this time. Maybe he is trying to block me out since last time hurt him, or maybe I am keeping him out better. I don't know. Still hurts, though. Well, what would life be like without a little drama now and then? I have no idea since my life is full of drama all the time. Harry managed a forced smile as he looked up at Tonks. He saw concern and a little playfulness in her eyes. What? Nothing. It is just not that often that I end up being the one not on the floor first. It is a nice change. Tonks leaned down and kissed Harry softly on the lips before kissing his cooling scar once more. I know that the Lovegoods live near the burrow, so we should start there and try to find it. Do you know how many lackeys he is sending? No, but think they are new ones. I never saw faces, but their voices weren't familiar. As nasty as this thing is, Harry said, pointing to his scar, it comes in handy once in a while. Well, it is still light out, so I doubt that they will attack now. We should eat the food that I smell before we run off and test out your skills. Trust me, I know how these sorts of things work. 95% waiting, 5% terror. We eat, then we go okay. If you are sure, Harry asked, concerned for his friend and her father, who was willing to help. Harry let Tonks pull him to his feet, and they hurried into the kitchen to eat a nasty meal before apparating to a place near the burrow. Not wanting to trigger the wards again, Tonks had suggested a location down the lane away from the Weasleys' home. Tonks used the Point Me spell to find a direction to the Lovegoods' home. The property lied to the south beyond a grove of trees, and the stream Harry had visited a few times while staying with his adoptive family. Harry and Tonks wrapped their cloaks around themselves and activated the invisibility feature before traveling down the lane. Ever watchful, Harry's eyes darted back and forth as he walked silently next to Tonks. His memory concerning the silencing spell had been consistent all week. Horace had barked at him when Harry forgot to use it before starting one day. Harry did his best to remember to use it every time it might be needed from that point on. Tonks could feel the tension rolling off Harry as they advanced on the property. She knew Harry could handle himself and wasn't worried about his safety, but she was concerned about what might happen if Harry had to really let loose with his magic. She knew Horace had found a way to get Harry to increase his levels, but she didn't know if Harry was ready for everything that would follow. They found the lane leading to the house and approached the building. Harry wasn't sure if it was just a Lovegood thing or what, but the house looked even weirder than the burrow. It looked like someone had put boxes together and built a home. There seemed to be a pattern to the construction, but Harry couldn't figure it out. The roof line was broken in so many gables, Harry couldn't keep a count of them. He turned to see Tonks staring open-mouthed at the house. Well, they are a different sort of people, Tonks rationalized, shaking her head. She directed Harry to a location near the side of the house, where a bench and a stone-carved creature sat beneath a large tree. Settling in to wait for the unwelcome visitors, Harry inspected the creature in the failing light from the setting sun. He almost spoke aloud when he read the inscription on the base. He was looking at the headstone for Luna's mother. He looked at the house and wondered why he hadn't sought out his own parents' grave site. The only idea he could come up with was that seeing it in writing like that would be proof that his parents were gone. Tonks drew her wand and cast a silencing sphere around them and proceeded to fade the dome into nothing. What are you thinking about, Harry? My parents. Luna probably sees this every time she comes outside. I know I could find the same thing if I looked for it, but I haven't. I'm just thinking about why I haven't yet. Because you know there is no going back once you see it. You haven't closed that page in your life yet. Even after all these years and what everyone has told you, you still hope that they are wrong. Sadly, that is the last bit of childhood you have left. I want them back, but I don't know what it would be like to have them. I can only guess what they would be like. I guess they would be a lot like you, only two separate people. Many have compared you to each of them in different ways. I think I would like them, but I know they would love you. How could they not? Harry sat in silence as he tried to focus on the reason for him being where he was as the night washed over them. He listened to the wind rustling the leaves above the bench and watched the lights come on and go out inside the odd-shaped house that would fit into an original architecture design book. Nerves getting to him. Harry asked if they should go inside and wait or maybe try to get the Lovegoods out of the house before the Death Eaters showed up. Are you positive that they are coming here? Are you willing to risk the Lovegoods asking certain questions? We should wait out here until they come or until we get a better idea about when it will happen. This is how it works. Remember, 95% waiting. Harry sighed and leaned back, trying to control his quickly beating heart. He saw Tonks pull her legs up under her bum and lean over to him, resting her head on his shoulder. Normally, the waiting is with someone who isn't interesting beyond a work relationship, but this time, Tonks smiled coyly and laughed softly when Harry blushed lightly. I will just lean against you until another arrangement can be thought out. No funny business, it is distracting. Harry sighed as Tonks settled against him and put an arm around him. She seemed perfectly at home, waiting and watching. Harry could barely contain his urge to knock on the door and tell them to leave, but he decided Tonks knew best in this situation. So he waited and waited. They changed positions as blood flow required. As Harry pondered the last few years he had spent at Hogwarts and everything that had happened to him, he heard faint pops of apparition in the distance. Tonks managed to hold him down, stopping Harry from jumping to his feet and charging after the arrivals. Wait for them to come to us, Harry, Tonks advised. We have a vantage point from here. Never give up an advantage unless another one presents itself. We should wait and see how many are here before we plan our course of action. I am not good at planning, Harry grumbled as he searched for movement. You are just not advanced planning. You do really well when you plan as you go. Most likely, we are outnumbered, but we know they are here. Slowly, dark figures emerged from the lane and spread out along the nearby trees. Harry saw 3 people wearing Death Eater robes and carrying their wands in their hands and at the ready. Tonks whispered in his ear to follow the one on the right. She said she would take the one on the left. What about the one that is left? After we silently take care of the other 2, we can finish him off together. It should be easy from that point on. Oh, and this is just like training. Don't get caught up on thinking it is different. Do what you always do, win. Tonks drifted off after the figure, moving to the far side of the grounds. Harry knew he needed to trust Tonks and her abilities, so he sought out his own target. He crept up behind the cloaked person and watched. The person moved nervously to the rear of the house. Harry could tell that he was a new member because of the lack of confidence the person moved with. As the person stopped and pointed his wand at the house, Harry chose which spells to use. He figured that quiet and colorless spells would be the best ones to use. Moving behind the person, Harry thought the words Conligo Totalis. His enemy went stiff and fell to the ground with a slight thud. Harry moved and grabbed the wand out of his wand and stowed it in his pocket. The Death Eater stared into nothingness, trying to see his attacker. Only when his wand was yanked from his hand and disappeared did he know that his decision to follow the Dark Lord might have been the wrong choice to make a few weeks earlier. Harry smiled to himself as he felt a wave of success wash over him. He had done what he needed to do, and no one had been hurt. Returning to the matter at hand, Harry moved towards the final person. He saw the Death Eater looking at his watch, seemingly waiting for the arranged attack time. Harry tried to find Tonks, who was supposed to help him, but he couldn't see her anywhere. Panic began to rise up as Harry thought through the worst possibilities. He managed to refocus as the Death Eater put his watch away and continued counting down as he mouthed the numbers. Harry knew that he had to act before the time came, so he fired a stunner at the Death Eater. Red light lit up the night as the unsuspecting Death Eater dove out of the way and cast a lighting charm on the area. The front yard was bathed in magical light as the figure moved to the trees and out of the open. He looked around, quickly trying to find his would-be attacker. Seeing no one, he began to cast a fire spell, only to jump out of the way of another stunner from Harry. Growling, Harry heard the Death Eater shout out his spells as he fired in all directions, attempting to strike Harry down. Only 2 spells were close, and Harry had time to move out of the way instead of using a shield spell. Watching a tree catch on fire and huge holes spring up from the ground, Harry began his assault on the Death Eater. Spell after spell rocketed towards the man in black, who moved out of the way at the last second. All thoughts of an easy victory vanished as the Death Eater moved gracefully in his defense of his freedom. Time and time again, Harry didn't know how the Death Eater had managed to at least partially predict what spell was being launched at him. His infrequent shields were a perfect match when used, and he moved like a cat just inside of the tree line. Harry pursued him, but stayed far enough away as not to get trapped by his normal tendency to rush in. Horace had beaten that habit quite hard in the last week by letting Harry fight his way into the middle of a fight, only to find no way back out. Harry kept moving and firing while trying to bring the man down. His frustration grew as no matter what spell Harry used, it missed or was countered. Harry toyed with using unblockable curses, but decided against it. Not once had the man used any spell worse than a reductor curse. Harry fought on launching spells as fast as he could. He began to see flashes of light deeper in the trees near where Tonks should have been. The panic that he had fought down came back full force. Knowing that Tonks needed his help, Harry increased the power and the severity of his magic. A couple trees were utterly decimated by his reductors, and more than a few holes had been dug by mist-piercing hexes. His enemy moved away as fast as Harry advanced. A returned cutting curse almost hit Harry in the arm, which caused him to put even more intent into his spells. The air was beginning to shimmer around Harry as he poured his magic into the fight. He never noticed it, but the Death Eater did. A shimmer appeared in the distance, and it was about the size of a person. The shimmer moved quickly and with purpose. The cloaked man knew that things were not going as planned. He knew that there was no hope of completing his mission, since the occupants of the house had to have noticed the spell work by now. Watching the figure move and attack, the man decided that retreat was his only option. Any doubt vanished as a severing ribbon sliced through a foot and a half-thick tree immediately before him. As the shimmer continued to increase, the Death Eater apparated away as a bone-shattering spell advanced on his location. Knowing that pain was in his future for his failure, the man stopped off at another location first to ponder what story to have ready for the Dark Lord. He knew that it had to have as much truth as possible, but certain things had to be embellished or the torture would last longer. 6 attackers would be more convincing than 1 or 2. Yes, 6, and I lost the new guy right off. That should work for now. Oh, the old man owes me for what I do for him. Showing up last was always the worst place to be. The Dark Lord would save the last one for his object lesson. The hooded man apparated away and appeared in the entry hall of the Dark Lord's current lodging. The aged tapestries hung from the rafters above as he moved to the meeting room. Opening the door, screams met his ears immediately. As he worked through the reality of the situation, only one word came to mind: fuck. Last I see. Voldemort queried sweetly while turning away from the crumpled and broken man lying prostrate on the ground at Voldemort's feet. What story have you to offer for this latest defeat, Potions Master? My lord, I have no story to offer, Severus provided. I only have what occurred. Your comrade has given me a tale of 2 people besting the 3 of you before you both fled in disgrace. Care to add to it? Bloody idiot, Snape thought. We lost the new guy immediately, but there was more than 2. He may have had only 1, but I had 5 against me. I stayed until I couldn't see how our mission could be salvaged considering how things had gone. The house would have been empty by the time we defeated our opposition. I accept whatever punishment you chose, Master. Snape bowed low and waited for the burning knives to pierce his skin. No matter the number of adversaries, I expect success. Voldemort fumed at the most recent failure of his followers. Crucio was the last word spoken that met Snape's ears before he collapsed under the effects of the spell. Harry watched as his opponent disappeared right before his bone-shattering spell would have connected. Harry turned to see flashes of light sparking some 100 feet or so away from his current location. He crashed through the trees and undergrowth desperately wanting to help Tonks. He broke through a shrub to find Tonks moving around the trees firing spells at another Death Eater who was far less calm and collected than Harry's had been. He shot a spell at the man and watched as a tree shattered and fell into others with a resounding noise. Harry continued his assault by banishing large rocks at the Death Eater followed by stunners and the binding spell. Harry saw Tonks move behind a large tree and spend a few minutes catching her breath. Harry was happy that she was okay, and even happier that she wasn't fighting at the moment. The Death Eater fired a few spells at Harry, hitting a nearby tree and sending wooden shards in all directions. Feeling the faint sting, Harry figured that he had been hit by some of the splinters. He drove on in his attack and launched even more curses at the man, pushing him further away from Tonks and the Lovegoods. A bone-breaking curse hit the man in the arm with a loud snap, followed by a scream of pain. Harry pressed his advantage and moved against the injured man, only to see him portkey away before any additional spells could find their targets. A shout of frustration erupted from Harry's mouth at only getting one of the 3 Death Eaters. He wanted all of them. He wanted every single one. Any that escaped meant they could show up again, and in greater numbers too. He decided that the night was a missed opportunity as a whole. 1 out of 3 was terrible since they had an even fight from the start. Harry turned to find Tonks making her way to him. Harry looked in her eyes and saw shame. He ignored his own thoughts and closed the distance with her quickly. "Nymph, what is wrong?" "I messed up, Harry," Tonks hung her head. "I buggered up my approach by being my normal clumsy self. That bastard heard me and away we went. I am sorry." "No, don't be. I couldn't finish off my guy either. He seemed to know what spells were coming right as I cast them. I didn't get into it until the end right before he apparated away. Don't blame yourself. It is my fault." "Exactly my point, Harry. It is neither of our faults. You will not take the blame for this since we are both responsible for it. I know you well enough to know how you would handle this outcome. We got one, and that is one more than before. Every little bit helps, and this one might lead us to others. I just need to make a portkey to the holding room and we can send him on. He will be kept idle until released by an operative." Harry thought over how Tonks had worked him. She tried to take the blame, so Harry took it instead. She showed him how stupid it was to blame himself for the outcome when much of it was out of his control anyway. "You knew what I would do and used that against me, didn't you?" "Sharp tonight, Harry. I like that. You are your worst enemy. At least you can work on that without risking your life, and I plan to help you. Now, are you hurt at all?" Harry hesitated before nodding. He held up his left arm and saw a few long pieces of wood sticking out of his cloak. The pieces were coated with a red substance that could only be blood. Tonks sighed and moved to look at the injury. She examined it and shook her head while mumbling about not being able to take him anywhere. She smirked at Harry's surprise. "What? Please, I know what you get up to at school, and this is nothing compared to that. I may be concerned about you, but I am not Molly nor am I Poppy. I can get this taken care of when we get home. Now, let's go get our friend shipped off and go home." Tonks moved to Harry's uninjured side and pulled him along. They worked their way back to where Harry had left his first obstacle. They saw a man in a multicolored robe holding his wand on the bound Death Eater, while another person held a torch aloft, while aiming her wand in the general vicinity of the Death Eater. "Who are you?" demanded Odd. "Where are your friends? Well, answer me." Odd shot a stinging hex at the trapped man who didn't react. "Maybe you need to kick him before he makes a sound, just like a whirling manora, father." "Maybe, honey," Odd answered his daughter before kicking the Death Eater in the side, eliciting a crack. "Oh, I think I broke him, honey. Maybe kicking him isn't the right way. Maybe you have to dunk him in water like a grubbling." "I will get you a bucket." Luna began to move back to the house when Harry and Tonks removed the invisibility feature on their cloaks. 2 wands snapped in their direction, and Odd ordered them to raise their hands. Harry held his hands out and showed it devoid of a wand. Tonks slowly returned her wand to its holder and followed Harry's lead. "Mr. Lovegood," Harry began. "Pleasant evening, isn't it? Ah, I see you found our lost Death Eater for us. Thank you so much. We have been looking for him since his friends ran off on us. Terribly sorry to disturb you, but if you would be so kind to let us deal with him from here on." Odd kept his wand out, but he seemed to be thinking something over. When his eyes widened and his wand started to drop, Tonks seized the opportunity to continue Harry's line of thought. "I see that you have taken good care of our, well, person, I guess. We can handle him from here, though, so you won't need a bucket of water at this time. Though I will tell you that the kicking idea was spot on. I think he might need another one just to be sure, though." Odd closed his mouth and gave another kick to the man's side. Tonks moved forward and dropped the portkey onto the man's chest, and he was whisked away in a blink of an eye. Thank you so much for minding him while we were busy with the others. I would suggest that you see about adding wards to your property since it appears that a certain thing has taken an interest in you. Yes, stammered Odd as he understood the situation. I see that doing good in our world tends to attract attention. Oh well, if you are going to do something, do it right. Thank you for being here. Am I right in my guess as to who you people are? If you think we don't exist and we're never here, then yes, you are right. Tonks hinted at the only way the evening could end. Well then, Odd motioned to his daughter. Since you were never here and we never saw you then, we must have been sleeping soundly all night. And what a wonderful night it is. Excellent then. Tonks turned to Harry and nodded to him to apparate away. Together, they disappeared with hardly a sound. Father, who were they? Luna asked in an airy and unfocused manner. They weren't unspeakables, and they were never here, honey. Now why don't you go on in while I see if I can remember those wards I learned so many years ago. Luna had just entered the house and closed the door when Arthur, Bill, and Molly ran up the path, wands out and ready to use. Odd, is everything okay? Arthur asked, scanning the property, which had been lit by Bill's flare charm. Trees were toppled and dirt was scattered about. It looked as if a war had taken place. Arthur, Odd chimed in his near-musical voice. Everything's fine here. How about over by you? Wonderful weather we are having, isn't it? Odd, Molly gasped as she surveyed the damage. Is Luna all right? Did they get into the house? Odd looked at both elder Weasleys before inclining his head. No one was here and they don't exist, Arthur, if you get my meaning. Arthur looked at the damage and met Odd's gaze. They weren't here and don't exist, he asked, trying to hint at what he believed to be the truth. Exactly, Odd nodded. And the Death Eaters seemed to have run off before we could cross wands. Odd's smile faded as he wiped at his brow, thinking about everything that could have happened. Molly nudged Arthur and gave him the look. Arthur sighed and made his decision. Odd, I was wondering if you would like to meet a few people I know who are interested in others who do what is right regardless of what could happen. Odd motioned discreetly with his left hand as he answered. I seem to have angered those who dislike Harry Potter. Odd looked at an ancient tree which lay in ruins on the edge of his property. I would do it again. To hell with them and you know who. I like my chosen side. Well, Arthur said, moving close to Odd and speaking in a whisper. Then I think you should stop by Hogwarts and have a visit with Professor Dumbledore. Tell him a phoenix asked you to stop by. Really? Odd queried. What a night that didn't happen. Do you need some help, Odd? Molly asked, gesturing to the carnage. Our Bill is rather good with wards and such. Bill rejoined the group after having walked the grounds looking for more Death Eaters and at the damage. He was shocked at the level of destruction in the forest. If you would like me to put a few wards up so you can sleep a little more soundly tonight, I would be willing. Tomorrow, we can plan out a complete system of wards and alerts like we have at the Burrow. That is so very nice of you, Odd accepted the offer. I will make my visit after we have settled on a plan then. Harry arrived in his living room next to Tonks and tossed off his hood. He grimaced as the adrenaline began to fade and the pain started to take over. Tonks went to his left side and cringed. She moved Harry to the couch and removed his cloak. Her concern was obvious and Harry was confused. What happened to I have had worse at school? How bad is it? Shush, that was when we were in the field. If you can walk and aren't dying right away, you are fine. We are at home now and I can let my emotions do what they will. Oh, Harry, this must hurt. Ticky, I need some help in here. As soon as the words Ticky and help left her lips, Ticky appeared next to Tonks. The little elf's eyes bulged before she got down to business. She disappeared and reappeared with a bag full of medical supplies. Ticky looked hopefully at Tonks as she awaited instructions. Just like Master James, always getting hurt. Ticky help like Ticky help Mistress Lily. Tonks went to work removing the splinters and cleaning the wound. Harry had to fight through the pain as he felt every centimeter of wood as it was pulled from his body. I thought these cloaks were supposed to protect us. Without it, the wood would have gone clean through tearing everything in its path. At least none of it appears to be embedded in your bones. That would be a completely different kind of hurt. As long as it isn't as bad as the cruciatus, I think I could take it. That is my Harry, always drawing on past experiences to make me care that much more. The removal and repair from the injury went on for the better part of a half hour. Tonks left Tiki in charge and Harry to rest when she went to the holding room in the ministry to sort out the captured Death Eater. When she returned to Harry, she found him still asleep and checked the bandaged wound. It had closed up and was healing quickly thanks to a skin knitting potion Tiki had in her kit. "Harry," Tonks said softly. "Harry, maybe you should come up to bed. There is no sense in sleeping down here when you have such a wonderful place upstairs. You even have a sexy woman waiting for you." With his eyes still closed, Harry replied, "Well, if you are here, then who is in my bed? And don't tell me that it is Tiki." Harry opened his eyes and smiled at Tonks. "If you give me a few minutes, I can chuck the usurper out on her ear. Then I will be the sexy woman in your bed. How does that sound?" "Like something to look forward to, Nymphadora. Let's go, I am kind of tired." Tonks walked Harry up the stairs and into the bathroom and helped him get ready. He was stiff from the fight, and his wound was quite tender to the touch, as Tonks found out when she grabbed the wrong arm trying to direct him into the bedroom. Once she had apologized and assisted Harry into his normal sleeping attire, Tonks kissed him passionately. She messed his already unruly hair even more and proceeded to rub her body against his, taking special care to stay away from his arm. "I am sorry about before. I am willing to try and make things up to you, Harry. Do you have any ideas in mind as to how I can do that?" Tonks gave him a cheeky smile and kissed him from the top of his head to his waist. She never made it further than that, much to Harry's pleasure. As the night advanced, Harry and Tonks entertained themselves until Harry finally gave in to his exhaustion. Tonks curled up and watched Harry sleep beside her. She thought how fast they had moved in their relationship. She had never talked to Harry about what they were, but as she had learned, she doubted that Harry had any clue what to call them. She figured that they were what they were and to leave it alone. She knew Harry was not one to mess about, and he had little chance to do so since he spent nearly every second with her anyway. "You are an important part of my life, Harry. You had better stay that way or I will get Hermione and Ginny to help me haunt you forever." Tonks giggled at how silly her statement had sounded. She really was immature for her age. As she thought about it, she realized that it was Harry who made her act like she did. No matter how she put the pieces together, it always came down to the raven-haired man next to her. "As it should be," she thought to herself as she hugged Harry to her and drifted off to sleep. 12. Lost childhood. Harry rolled over and felt a slightly painful pulling sensation on his arm. It was an unpleasant feeling, and he wanted it to stop. Eyes open, Harry looked down at the source of the irritation. He saw the bandage over his wound and started remembering the night before. The frustration of never beating his second opponent dominated his memories. Harry tried to figure out another way he could have won the fight, but he couldn't think of anything that would have worked short of using an unblockable curse. He continued to fume until a feathery sigh distracted him. Harry looked at Tonks, who was draped across his body, sleeping soundly. Harry focused on her slight movements as she breathed. He couldn't help but think of what could have happened to her if he had been beaten. She was holding her own when he got to her, but if his guy had teamed up with hers, she could have been hurt or killed. As the dreadful thoughts swam around in his mind, he instinctively pulled Tonks further up to his chest and held her tightly. The more he thought, the more he realized that Tonks depended on him doing his part. It all came down to what Horace had been saying in training. Everyone was responsible for their part. The team relied on each of the parts carrying their own weight. If one broke down, all of it could fall apart and people could get hurt. Concentrating on the what-ifs led Harry to reconsider his reasoning behind the entire summer thus far. Am I ready for all of this? Can I do what needs done when it needs done? These thoughts dominated his time as Tonks woke to the tight embrace from Harry. She looked forward and saw Harry's arms wrapped around her body, holding her tightly. She felt safe and secure with him. She had never felt so close to someone who wasn't a family member. She reveled in the feelings washing over her. As the minutes passed, her feisty nature returned. She slowly moved her hand up Harry's chest, trying to get to his face unnoticed. She knew he was awake, but his focus wasn't on her at the moment. She paused when he tightened his hold for a second. Once he relaxed again, she continued on to her goal. Tonks managed to get her hand to his face and caressed it gently as she gazed into his unfocused eyes. After a few seconds, she saw those green eyes shift to her face and bore into her soul. Her sleepy and playful smile faded as she read Harry's expression. Concern, desire, drive, and need were all visible. "Harry, what is it?" "I promise that I will do better next time, Nymph. I didn't do what I should have yesterday. I could have beaten my guy, but I don't know, I guess I didn't want it bad enough or something." "You did just fine, Harry. I didn't get my guy either, so I have no room to talk bad about your performance." "You could have been hurt. I can't let that happen. It would have been my fault if I lost, and then you would have had two people to fight at once. All that Horace has been saying is starting to make sense. I will not fail you, Nymph. I can't fail you." "Harry, SHH. Tonks pulled herself up to Harry and proceeded to give him light kisses as he calmed down. She would look at him after each one before giving him another. "We learn something after every fight, Harry. If you are around to learn it, then you did okay." Tonks continued kissing Harry as the concern slipped away and the other emotions came to the surface. Tonks found herself under Harry as he showered her with kisses and pressed himself against her naked body. She felt desire controlling his actions as he pushed her in very friendly ways. Feeling her body react in kind, Tonks let go of what little resolve she had. "Harry, I am always ready when you are." Harry responded by running his hand up the length of her body, eliciting a slight shiver as he brushed certain spots lightly. At her moan, Harry connected with Tonks and poured himself into the actions. The desire and need were so overpowering that Harry felt like a passenger in his quest to become one with Tonks. All he could think about was her getting hurt because of him. Every time a thought like that came into his mind, Harry held Tonks tighter. Every worry and fear was excised as he made love to her. It took his utter collapse before his brain re-engaged. "Harry, that was, I don't know, amazing," Tonks breathed as she fought to regain her breath. "What brought that on? Not that I am complaining, mind you. I could have lost you last night. I don't think I could take it." "You didn't almost lose me, Harry. Remember, if it gets too bad, we retreat. Do not forget that if you think you are in over your head, I don't want to lose you because you forgot you could escape. How silly would that be?" "Pretty thick, but I am rather thick at times, I guess." Harry smirked at his insult. Tonks smirked as well, but in a more suggestive way. "In more ways than one, Harry." She watched as Harry figured it out and his mouth dropped open. His lowered regions twitched a little too. "Exactly, love." "You are bad, you know that." "As bad as you want me to be." Tonks' smirk disappeared as Harry took up the challenge with renewed determination. It was an hour later when Harry awoke to Dobby bouncing on his bed. Harry lifted his head out of Tonks' hair and looked at the elf happily bouncing up and down on the foot of the bed. "Ah, Dobby, do you need something?" Harry checked to see if any of Tonks was exposed, but he found that he was covering most of her form that the sheet didn't. "Dobby not need things, Harry. Dobby is waiting for Harry to wake. Dobby has breakfast ready for Harry." "Thank you, Dobby. I guess we could be downstairs in a few minutes." "Harry not need go downstairs." Dobby snapped his fingers and 2 trays of food appeared and hovered above the bed. "Ticky make Tonks' tray. She not let Dobby make it." "Thank you, Dobby, and thank Ticky for me too." Harry watched Dobby lower the trays to the foot of the bed and disappear with a crack. "Funny elf, but what else could you expect with you, huh, Harry?" Tonks asked as she pulled herself into a sitting position. Harry couldn't stop himself from staring as her breasts were completely exposed in her new position. She pulled the tray into her lap and started eating. "What? It is not like you haven't seen them before. Actually, you have done a lot more than see them if I remember correctly." Harry shook himself back to reality and formulated a response. "That is true, but I have never seen them in a situation like this. The other times we were doing stuff. Right now, we are eating like normal people. I don't know why, but it is different all the same." Well, I guess that is true, but I don't have a problem with it. Do you?" "Oh no, no problem at all, Nymph." Harry couldn't help but look at Tonks. You had better start eating, or it will get cold. If I am distracting you too much, I can cover them up." "Oh, no need for that," Harry said, quickly earning him a knowing smile from Tonks. He started eating, but his eyes routinely drifted back to Tonks' exposed chest. When she would laugh at him, they would bounce further, confounding Harry. It was a long breakfast with numerous laughs coming from Tonks. A very late morning found Harry and Tonks leaving the house and wandering the grounds carrying 2 old brooms that had been found in a cupboard. Harry walked around the house once and saw a greenhouse, a gravel path, and the stables. As they neared the stables, Jules met them, giving each a sniff before calmly following them around. The stables were old and made of huge timbers hewn from massive trees. The runner in the center of the roof ran the full length and was a single piece of wood from one very old tree. Harry counted 10 stalls on each side, with an oversized one for Jules near the main entrance. Tonks had been hesitant to stand near Jules, but with Harry showing open affection for her, Jules seemed to accept Tonks' presence, but subtly tried to keep Tonks separate from Harry. Harry inspected the stalls and could see faint hoof marks in the dirt. "I wonder if we have any horses?" Harry asked no one in particular. "No horses, Harry," Paul announced as he walked around the corner of a stall Harry had yet to look into. "Horses pass years ago. If Harry want horses, Paul get horses." "Do you want a horse, Paul?" Paul want what Harry want. "I have never had a horse, nor have I ridden one. I wouldn't know the first thing about them. If you would like to have one, get it. I am sure I can afford one." It is Harry's decision about horses, not Paul's. "Paul, this is your house too. I leave it up to you to choose. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Does Harry require anything?" Harry shook his head and Paul drifted off in a rather lost fashion. Turning to Tonks, he sighed. "I think there is something wrong with him." "He is old and so much has happened to him, Harry. You aren't going to change him." "He is too set in his ways for that. Just treat him as you do the others, and he will be fine." Harry put his arm around Tonks and hugged her to him. With a light kiss to her temple, they moved on to the path. Harry followed it around a copse of trees and over the stream that ran on the property. The gravel glistened in the sunlight as the quartz in the rock reflected the rays. The path diverged at one point. It veered north into the trees or east along the base of a hill. Harry selected the east path as their course. As they rounded a mound of earth, Harry stopped and looked out into an open field. His eyes lit up and his arms fell to his sides. The broom was released and hovered next to him. Tonks placed her hand on his shoulder and gripped him firmly. "Go on, it is yours to enjoy." "Join me," Harry said as he hopped on the broom and took off as fast as he could. It wasn't firebolt speeds, but it was the best he could do until he retrieved his beloved broom from Hogwarts. Harry flew along the ground to the middle of the clearing, then pulled straight up into a slow spiral until he came even with the tree tops. After leveling off and hovering for a bit, Harry turned to watch Tonks join him side by side. "A natural, aren't you?" "So I have been told. I can't believe it. I have always hoped, but it was always a dream." "Harry, did you honestly think that your father wouldn't have a Quidditch pitch if it was possible?" "Well, I didn't know. For all I knew, our house was destroyed and I had nothing but some money in Gringotts." "When you are wrong, you really do it up proper, don't you?" "Yes, I do, nymph." Harry whooped once before diving straight down at the ground. He pulled up about 10 feet off the ground and flew along the perimeter of the field. White stone blocks ringed the pitch, demarking the boundary. 6 gold hoops were placed at the ends of the pitch. They stood tall and proud against the blue sky, green grass, and sparkling sun. After ringing the pitch, Harry flew around each of the goals using them as opposing players. He paused for a few minutes to close his eyes and absorb the liberating feeling of flight. A rustle of cloth told him that Tonks had joined him again. "Next to spending time with you and my friends, this is the best thing in the world. If I could fly for the rest of my life, I would do it in a heartbeat." "You could try for professional teams after you graduate. I am confident that you would make it onto a team." "If only that could happen, nymph. No Death Eaters, no Dumbledore, just me and the snitch and the other seeker. It is so simple and I love it." "Well, I am not much at seeking, but I can try and give you a run for your money." "That sounds great, but I don't have a snitch. Didn't you see the shed under the trees to the south? I bet your father has a full set of balls in there. Care to check on that? Harry tore off towards the shed, leaving Tonks to follow along. She reached the shed as Harry was dragging a trunk out of it. He popped it open and spied the little cubby where the snitch was stored. He opened the doors and pulled the snitch out, holding it in his hand, waiting for the wings to open and take flight. As soon as the wings spread to their full width and fluttered once, a yellowish glow appeared and the snitch was pulled into the pitch. Harry followed it with his eyes as it flew off as if nothing had happened to it. What was that? Not sure. Maybe the field has a charm on it to keep the snitch inside the field of play. They use those kinds of things at the real matches to prevent the audience from interfering in the match by grabbing the snitch. Well, you up for a friendly game of capture the snitch, nymph? Sure, Harry. What are the stakes? Tonks asked as she mounted her broom. Stakes? Harry gave her a coy look as he mounted his broom as well. Yeah, what do I get if I beat you? What do you want? How about an hour of dancing? Tonks smiled wide as Harry looked back appalled at her suggestion. Anything else you want? Anything at all? Nope, that is good enough for now. How about you? Harry blushed and looked at the ground. How about something you wouldn't normally get, Harry? He blushed even harder before he managed to gain control of it. Oh, you must be thinking some really dirty things for you to have blushed so bad. What are they? You will never know if I am willing to do them unless you tell me. Harry sputtered before giving his choice. You teach me how to drive one of the cars in the garage. Is that all? Tonks asked, her smile dropping in disappointment. I was actually looking forward to your other ideas. Oh well, maybe next time. Tonks smirked again as Harry shifted on his broom. And we are off. Tonks flew onto the pitch and started searching for the snitch feverishly. Harry joined the search and went in the opposite direction, giving Tonks a chance at beating him. As the time passed, Harry ended up capturing the snitch after a short chase where Tonks didn't stand a chance. 2 out of 3, Tonks yelled from her position across the field. She flew over to Harry as he released the snitch. She came to a halt in front of him and pulled her shirt up enough to expose her breasts. She moved from side to side a few times before returning her shirt to its original place and took off. Tonks lost again as Harry managed to refocus in time after her blatant attempt to shake his concentration and caught the snitch out from underneath her broom. He smiled as Tonks frowned when she knew that she really didn't have a chance at beating him. Must I play naked to beat you? It might help, Harry replied as he raised his eyebrows and gave Tonks a lustful smirk. You would probably beat me anyway. Starkers or not, I am no match for your seeking abilities. Well, do you want that lesson now or not? Sounds good to me. Harry returned the snitch to the trunk and moved it back to the shed before joining Tonks in a slow flight back to the house. When they flew past the stables, Jules ran after them, causing Tonks to fly much faster in her return to the house. Brooms left in the kitchen, Harry and Tonks went into the garage, and Harry selected the automobile he wanted to drive. Tonks laughed but waved him on as he opened the door. Now, this is much like the motorbike, only you have the pedals and steering wheel. You still have to feather the gas and clutch to keep the shifting smooth, but I doubt that you could kill this auto unless you really tried. It has more than enough power to handle poor shifting. After a short tutorial on how the mechanics of the auto worked, Harry backed out of the garage slowly. He was about to put the car into drive when a shadow came over his window. Jules was looking into the auto more intently than ever. Harry lowered the window and told Jules it was okay. Only after repeated calls did Jules settle herself in front of the open garage door. Harry drove around the driveway a few times, getting a feel for the steering, gas, and brake. Tonks suggested he drive around the grounds before they took to the road. On the third go around the grounds, each faster than the previous, Harry caught sight of Paul hanging his head and shaking it. Harry wondered what was wrong, but when he saw the grass he was kicking up in the rear view, he knew the reason. Tonks laughed at him when Harry explained what he guessed what the problem was. They left the grounds at a fairly nice clip, traveling down the tree-lined lane. Harry loved the vibrations he felt when he accelerated and made turns. This is almost as good as flying, almost. They made it to the end of the lane, and Tonks directed him to take the right-hand turn away from the village. Harry managed to adapt to the auto faster than he had to the motorbike. There was less to worry about, and Tonks was in a better position to instruct him. As the sun crept lower in the horizon, Harry found a nice, flat, open stretch of road and opened it up. He was enjoying the freedom of driving with Tonks sitting next to him. The flash of colored lights added illumination to the interior, startling Harry. When he figured out what was going on, he noticed that a police vehicle was behind him and the flashing lights were slowly gaining. Harry looked down at the speedometer and his stomach fell. The gauge read 140 km. Bloody hell! First time out and I am going to end up in lockup. Oh, Harry, are you a wizard or not? Tonks laughed as she drew her wand and laid it in her lap out of sight from the window. Just relax and do what he tells you to do. Harry took a few deep breaths and waited as the officer approached his window. A rap on the glass made Harry lower the window. License and vehicle papers, please. Harry smiled nervously and turned to Tonks, who had already opened the glove box and was looking for the papers. She found them and passed them to Harry, who in turn handed them to the officer, who looked them over. A little outdated, aren't they? This is the first time it has been out in years. Simply running it a bit to make sure everything is still in working order, Tonks provided with a smile. License, son. Oh, well, you see. Are you even old enough to have a license? Asked the officer. Not exactly, but how was I doing? Harry offered meekly. Aside from exceeding the posted by nearly double, not too bad. All right, son, how about you step out of the vehicle and walk back with me? You know you won't get a license for a while longer now. Couldn't wait a few more weeks. Actually, I'm not even 16 yet. All the same, step out of the vehicle, please. Officer, could I say something? What is it, miss? Obliviate, Tonks said, raising her wand as the spell hit the officer, causing him to look rather blank. You never saw us. The roadway was empty for most of the night. Now return to your post and have a good night. The officer returned to his vehicle and drove back the way he had come. Handy thing, Magic. Now if you are going to make a habit of Muggle transportation, we should go to the DVLA and get you a license for autos and motorcycles. I can work it so you don't have to take the tests. Otherwise, we could see what Marcus could do for you. I am sure he has the ability to fix you up. Whatever is easiest, Nymph. Thanks, by the way. I didn't know what to do. As odd as it sounds, that wasn't the first time I have had to do that. I am rather heavy with the foot as well. Now, we should get back home before it gets too dark. Learning in daylight is nothing compared to the dark. Okay. Harry turned around and drove back home. He kept the speed at the posted mark and not a hair above. When they returned, Jules was waiting for them at the garage. She moved to allow them in only after Harry had lowered the window, letting her to verify who they were. The remainder of the night was spent on the couch or in bed, enjoying each other's company. Sunday dawned with less fanfare as the sun was hidden behind numerous clouds that had moved in during the night. Tonks woke Harry by tweaking his nose and flicking his ears. Her laughter was muffled as Harry buried her face into a pillow. They wrestled for a bit until Harry had to get up and send a letter to someone. Once Hedwig was called from her perch and saddled with his note, she flew off into the mass of haze towards someone who had something of his. Harry descended into the training room where Tonks was waiting. After every mission, we have a debriefing. We try to identify positives, negatives, and areas for improvement. We should discuss what happened at the Lovegoods. Harry described what he saw and his ideas for next time. He left out his concern for Tonks when telling about the future plans. Tonks listened and gave her own description of events. Once finished, Tonks smiled at him warmly. Now, you said that none of your spells hit the second guy. Why do you think that is? I don't know. He was good. He always seemed fast enough to get out of the way before they got to him. Well, you were a ways away from him, weren't you? That only makes it easier for someone to defend. Even fast spells aren't instantaneous. He could have been a really good dueler. That makes it easier as well. Were you occluding your mind? Not really. I just kind of fought. Why? Do you occlude your mind from Horace in training? Yes, of course, or he will use it against me. Why? Well, anyone can use it against you. Not everyone is an aggressive occlumens. Some are passive ones. They can get a glimpse of the spell you are casting as you do it, or they can predict your movements before you move. You always need to shield your mind, no matter where or when. My guess is that your guy used all of them against you, and that is why you couldn't hit him. Damn it, so I could have had him if I had only blocked my mind more. I stuffed it up again, damn it all. Now, Harry, Tonks laughed. No harm done, just remember it for next time. This is why we do this. It isn't a blame session. It is a learning technique that will only help you next time. Now, what are the plans for today? I would like to see what is at the end of the North Path. We could go flying again if you are up to it. I know you lost kind of bad yesterday, so I am willing to give you another chance. Oh ho, I am a charity case now, am I? I think not, Mr. Potter, no, sir. I can beat you without your pity, just not at seeking. Chasing, now I should be better at that. Whatever you say, Nymphadora. You are doubting and mocking me, aren't you? No, Nymphadora. Yes, you are. Tonks jumped on him and hugged him tightly as Harry staggered around trying to find the balance point for the two of them. The laughter gave way to kissing as Harry maneuvered his way down the stairs. On the path, Harry led the way to the north and deep into the trees. They walked for a time before coming to an elegant gate amidst the trees. Pushing it open, Harry stepped into a scene that both warmed his heart and sent chills up his spine. White stones marked the graves of a few dozen people. Some of the stones were plain, some were adorned with scrollwork, while others had images or busts of phoenixes and griffins topping them. The stones were aligned in a spiral patterns, starting in the center and spinning outward. Harry looked around, seeking and dreading the names chiseled into the stone. He began a trip around the site looking for the names of his parents. Halfway around the clearing, he saw a stone reading James and Lily above two sets of dates. There was room to the right of the headstone for additional ones. Harry took a deep breath before he stepped forward to stand in front of the grave. He read the names slowly as he absorbed their meaning. His parents were buried at his feet. The same ones who gave their lives so he could live. The same ones who were stolen from him years ago by a madman. His anger and pain swelled in him as he broke down into sobs. Mum, Harry shuddered while dropping to his knees. Dad! Harry touched the letters that formed the names. He traced them with his long fingers as he said each letter softly. Harry remained on his knees as he cried for his lost childhood and all the love that he had never experienced. I am sorry that everything happened the way it did. I am sorry that it took me so long to get here. He paused as he thought all the thoughts that swirled in his head. I promise it won't be for nothing. I will do you proud. I will show you that I am worthy of living while you aren't anymore. Harry rubbed at his eyes and looked at the white flowers that bloomed around the grave. Lilies surrounded the site and seemed to sparkle brighter than any that could be found in the world. Harry stared at them for a few minutes before looking back to see if Tonks had followed him. She stood right behind him, tears trailing down her own cheeks as she looked not at the headstone but at Harry. I am so sorry, Harry. If I could make it better, I would. Harry smiled sadly at her and grasped her hand, pulling her down to him. He enveloped her in a hug and cried on her shoulder. He felt his anguish ebb and flow as they held each other. Once he felt that he had purged the worst of his feelings, Harry turned to look at the grave again. Mum, Dad, this is Nymphadora. She has been a close friend this summer. I would do whatever I had to do to keep her safe. I care about her. I hope you would approve. Tonks rubbed his back and kissed his cheek, brushing away the tears that remained. Do you want to be left alone for a while, Harry? I don't know. I want to sit here and talk to them, but that sounds silly. I want you to stay and share this with me, but I want to be alone too. How about I go over to the bench and wait for you? I will be here, but not too close. Tell them whatever you want to tell them. Tell them about your life, your hopes, and your dreams. They are your parents. They will listen as all parents do. Tonks stood and looked down at Harry. Don't hold anything back, Harry. They love you. She kissed his lips before moving away to sit on the bench in the middle of the cemetery. Harry turned back to the marker and moved into a more comfortable sitting position, using the stone behind him as a backrest. I hope my relative won't mind. I should try to figure out who he is at some point. Harry swallowed and focused on the present situation. He thought about his life and all the good and bad things that had happened. Tonks' words still rang in his ears as he began the process of telling his parents everything about his life. His hopes were few but determined. His dreams were frightening and joyous. He told them about his life and held nothing back. He poured his soul into his words as he spoke. He revealed fears that he had never voiced out loud before. The whole time, he felt his parents watching and listening to him. He felt them embrace him when he needed it and cheer him on when he listed his accomplishments. He had never felt such an emotional roller coaster before. As he reached the here and now, Harry looked back at Tonks and saw that she was watching him wearing a look of concern and pride. Harry smiled at her and received the same in return. He turned back to the grave and smiled before getting to his feet. He leaned down to kiss the headstone and whispered something softly to his mum and dad before standing up straight. He looked ahead, into the trees, and then into the sky. A lone tear rolled down his cheek as he turned around with purpose. Tonks watched as Harry stood and kissed the stone of his parents. She couldn't help but cry for Harry. He had been through so much with so few to help. When he gazed off into nothing, Tonks looked at the names and whispered her own vow. "With my life, I will protect your son. I care for him so much. He will survive this fight." Tonks watched Harry turn, and she felt his being focus on her. She stood and waited for him to join her at the bench. Harry strode towards her with determined steps as she watched. "Nymph, thank you." "For what, Harry?" "For being you and being here. For being everything I needed and still do. I have any of my childhood left now." "Oh, Harry, I am not sure. You are still the same person that walked into this place." "No, I am not. I am free of the fear, the self-doubt. I felt them listening to me. I felt them holding me. I felt my parents with me as I told them everything. I never would have gotten here without you, Nymph. I can't thank you enough for this." "Just stick around, Harry. That will be enough thanks, and never give up." "I don't think I know how to give up, Nymph. No matter how much I have wanted to, I could never do it. Harry looked to the sides of the cemetery. He puffed out a breath before kissing Tonks as passionately as he could manage. "Thank you, Nymphadora Tonks. From me and all the Potters, thank you." Harry held on to her as he left the cemetery. When they reached the grounds, Harry seemed to weaken and held on to Tonks for support. "Harry," Tonks asked with concern. "I think I wore myself out. I am awfully tired right now. Maybe a little too much excitement for one day, huh?" "My guess is that you have never opened yourself up like that before. Pretty draining, isn't it?" Harry smiled weakly as he yawned. "How about you take a nap for a few hours? We have the meeting tonight, and you need all the strength you can get for that." "Oh, yeah, I guess I do. Well, maybe I should get back to the house then." Tonks and Harry walked back to the house and up the stairs. Tonks settled Harry into the bed and rubbed his face until he fell asleep. Watching him snooze only endeared him to her more. "With my life!" Tonks lay down next to him and drifted off after setting her wand for the meeting time. The vibration woke Harry before Tonks. He felt alert and ready for anything as he summoned his glasses into his hand and put them on. He saw Tonks smiling lightly in her sleep, which caused him to smile as well. With a deep breath, Harry nudged Tonks awake and found her gazing up at him. "I was sleeping here, Harry. What's the big deal with waking me up?" Seeing her squinting with laughter, Harry tickled her for her cheek. The sun was fatting fast, and it was beyond time to eat as his stomach told him loudly. "Hungry much, Harry?" "Actually, yes, I am hungry, Nymph. Shall we see what there is to eat?" After an elf-driven meal, Harry and Tonks waddled out of the house. "Remind me never to say that I am really hungry to those two again. Even Molly can't get me to eat that much." "They didn't get you to eat that much. They forced you to eat that much. They know that you have been skipping meals and they made up for it. Now, as long as I don't throw up before we leave, I only have to survive apparating." "Oh, I don't know if I can do it so soon after eating that much. Maybe we should walk to the gate before apparating. It might be safer all around." Harry waited for Tonks to agree before they walked hand in hand to the gate with Jules close behind. "Well, the park again, I guess." "Yeah, that should be safest, Harry." With a soft pop, Harry and Tonks appeared in the rundown park near Grimmauld Place. Harry fought the uneasy feeling in his stomach before he took a step. Mental note for next time, wait longer before apparating on a full stomach. You get used to it the more you do it, Tonks replied, while looking a little green herself in the failing light. Follow your own advice much? Not often, Harry. Tonks smirked as she put a hand on her stomach and held her place until the feeling passed. Better you. Harry closed his eyes and settled his mind while trying to do the same to his body. Getting there. With a gentle pull, Harry was uprooted and walked with Tonks to number 12. As they climbed the steps, Harry cleared his mind and blocked it as well as he could. He knew a few people were going to look at him differently than they did before, but that didn't matter. Since he had arrived at home, everything was going really well. He had never been happier. Come to think of it, I have never been sadder too. Nothing is ever easy when it involves me. Tonks knocked on the door and it opened to reveal Molly. She smiled at Harry and hugged him lovingly while giving Tonks an evil stare. Harry noticed and whispered in her ear, I care about her. I am happy. Molly returned the gesture. If you are sure, Harry. You know I want you to be happy, but couldn't you find someone closer to your age? Could any of the women my age handle what I go through on a daily basis? Molly sighed and shook her head. Only a couple that I know of, Harry. Molly turned and looked into the living room where a few voices could be heard over the others. Harry recognized the twins, Ron, and Ginny's over the others. Molly offered her hand to Tonks in as diplomatically a way as possible. Tonks took it and whispered something in her ear. Molly reacted instantly by looking Tonks in the eyes. Harry watched Tonks smile and nod with determination. His adoptive mother gave Tonks a quick hug before ushering them into the living room with the others. Harry, called numerous people at the same time. He nodded to each of them in turn. Ginny presented Harry with a knowing look before purposefully looking in Tonks' direction. Harry gave her a pointed one in return. Ginny smiled and giggled from her spot between Molly and Hestia Jones. Her mother watched her actions closely. Ron was about to pat Harry on the back and hand him a butterbeer when the twins knocked him out of the way. Harry, old chap, barked Fred. Wonderful to see you again, continued George. Gits, shouted Ron from the spot on the floor where he landed. He is my friend. Now clear out before you get hurt. Not now, Ronnykins, Fred waved him off. We have a matter to discuss with Harry, George added, not missing a beat. Prats, Ron said, as he got up off the floor only to see Harry escorted out of the room by the pair of brothers. Bring him back in one piece. The twins moved Harry into the hallway and cornered him as best they could. The identical, devilish smiles caused Harry pause. What's this about, guys? As if you don't know, Harry, old chap, Fred replied. Ready to tell us yet? George asked. Ready to tell you what? Harry questioned, not knowing what they meant. As if you forgot, Fred continued. We want to know, George finished. Know what? Harry queried. He is playing thick, dear brother. Quite. Maybe we should force some wheezes down his throat until he spills. I had a very full dinner, Harry offered quickly, so I am not hungry right now. Maybe we could hang him upside down until he talks or sicks. I know what we can do, George stated like he had the answer to the universe. Oh, but that would be cruel, brother of mine, Fred added. Perfect, they said in unison. You guys are really frightening when you do that, you know, Harry said in a bored tone. Yes, we know, they chimed again. It is a gift. Yes, gift, right, Harry offered in a doubtful tone. Well, if you are done talking amongst yourselves, can I get back with the others? Oh, don't you wish to know what we plan to do? Not really. I have no idea what you are talking about in the first place. 3 weeks and his mind has gone to seed, Fred stated sadly. Memory is shoddy too. What a loss, and at such a young age. Nutters, both of you, Harry said. Who is she? Who is who? The bird that marked you all up last time, Fred asked with interest. We asked, and you dodged the question. George included. Now we aren't playing nice anymore, Fred smirked. Tell us, or we will unleash our wrath, George said with all the flair of a salesman. And just what exactly does your wrath entail? The worst horror imaginable, Harry, Fred said, leading into the climatic truth. Our sister. Both twins finished with an evil smirk covering their own shudders. Harry couldn't help but laugh. He looked into each of their faces before bursting. He laughed deep belly laughs as he pointed at each of their shocked faces. Ginny is supposed to scare me into telling you too. Yeah, Fred said, not understanding how Harry could be so flippant about it. She can be downright sadistic when she wants to, George countered. You don't know her like we do, they said together. She will find out and you will beg us to call her off. Harry continued to laugh and had to grab onto the wall to keep from falling over. Every time he caught sight of their expressions, he would lose it even more. The twins fixed him with identical looks of dismay. They couldn't see the humor in the matter at all. Oh, that is the best laugh I have had in months. Thanks, guys. You don't understand, Harry. She will find out. Don't throw away your life like this. Tell us and we can save you, they chimed. Harry calmed his mind as much as he could before shaking his head and splitting the pair when he walked back into the living room. Many in the room looked at him with questioning stares. What? What caught your fancy so much that you can barely walk straight? Ginny asked. The twins threatened me, Harry answered while fighting another bout of laughter. And what did they threaten you with that was so funny? Molly asked, eyeing the pair as they entered the room completely confused. Harry could only point at Ginny, who became even more perplexed. She looked at the twins, demanding an answer by her glare. Fine, he made this happen, the twins rationalized. He won't tell us who his lady friend is. Ginny worked it out as she watched Harry stifle his laughter. So you threatened him with me. Of course, Jin. You can find out anything you want to. Well, that would work if I didn't already know, Ginny offered lightly. You two are really behind the times, aren't you? Taking after Ron, I see. She earned herself 3 reproachful remarks. Ron's taking offense at the comparison being made, and the twins showing hurt that she hadn't confided the truth in them. Who is it, Jin? We can make you talk. Yeah, you and which army? Ginny squared her shoulders and stared the twins down. Bloody hell, when did we lose our partner in crime? When I started my own group, Ginny answered. I figured it out, no one told me a thing. Harry, Remus spoke from the chair near the fireplace. You have a girlfriend. Harry shrugged a little before looking at the floor. I guess so. We haven't really discussed the finer points of it. Yeah, too busy shagging all night long, eh, Harry? The twins asked, earning a smack upside the head from their mother, who had left the couch to assume a position behind her sons. My boys do not talk like that, Molly shouted before moving back to the couch. Especially not in mixed company. Harry smirked until he met Remus' eyes. The man looked lost with a slight far-off look to him. Remus. Sorry, Harry, Remus said, smiling all the same. It just takes me back to when Sirius and James would try to worm girls' names from each other. Sirius couldn't help but brag. James always protected his. You wouldn't happen to have taken after Sirius, would you? Harry shook his head. Not a chance, Remus. If we guess who it is, will you tell us? The twins asked. No, I wouldn't. Cho, Susan Bones, Alicia, both got an evil look on their faces. Hermione. Harry scowled at them as he glanced at Ron, who was paying close attention to the conversation. Luna. Yes, did someone call? Luna asked as she emerged from the hallway. Did I miss something? Oh, hello, Harry. Luna, Harry greeted, welcoming a change of subject. So, are you in the order then? What? She said airily. No, my father is. Harry, Odd said as he joined the others in the room, followed by Minerva and Phileas. Pleasure to meet you again. We had a spot of trouble and the fine folks here invited me to join them. Such nice people. Yes, they are at most times, Harry relented. A spot of trouble, so that means that the Death Eaters are after you. Harry did his best to play dumb. It would seem so, but I wouldn't change a thing, Harry. Odd's face lit up. I love the secret places and sneaking around stuff. Reminds me of my school days. Yes, well, it can be fun at times, Harry admitted as he caught a few forced grins among his friends. Did we interrupt anything of importance, Arthur? Minerva asked, noticing the group dynamic of the room. Harry was next to Molly, Ginny, and Tonks, while the twins and Remus had taken up the opposite side. Ron was in the middle along with his father and Bill, while Luna and her father remained in the doorway. "No, Professor, nothing important," Harry quickly intervened as the chatter resumed. Minerva caught Molly's eyes and followed it to Tonks, who was keeping a close watch on Harry the entire time. Both of the women noticed that her hand was on her wand at all times. They shared a look before Minerva mixed with the others that seemed to arrive in a steady stream. Conversation flowed easily as Harry watched everyone and joined in from time to time. He spent time with Ron reassuring him that he didn't tell Ginny anything about his girlfriend. Ron believed Harry when he said that she had figured it out and confronted him with it. "Always a nosy one she is," Ron stated as if it was common knowledge. Unfortunately for him, Ginny was within earshot and smacked him for it. "Oi, it is the truth, you know." "Yes, but you don't have to announce it to the room, Ron," Ginny huffed. "Touched, I tell you," Ron quipped, earning another smack from his sister. He hit her in the head with a throw pillow as retaliation. She glared at him and mimicked slitting his throat with her finger. Ron laughed it off as he and Harry continued chatting about anything that crossed their minds. Quidditch was a popular subject, and one that all of the Weasley men added their 2 pence worth. The last group of people to arrive consisted of Snape, Dumbledore, Hagrid, and Dung. Mad Eye had shown up at some point during the conversation, but no one had noticed him until Dumbledore called the meeting to order. As Harry joined the others waiting to get into the kitchen, Mad Eye gave him a look of warning. Harry took it to heart and tried to improve his mental shields before he entered the room. Tonks stood right behind Harry and patted his back as they bunched up in the hallway. Harry gave a quick look over his shoulder and smiled at Ron, Ginny, and Luna, who remained in the living room. He entered the kitchen and found a place next to Tonks and Minerva against the wall. He caught the disapproving look from his professor and returned it with a smile before settling into a comfortable pose. "Friends," Albus spoke with a strong voice, "let this meeting begin. But before we get into plans and strategy, let us welcome Odd Lovegood into our number, the reason of which will be discussed later." Odd accepted everyone's well wishes and smiled at the concerned looks. Harry and Tonks followed the lead of the majority of the order in greeting him. Odd made a particularly visible gesture by shaking Harry's hand and thanking him for trusting his magazine to print the truth. "Yes, welcome," Albus offered before changing his mood. "We should get on with the meeting now. First off, Kingsley, how is the new position working out?" "I am busy every minute of the day, Albus," Kingsley said, looking a little worn. "I am not sure how Amelia did all of it, but I am trying to keep up. She was particularly skilled in her time management, if I remember correctly," Albus offered as a reason behind Kingsley's overwhelmed attitude. "Any news to report?" "I can say that recruitment is starting to pick up," Kingsley began. "We are moving to increase pay and accelerate training. It helps to have a pro-or minister. I have retasked many of our personnel from the stupid assignments Fudge had ordered them to be put on. Amelia had tried to cancel their assignments, but Fudge had refused to allow it." "No more monitoring of the known werewolves, then?" Tonks asked with hope. "Thankfully, no, Tonks," Kingsley replied. "We are working out the details with the goblins on tracking the finances of the known Death Eaters. This never would have been possible with Fudge in office, but we are finding Ragnarok to be most accommodating with us." "Ragnarok is helping you out?" Harry asked. "Well, at least Gringotts is on our side, at least to a point." "Harry," Albus interjected, "Ragnarok is not only the head of Gringotts, but he is the leader of the goblins as well. You made a rather well-connected friend in him." Harry allowed his surprise to show on his face as he looked from Albus to Kingsley to Tonks. "You never asked, and I didn't want to change how you interacted with him. You were genuine, and he seemed to respond well to that," Tonks offered as an excuse. "Ragnarok made it very clear," Kingsley continued, "that the only reason he was willing to work with us was because of you, Harry. You believed in Amelia and her abilities, so he offered to help us. Of course, we had to agree to give them certain rights that they hadn't had for many years, but the minister didn't even hesitate in agreeing to their terms." Harry smiled in a confused way as he asked what rights they had been given. Representation in the ministry separate from the liaison office. Kingsley ticked off his fingers, counting them out. Direct negotiation rights with foreign governments on business deals with taxability by the ministry, naturally. A non-voting seat in the cabinet and a few other things they had wanted for years. All in all, they made out rather well, but I wouldn't expect less from them. Wow, Harry said. Good for them then. I am glad Ragnar was able to help his people out. Why haven't we heard about it in the newspaper? Quite a few of the people in the room nodded in agreement with the question. Apparently, the information wasn't common knowledge as only Albus, Minerva, and Kingsley seemed to know it. The goblins are more than happy to keep the details secret for now, Kingsley explained. They know how the majority of the wizarding world views them. They understand that discretion was essential in the deal going through. Once they have proven that they are doing what is best for everyone, and not just themselves, both sides will allow the specifics to leak. Public support is crucial right now, and the ministry can't afford to lose what few old families they have on their side. Allowing non-humans this level of equality and autonomy would most likely force them over to his side. I was never one for politics, but I seem to have little choice in the matter now. An amazing improvement in their situation, Albus added. You should be pleased with how things worked out, Harry. Your circle of friends seems to have grown as of late. Yeah, well, I really never planned on any of this happening, Harry admitted. I just wanted to be in charge of my own life, and everything else sort of happened. I know that we are expecting their results later this week, Kingsley said. They were going to compare all of the accounts and see who, if anyone, they had in common. They wouldn't let any of us look at the records. Said it was a violation of their customers' privacy or something or other. Anyway, most of my time has been spent organizing watches and coordinating contingency plans should certain events transpire. Rather tedious work, but it must be done. Invaluable work, Kingsley, I am sure, Albus congratulated. In addition, I would like to thank Harry for assisting in the removal of the former minister. You made much of the last week possible. Thank you. Harry nodded his acceptance and watched as Dumbledore received it with a genuine smile. I did what needed done, and thank you, Mr. Diggory, for offering her name. You too, Professor. You are the one who really made it possible. You're welcome, Harry, Amos said from his spot next to Hagrid. I did it for my son and the rest of us. He frowned, but his smile returned with the steely glint of resolve. You are welcome, Harry, Albus offered amiably. Now is not the time to remain neutral for the sake of keeping a distance from something you wish to stay out of. Maybe I should have voiced my opinion years ago, but I can change nothing now. We can only move forward and learn from the past. Harry thought over what Dumbledore had said. He read between the lines and figured that Albus had taken a wait-and-see approach when Fudge had been elected the first time. Harry guessed that the wind had changed at the recall, and it was the only time that Dumbledore had been forced into a situation by others. He knew how the headmaster worked. He knew that an opportunity had presented itself, and the old man had to make a choice. Harry smirked in as friendly of a way as he could. Now, Hagrid, Albus redirected the meeting. You have been hearing things among the forest inhabitants. Please explain. Hagrid described in as clear a way as he could what he had been hearing. The goblins had apparently been sharing their newfound faith in the ministry with other beings and beasts. He explained that the centaurs were watchin', thaw stars, or some ruddy thing. The rumors about vampire covens joining the Dark Lord had been exaggerated. It seemed that a few of the British ones were in the beginning stages of talks with the ministry, now that it appeared they could at least be heard out and not killed on sight. Lupin was next and detailed what he had been hearing amongst the werewolves that he knew. The more violent and aggressive members of the werewolf community had joined the dark side almost immediately, but the more hopeful members had decided to lay low until there was reason to speak out. It seemed that Amelia had contacted a few of the better-known members and offered to speak with them in hopes of at least achieving an arrangement of sorts. Lupin expressed his joy for the possibilities that were open to others afflicted with his disease. Elphia's Doge gave a quick report on what he had been hearing in his circle of friends. Tonks had murmured, "Retired farts," forcing Harry to stifle a laugh. Once he controlled himself, he poked Tonks in the side for her joke. She finished the fight with an errant stretch that caused her elbow to glance his head sharply. Only Minerva had caught the entire exchange and was forced to look away from the two to avoid attracting additional attention to them. Emmeline Vance provided the same sort of report only from her circle of friends. She mentioned certain high society functions and suggested that many were scared of what a new war would do to their lives. She hinted that Harry should join her at the functions, as his fame and current political position would loosen many people's lips and open their minds. Harry declined the offer almost as fast as he could. Others gave their reports and added tidbits of info here and there. Harry forced himself to pay attention even though his mind started to drift. He was waiting for Snape's report. He wanted to know who the others had been at the Lovegoods. The moment came and Albus cleared his throat. "We are joined by Odd due to a recent incident," Albus spoke solemnly. "Death Eaters planned to attack his home, but were stopped prior to causing any damage or threatening him and his daughter. I understand that there were others involved, but I have yet to hear who they were." "Professor Dumbledore," Odd began, "I believe there were 3 Death Eaters on our property obviously planning to make an example out of us. I know that one was caught, but the other 2 got away. There were 2 other people there, but they don't exist if you get my meaning." "Honestly," Snape snapped, "do you expect us to believe that they had people watching you? Why would they bother?" "I have voiced opinions most don't want to hear," Odd defended. "Maybe they were investigating us, could have been tracking us. I really don't care at this point. They were there and saved our lives." Snape wore a disbelieving scowl. "Am I correct in understanding that there were unspeakables at your home?" Albus asked with a great amount of interest. Odd didn't confirm the assumption, but wavered in his denial enough to get the point across. Many in the room seemed to take sides one way or the other on the matter. Some completely doubted their existence, while others found it to be logical. A handful of members remained quiet, and Harry was included in that group. "Please," Albus announced, "may we have some decorum? Kingsley, can you confirm Odd's account of events?" "I can neither confirm nor deny anything related to the department of which you speak," Kingsley said formally. "My secrecy oaths prevent me from saying anything about the matter." "We all know that they research stuff," Daedalus Diggle shouted over the crowd. "Yes, but the rumors about the other group have never been proven," Hestia countered. "All we know are the stories whispered after one too many drinks have been consumed." "Alistair," Albus queried. "I have seen things I can't talk about, Albus," Alistair replied. "But I do know that if you get enough stories together, you usually find some truth to them." The room seemed to fall quiet at the statement. "So it would appear that another faction has joined the fight then," Albus puzzled out loud. "Maybe Amelia is more willing to utilize her resources than Fudge was comfortable doing so. Severus, I believe that your report will shed more light on this matter." Snape nodded curtly and assumed his superior posture as he began listing what was going on inside Voldemort's circle. "The Dark Lord has recovered fully. He has already killed 2 people, one of them being a Death Eater. He sent 3 after the Lovegoods. Your willingness to print Potter's words has made you targets." "I would do it again," Odd told Harry directly. "I seem to be doing something right." He chuckled softly. "It takes all kinds," Snape retorted snidely. "The captured one was new and knows nothing of consequence. The others were tortured at length for their failure. He is under the impression that the headmaster had people guarding the Lovegoods. It was reported that there were 5 or 6 people defending the Lovegood home. He will send more on subsequent attacks to prevent future failures. A small victory for our side may carry future costs higher than previously possible." "Severus," Albus interjected, "ever the bright ray of sunshine you are. The future has not happened and was never set in place. 2 people are alive, and Voldemort has lost one of his number to people we know little about. It is a victory that we would have lost had it not been for them." Snape begrudgingly acquiesced to Dumbledore before continuing. "Plans are being made for other attacks as well as recruiting and a possible release of those captured at the Ministry. There is only a handful of active Death Eaters right now, maybe 20 or so, but I expect the number to increase rapidly now that he is publicly known to exist again. I expect Potter to be at the top of the list of targets." "No surprise there," Harry answered evenly. Now let us not speculate, Severus, Albus chided. What do we know about his plans? Little, as I have not proven my loyalty as of yet. And how would you do that, Snape? Harry asked directly. He knew there was something not being said by Snape, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Care to accompany me to the next meeting, Potter? Snape shot back venomously. No thanks, Harry answered. Voldemort and I aren't all that friendly at the moment, and I have been shown his hospitality before. I don't suggest it to anyone. Kind of hurts for a while, doesn't it, Snape? Harry was met with a scowl that rivaled all others. He smirked back in response. Gentlemen, Albus cut in. Not again. Do you two need a quiet room to resolve your differences? Wouldn't be quiet for long, Professor, Harry answered. If I wouldn't be held responsible for my actions, Headmaster, Snape offered, I would accept the opportunity. You wish, Harry added before Dumbledore raised his hands and sighed deeply. Just like before, no room for compromise, Albus shook his head. Back on task, Severus, if you please. I get the impression that future incidents are going to be more personal for the Dark Lord, Snape continued while staring Harry down. If I had to guess, it would be a settling of scores or revenge. He seems to be looking forward to them, but I have not been told of their targets or goals. Thank you, Severus. Your efforts are appreciated, Albus thanked him. Now, our final bit of business for the evening. The entire order is not needed for this. I ask that Harry and Tonks remain with those previously identified. The room started to break up, but Harry stopped them before anyone left the room. I ask that the order remain. Anything you have to say to me can be done in front of the others. You will not leave others in the dark. That backfired once before. Harry looked into Albus' eyes and waited for him to agree. If you are sure, Harry, the old man relented. You all may stay, but please do not interrupt. Once everyone had resumed their places, he looked from Tonks to Harry. Harry, I have heard that you have not left Privet Drive for a few days. Is there something wrong I should know about? Harry stopped his smirk from showing as he answered. Nothing that hasn't already been shared, Professor. Maybe if you are clearer in your question, I might be able to help you out. As you wish, Harry. Have you left Privet Drive in the last week? Nope. And why not? Albus asked, knowing the spectacle they were offering for the order. There has been no reason for me to leave Privet Drive. And why is that? Harry laughed once before answering. Because I am not living there anymore. Many of the members started asking questions of all kinds. Albus watched, who remained quiet and made a mental note of it. And why do you not live there anymore, Harry? Vernon went too far and I had had enough, Harry replied. Fool, Snape added. The Dark Lord will find you now. The chances of him finding me are less now than they were before, Snivellus, Harry countered. You knew where I was before and now you do not. Snape's eyes burned as he restrained himself from grabbing Harry and throwing him up against the wall. Harry, where are you living now? Albus asked. Can't tell you, Harry told the room without remorse. Only 2 people here know where I am living and neither can tell anyone where it is. And who else knows, Harry? Molly asked in a motherly tone that bordered on panic. Harry looked to Tonks and smiled. Since I come to these things with Tonks, she is obviously one of them. The other person doesn't know he knows. Harry scanned the room and smiled at the anxious faces. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an item he had stowed there before leaving the house. For the first time since he had entered, Harry moved away from the wall and made his way to Remus. He set the item in front of the weary man and smiled sadly. Thank you, Remus. The werewolf looked down at the table and saw the stuffed wolf he had given Harry the day he had left St. Mungo's. The wolf had a patch of abused fur on his back, and one ear had been nibbled on. I gave you this. I know, Harry answered. I found it when I moved home, thank you. Home? You mean Godric's Hollow? Albus asked, trying to figure out how Harry could live in a destroyed house. No, Harry corrected. Home, my family home. You know where it is, Remus, but you can't tell anyone because of the charms and wards. You can't go back because I haven't keyed you into the wards yet. I am back where I belong. I have the other ones too, Harry said, pointing at the stuffed wolf. Remus held the toy in his hand as a lone tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He closed his eyes, and Harry knew he was remembering the past. The last friend of his parents held the animal out to him to take back. Harry took it gladly and returned it to his pocket. "I would be willing to invite you over if you want." "I would like that, Harry, thank you." Remus smiled and grew quiet as others around him asked question after question. "Harry, you are not safe there," Albus said above the noise, ending all other conversations. "That is why your parents left in the first place." "Actually, they left because my home's location has been secret for hundreds of years. They were afraid that Voldemort was going to find it." "And how is it different now?" "I am the only one left," Harry replied. "If I die, the house will never be found. Only a blood member of the Potters can use the home. Kind of a waste if I don't live there. It is such a beautiful place, too. I am more than safe, and there are no Dursleys to try and kill me." "Now, Harry, it isn't that bad," Albus said, as three people stopped themselves from arguing or speaking instantly. "Actually, it is worse than you understand," Harry informed him. "But that is no longer a concern since I am free of them, and I assure you I am safe where I am. There is more than Tonks to keep me safe." "Such as?" Albus prompted. Harry weighed his choices before answering. "There are 5 people, or thereabouts, at home. I would say that at least 3 would help defend my home." "I am sure the other 2 would help, Harry," Tonks said. "You know they would." "Fine," Harry relented. "There are 5 people then. Now, why are you so concerned about where I live? I thought we agreed that I was in control of my own life." "You decided, Harry, not us," Albus said. "We are supposed to be keeping you safe. That is one of our primary functions." "Well, don't worry about it," Harry waved off his concern. "I have the matter well in hand. Use the people for more important things like keeping the Weasleys, Lovegoods, Longbottoms, and Grangers safe. If Voldemort plans to get revenge, I would guess my closest friends are on the list." "We are working on keeping them safe, Harry, but I am more concerned about you at this point. You are welcome to move in here and stay, but you can't stay where we can't find you." Harry set his face before responding. "I am not sure when you thought this became a debate, Professor. I live where I want to, and I chose to stay where I am. I kind of like being able to go outside and not worry about being followed." "Speak for yourself, Harry," Tonks mumbled. "Well, she doesn't count." "Easy for you to say, but it is completely different for me." "That is true," Harry laughed at Tonks' distress. "Just wait until we get home," Tonks grumbled, completely ignoring Minerva and Molly's looks. "It doesn't sound safe to me, Harry," Albus commented while gesturing to Tonks. "We are fine, just one of us is hassled a little more than the other." Harry couldn't help but smile at Tonks as she mumbled about crazy animals. "Nothing you say is going to change where I live, Professor. It is not open for discussion. You are the reason I didn't live there earlier, as I was supposed to." "What do you mean, Harry?" Albus asked. "My parents' wishes," Harry replied. "You ignored them when you knew they existed. You refused to abide by them when you knew they had written them out." Harry took a breath and calmed down. "You lost the ability to make decisions for my life. I make them now. If I need help, I will ask those I trust and who have my best interests in mind." Albus watched as Harry remained in complete control over himself. He paused when he needed to collect his thoughts before they broke free of his mental shields. The professor was most pleased with the amount of progress Harry had made in a few short weeks. He guessed that Tonks had been helping Harry with his occlumency skills. Harry looked on as Albus watched him. He did his best to will Albus to let him be. He wasn't in the mood to fight about his home, secret job, or his personal time with Tonks. His life might not be normal, but it was all he had at the moment. "I do not like it, Harry," Albus conceded, "but I see that you are adamant about this. I object to the situation out of concern for your safety, but I will allow you to make this choice for yourself." Harry smiled but shook his head. "You are allowing nothing, Professor. I am responsible for myself and those who live with me." Albus didn't argue the matter any further and simply nodded his head once in acceptance. As a few members of the Order discussed various things between themselves, Harry felt a slight tug at his mind. It felt vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it. He tried to figure out if it was Voldemort trying to plant things in his mind again, or if it was someone else poking around. After a few minutes, Harry felt confident that it wasn't Voldemort since his scar wasn't causing him any pain. He scanned the room trying to identify the source of the attack without alerting the person by making a scene. He saw Molly watching him with a very concerned look on her face. Harry could see that she wanted to pull him into another room and lecture him on disrespecting the headmaster and about his relationship with Tonks. He found Minerva giving him sideways glances from time to time. Her rigid posture held as she gave him telling looks of disapproval. He continued looking around the room, trying to find the guilty party if they were present. He saw a few others watching him, but they seemed more confused or worried than probing. As his gaze neared the last area of the kitchen, Harry felt the feeling fade. He wasn't sure whether it disappeared because he was looking or if he was just imagining things. Harry felt Tonks standing close to him and allowed his anxiousness to subside. He didn't see anyone staring at him that appeared to have an improper motive. He put his worries away for later to be figured out as the meeting came to a close. Being close to the door, he and Tonks filtered into the queue and left the kitchen for the living room. They found Ginny and Luna talking about girly things while Ron simply waited patiently for someone else to arrive. Harry caught a bit of hesitation from his best friend, but it passed quickly. "Hey, mate," Ron said plainly. "Come to save me from these two." "Torturing you, are they?" Harry asked with a smile. "Non-stop babble about blokes, clothes, and creatures I have never heard of." Ron gave a quick look at Luna on the last to emphasize his point. Harry nodded as he held back his snort. Tonks sat next to Harry and watched everyone leave or mill around the house, speaking in hushed conversations. She kept a safe distance from Harry as not to arouse any suspicions, but was close enough to keep up appearances. Everyone knew she was basically Harry's personal protector. As more people left, the movement lessened in the house, giving Tonks a chance to join in some of the conversations between Harry and his friends. "So," Ginny prompted, "what is with everyone?" She pointed to the people who kept giving Harry odd looks. "Everything okay, Harry?" "For me, yes, it is," Harry answered. "Most people just don't seem to agree." "Why not?" "Well, I left Privet Drive last week. My uncle went too far. I couldn't take it anymore." "You did?" Ron asked with slight amazement. "Were you living now? I am sure Mum would let you stay with us." "I am living at the home I was meant to live in. I found out that it existed during a visit to Gringotts. I learned all sorts of things then. Anyway, it is where my family lived before they moved to Godric's Hollow. They didn't want to risk Voldemort finding it. Now it would just go to waste if I didn't live there. This way, no one is a bigger target because I am living there. I guess most of them just think of me as a little kid who needs taken care of. I think I am doing pretty well so far." "You are doing just fine, Harry," Tonks added. "Tell them about your find the other day, the fun one." "Oh," Harry looked at Ginny and Ron. "I have a Quidditch pitch. No stands or anything, but there are goals and a boundary line. I have a full set of balls, too. We think the snitch is charmed to keep it from flying off since it was pulled into the field of play by some kind of spell. We played a bit the other day. It was brilliant." "You really have your own pitch?" Ron asked, not hiding any of his surprise. "Can we come play sometime? It would be great." "Sure," Harry said with a genuine smile. "I would need to figure out how to get all of you there, but I'm sure we could manage it. Give me some time." "Are you going to be back on the team this year?" Luna asked during one of her more lucid moments. "I am not sure, but I hope so." Harry looked up to see Minerva coming to a stop next to him. "Mr. Potter," she said formally, "I believe you requested this earlier today." She held out his firebolt, waiting for him to take it, which he did without a second's hesitation. "Thank you, Professor," Harry offered. "Ever since I found the pitch, I have been missing it dreadfully." "Your own pitch?" she asked as she inclined head. "That answers an age-old question of mine that your father refused to give me. He always improved far more over the summer than many other students did. I always asked him how, but he would cheekily refuse to answer the question. Now I know at least." "Sorry, Dad," Harry mumbled quietly but loud enough for everyone to hear. Minerva smirked in response. "You are your father's son, no doubt," she said. And yes, you will be back on the team, Mr. Potter. It was rather easy to lift the ban that woman placed on you. Only one staff member opposed it, but there was no surprise there. Snape just couldn't help himself. Ron snapped, earning him a reproachful glare. Professor Snape, Minerva corrected. No, he couldn't. I think he is tired of losing every year. I, on the other hand, have grown used to winning every year and reminding him of it every chance I get. Minerva said the last in a hushed tone while her lips almost curled into a smile. Keep practicing. Minerva gave everyone her normal, penetrating look before leaving the house. Harry held on to his broom tightly as the conversation continued on around him. Ron was telling Ginny that she should start practicing the chaser position since Harry would be seeker again. Tonks watched Harry for a few minutes before nudging him back to reality. What you thinking about? Tonks asked. Flying, my friends, and the fact that you don't stand a chance of beating me now. Harry smirked at her as she smacked him in the arm. I could do what I threatened to do. Tonks was the one smirking as Harry went quiet and shifted a little in place. What is wrong? Nothing at all, Harry said, trying to rid his mind of the images that dominated it. Try as he did, he couldn't get the picture of a naked Tonks on a broom out of his mind. Harry spent the next few minutes avoiding looking over his shoulder at Tonks. Molly entered the room and told Ron and Ginny that they needed to get back home. She waved a portkey at them, telling them that they were returning the same way they had come. Ginny hopped off the couch and gave Harry a quick hug goodbye before waving to Tonks and joining her mother. Ron tapped Harry on the shoulder and led him over to a corner of the room. Not sure what was going on, Harry raised his eyebrows in askance. Your girlfriend isn't Hermione, is it? Ron was completely serious as he asked. No, Ron, Hermione is not my girlfriend. Why do you think she would be? Because you and her have always gotten on so well. As friends, Ron, only as friends. She is a great friend, but I don't think there is anything else to it. Besides, she is a little too nagging for my tastes. Oh, Ron waved him off. That is just how she shows she cares. You know, just like Mum. Thought about it much? Harry asked, giving Ron a knowing smirk as he squirmed a little before becoming more aloof. Not really. It is just with Ginny knowing who it is and all. I didn't know why you never told me is all. Ginny figured it out and confronted me about it. I hadn't planned on anyone finding out for at least a while, but there she was with her hands on her hips knowing everything. She has a tendency of doing that, Ron admitted. Annoying it is and a little frightening too. Looks like Mum when she does it. So do I know her or is she some muggle you know? I will tell later, okay, mate? I would rather keep her unknown until we figure out if it is going somewhere. No sense in endangering her life more than it already is, eh? Fine, keep your secrets, Harry. I see how you are. Tell your best mate's sister, but not your best mate. Ron smiled as he finished. She is a troll of a Slytherin, isn't she? Too hideous to name out loud. That or she is made up. You would figure with your fame you could land a decent-looking bird, but I guess not everyone is that easy. Of course, you could bugger up a simple thing like getting a girl. Watch it, you, Harry warned Ron, matching his humorous tone. Ron smacked him on the back before joining his sister, brothers, father, and mother for the journey home. Ginny gave him a knowing look before the portkey activated and whisked the family away. Harry saw Tonks speaking to Albus in the doorway, and it appeared to be a very intense conversation, judging by the way his beard moved as he talked. The normally soft-spoken wizard was more animated in his speech, and his hands were clasped in front of him, as if stopping them from moving about as he spoke. Harry moved to join them and try to prevent anything bad from happening when Moody stomped up to him. Best to leave them be for a time, Potter, Mad Eye told him. She is a big girl and can take care of herself. You said a few on their ears tonight, and the headmaster is one of them. He didn't expect you to move out without his knowing about it first. Is he mad that I am not one of his pawns anymore? He seems to be frustrated at himself more than anything. He knows that he is the cause of the problems between you, but I do not know what they are, Moody explained as Harry studied him carefully. I only know that the man carries some guilt with him. I have known him for many years, so I see it where others don't. So much is happening now, and Albus isn't on top of all of it like he wants. He was used 2 years ago and he couldn't figure it out how to stop it. Last year, he was outmaneuvered by him and he lost your trust. I think that bothers him the most. It would have been easy to avoid losing my trust. All he had to do was tell me what was going on. Looking back, it is easy to see the wrong choices, but in the moment it isn't. Between us, I think he got too close, and that prevented him from being as objective as he should have been. He cares about you, and he wanted you to have as normal a life as possible. My life has never been normal, and it will never be normal. When is everyone going to realize that and start letting me live whatever kind of life I am stuck with? We all know now. Reading Harry's look, he clarified. Including Dumbledore. I don't think he will hold anything back from you just because he is trying to protect you from learning something terrible. He didn't tell me what it was that caused the problem, but even that old dog can learn new tricks, albeit slower than you seem able to. If it involves me, I want to know what is going on. Harry took a breath and watched as Albus nodded to Tonks and left the house. I may not know what to do with the information, but at least I have it to think about. If you told Hermione everything that was going on, I am sure she could give you a few ideas. Moody barked a laugh and patted Harry's shoulder. I don't doubt she would, smart girl that she is. Keep your eyes open and your head down, Potter. Something tells me you have a purpose in life that is more than the average person. Moody walked away as Tonks met up with Harry. Miss me? She asked, sighing with relief. Yes, Harry answered with a concerned smile. Anything you want to tell me. Tonks looked at him and sighed again. When we get home. Harry saw her weary state and nodded in agreement, much to her relief. Harry gathered his broom and followed Tonks out of the house and to the park. With a quick look around, they apparated home. As Tonks dodged Jules using Harry as her barrier, they made it inside the house, and Harry laid his broom on the couch only to have Tiki pop into the room and pop out taking the broom with her. Apparently, it doesn't go there, Harry said with a slightly puzzled look, wondering where Tiki took his broom. Master only in name, I guess, Tonks joked as Harry turned around and gave her an evil glare. Oh, you couldn't hate me if you tried, Harry. Yeah, well, I am trying anyway. Harry continued staring her down and fought the laughter as Tonks rotated her appearance. The pig's snout almost broke his resolve, but the long white hair she used to fashion a beard finally got Harry to break. Tonks raised her arms in victory and started dancing in place, only to be swept up in Harry's arms as he picked her up off the floor and headed towards the stairs. When she was tossed over his shoulder, she started giggling only to be tickled into a squirming mass of laughter. Harry deposited her onto the bed by throwing her in the air and followed close behind. Tonks wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him to her waiting lips. The minutes passed and their clothing was hastily removed and flung around the room. As Harry hovered above Tonks' heaving chest, he looked into her eyes, searching for something. She allowed him his moment as she slowly pulled his body to hers with her legs. As he made contact with her, she shifted to align them properly. Harry let Tonks control the movement as her legs pulled him forward and to her warm body. As the initial sensation passed, Harry managed to ask his previous question again. Anything you want to tell me? Tonks cut off further questioning by tightening a certain place, getting Harry to take a deep breath. He was just trying to reinforce how important you are to us, Harry. Tonks smiled her most caring and vulnerable smile before slipping her fingers in his hair and pulling his mouth to hers again. I don't need to be reminded how important you are by him. You remind me well enough, like now, for instance. Tonks moved, giving Harry all the motivation he needed to match her pace, and they proceed with their previous actions. Harry let himself be overcome by the sensations as he focused on the woman beneath him. He felt the heat pour off her body as they moved together. He smelled her return to normal hair and sighed in her ear as she purred in his. They slowly made their way to climax and collapsed into the bed. Harry remained on top of Tonks as she held him in place with a tight hug for a few minutes. With her eyes closed, Tonks murmured, "He wanted to know if I had been working on a clumency with you this summer. I guess he tried to read you and couldn't. I felt someone trying to get in, but I couldn't figure out who it was. I wish they trusted me enough to let me be." You know, it has nothing to do with trust. They are used to you being a kid that needs taken care of. What about you, Nymph? Tonks opened her eyes and Harry could see something swimming in them. "Oh, Harry, I am the one needing taken care of." She kissed him passionately and tightened on him again, causing an instant reaction. "Oh, how I love this. Always ready you are." "What did you expect?" "Expect nothing, but I got what I hoped for." They drifted to sleep, still wrapped in each other's arms. Dobby entered the room and levitated the sheet to cover them before straightening up the room happily. It was the happiest day he could remember. He was serving the best wizard in the world. He was a part of a family again, and the family didn't abuse him. He nearly hopped up and down in place before he caught himself, with the room tidied. Dobby closed the door without a sound. 13. Protect your friends. Tonks woke up and felt the pressure of Harry on top of her. Normally, she would have loved it, but the pain in her hips told her that she needed to get Harry off of her as soon as possible. With a quick breath, Tonks nudged Harry's shoulder a few times. "Harry, love, you need to get off of me before I end up paralyzed." "Huh?" Harry asked, still half asleep. "Oof, I am sore." "Not as sore as I am, Harry. Please get off." Harry moved quickly and as carefully as he could. Once his weight had been removed, Tonks groaned and rolled onto her side, breathing deep breaths. "Ow, that hurts." She moved her legs very slowly together before bringing them up to her chest. "Mental note, never fall asleep like that again. Getting there is a lot of fun, but the waking up part is dreadful." "Sorry, Nymph. I didn't mean to hurt you." "You sure you didn't?" Tonks asked coyly. "I think you had some ideas like that when you pinched my nipples that one time." "Well, maybe I got caught up in the moment. You didn't complain at the time." Tonks laughed as she stretched out as far as she could. "No, I didn't complain. Quite the opposite, actually. I told you that I didn't know what you wanted until you told me. Now that I think about it, showing works just as well or better. In my own defense, I am still learning what I like. So far, it has been everything, but I think you are a big part of that." "Glad I could be of service, Harry." Tonks flipped the sheet off and watched Harry respond instantly. "As much fun as that would be, Harry, I don't think I could take the abuse yet. Give me a few more hours and I might be recovered enough to take you up on your offer. Now, I think I need a bath to soak in to get rid of the ache in my bones. I might be flexible, but I can't hold positions forever." Tonks placed her feet on the floor and went to stand, but her legs shook and her knees gave out from under her. She fell to the floor with a whimper. Harry hopped out of the bed instantly and was at her side, having no idea how to care for her. Harry, could you help me up? It seems my muscle control is at an all-time low right now." Harry scooped her up and settled her into the bed gently. "Thanks, Harry. I guess I will have to wait a few minutes before trying again." Harry nodded before turning and walking gingerly into the bathroom. He summoned his glasses with his hand before leaving the room. Tonks watched him go and couldn't help but fantasize about him as he walked away from her wearing nothing at all. "Oh, the dirty thoughts rolling around in my head right now, Mr. Potter." She started to rub her legs a little, trying to get the blood flow back into them. As she was moving her legs around, Tonks heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She closed her eyes and focused on her sore body returning to her control. She was startled when she felt two arms slide under her neck and rump. She opened her eyes to find Harry lifting her into the air and holding her close to his nicely defined form. "Harry, what are you doing?" "You said you needed a bath, so I am taking you to your bath. Running a little slow today, are we?" "Cheeky much." "I try to be." Harry held her tight and carried her into the bathroom, where she saw the water filling the bath with light blue bubbles rising from the surface. "You put soap in it already?" "No, it comes that way, I guess. There was a woman's shape on the value, so I figured that was for women to use. I don't take baths, so I am not up on things like that." Tonks smelled the flowery scent wafting from the water. "I love the smell. I wonder how it works." Harry shrugged before slowly kneeling down on the rug lying in front of the tub. As carefully as he could, Harry lowered Tonks into the water before leaning back and watching her face. She sunk into the warm water and felt the restorative properties instantly energize her tender body. She sighed and breathed in the vapor the bubbles were putting off. Lazily, she opened her eyes and found Harry watching her with a slight smile on his face. "Thank you, Harry. This is just what I needed. You are so nice to me." "You are welcome. I am glad I could help somehow considering I did this to you in the first place. It took both of us falling asleep like that to make this happen. You just wore me out, I guess. Harry blushed a little, but his smile deepened. So cute when you really smile. Tonks reached out and pulled his face to hers, giving him a heartfelt kiss. Thank you, Harry. Anytime, nymph, you know that. Ah! Tonks stretched out again with her arms reaching up and legs spreading out in the water. She caught Harry's eyes wandering and could see that she had come out of the water a little. A layer of bubbles coated her breasts, but that didn't stop Harry from looking at them. With a chuckle, she slid back into the water as Harry followed the moving clumps of bubbles. Sorry, Harry apologized as he realized that he had been caught starring. It just happens sometimes. Don't worry about it. If it didn't happen, then I would begin to wonder. Right now, I am more than confident that I have your attention. Imagine that, Harry said as if it was the most obvious statement ever made. Sharp one you are. Tonks smirked before reaching out to give Harry a hug. He accepted and leaned in to receive her wet, bubbly hug. Without warning, Tonks gave a tug and pulled Harry neatly into the oversized bath with her. She managed to keep his head above the water and out of the majority of the bubbles, but his impact with the water caused a small wave that sloshed water and bubbles over all of the edges. With a laugh, Tonks kissed a very surprised Harry on the lips. When she pulled away, she giggled at the bubbles that had settled on the top of his head. I am sharper than you, dear sir. Harry laughed with her as she reveled in her victory. That you are, nymph. Harry allowed Tonks to continue to hold him, but he slid his hand into the water and found her sensitive spot. He gave it a touch, causing her to pause in her victorious laughter. Maybe I planned this whole thing. Harry quirked his eyebrow at her, waiting for her response. Tonks moved her hips a little, testing them out before rolling on top of Harry and holding him against the back of the bath. Maybe I planned it. Ever think of that? Harry hesitated before answering. I am now. His hands moved slowly along her sides as she slid down into a better position. Time for thinking has ended. It is time for action. Tonks moved forward and snogged him as hard as she could while she lowered herself onto a very eager Harry. They arrived in the team room with only a few minutes to spare. They had to sprint from the room to be on time and entered the training room to find a couple groups waiting in a circle with Horace and Marcus in its center. They sat in the empty seats next to Cal and waited for the meeting to begin. Teams, Marcus began with a smile. Teams 5, 6, and 1 aren't here today as they are either on a mission or recovering from one. With the expert skill of Team 2, we have learned information from those Death Eaters captured in our very own ministry. The intel relates to you-know-who, his plans, and those who have allied themselves with him. We are putting together operational plans to carry out assaults on known or supposed locations of you-know-who's strongholds or safe havens. These missions will be objective-oriented with minimal goals in mind. Search and destroy is not out of the question, so I know Thor and Bitten will be pleased regardless of the outcome. Harry saw 2 rather large men sit up a little taller and rub their hands together. He knew that this week was starting out quite different from the others, and it seemed that it would be filled with interesting things to accomplish. Marcus continued. Team 2 will continue to extract intel from the captured Death Eaters under Ministry custody, as well as the newly captured one delivered to our holding cells last Friday. My congratulations to Seps and Chamel on the capture. I will add that next time, please include your other teammate prior to storming off to challenge 3 Death Eaters. Remember, we always want the numbers in our favor before we start a fight. Harry felt the stares of 7 hooded individuals as the other 2 teams, and Cal looked between him and Tonks. Harry did his best to hold his position in his chair and not waver in the slightest. He wasn't sure what they were thinking, but he figured that a few of them were making decisions about him as they looked on. All of you will be assigned missions as they become available. I will tell you that our new minister seems willing to utilize our talents where the normal Auror teams have a lower chance of success. We are the best, and she knows it. I see your day jobs suffering for the foreseeable future from this welcome change in our government. I had a meeting with Minister Bones on Saturday, and she expressed her desire in testing our abilities more frequently than Fudge. I believe the old days have returned once again. Horace stepped forward and scowled menacingly. If anyone feels that they no longer possess the ability to perform their duties on a more constant basis, please notify me at once. That being said, Team 4, you will have a mission tonight acting on the intel gained by Team 2. Team 3, you are hereby activated for Level 1 operations. As you succeed, your level will be raised accordingly. Let's remind our enemies why we are whispered about in dark corners and under secrecy spells. Team 3, on me for reassessment and skill tuning. Harry watched as Team 2 and 4 gathered and followed Marcus out of the room. Horace waited for Team 3 to meet him near the corner of the room. Harry stood and followed the others, wondering what reassessment meant. First off, Seps, don't you ever pull shite like that again. 3 against 2 is not the odds we work with here. I don't care if you did take out the tosser we have in lockup right from the start. It was still a very losable situation. You got lucky, but as I have said before, we respect results here. That is the only reason you are still here. Fuck up like that again and I will wipe your memory clean. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. Good, Horace barked, easing his mood quickly. Well done, by the way. Now we may get intel without notice and have to act on it immediately. I know Cal and Chamel have been through this before, but you haven't, Seps. Level 1 operations means you can carry out minor missions that do not have a must-win objective. Basically, all is not lost if you fuck up. Level 2 means the mission is important but not do or die. Many of the teams are Level 2s. Level 3 means that failure is not an option, or it is a hot mission. Harry wasn't sure what a hot mission was, and he showed it. Hot means you kill everything that resists. You are going in and the targets are going to defend to the death. Don't feel bad, but it will be a while before you get to that level. The team must work together seamlessly and without fail for some time before they are promoted to Level 3. We only have 3 teams at that level currently and 2 of them are occupied right now. Questions? Harry didn't say anything as he thought back to how the incident at the Lovegoods turned out. He knew second chances were not frequent in this line of work, so he would cherish and learn from the few that he received. Reassessment means that you show off what you know and where you are with your abilities. Horace smirked as the targets appeared behind him. Begin, full list. Harry watched as Tonks and Cal began firing spell after spell at their targets. They would fire the same 1-3 times before moving on to the next. Following their lead, Harry did the same. He cast the same spell 3 times at his target with his wand before following up wandlessly if he could. He focused on his magic as much as he could. He felt it inside of him and pushed it out forcefully. He fell back onto his newfound confidence and allowed his anger to rise, which assisted his magic. Every spell was fired with a determined thrust. Harry knew he could accomplish anything he had to if the situation required it. As he warmed up, he fell into a rhythm of casting that seemed to match the ebb and flow of his magic. Without noticing, his magic cycle sped up. Horace watched as Harry's spell casting became faster and more accurate. He was sending spells downrange faster than Cal or Chamel. Each one hit with an accuracy score no lower than the mid-80s and a power score no lower than the high 70s. As he finished with his most practiced spells, he switched to those he had learned in the last few weeks. Horace read the scores being put up as they appeared. Excellent improvement, Seps. Keep it up. Harry finished out his assessment with his favorite or most powerful spells. All the bone spells, Reductor, Stunner, and the Unforgivables were displayed last. Unable to think of any others, Harry stepped back from the line and watched Tonks and Cal continue through their vast knowledge of spells. Harry focused on their movements, trying to learn something from them. Tonks and Cal ended about the same time as Tonks knew more, but Cal was slower in casting his spells. Fine, Horace said, walking up to them. Cal, Chamel, get Seps to a point where he can at least resuscitate someone. Right now, he would only be good at watching the person die. I need to look over your scores and determine where to go from here as a team. Tonks directed Harry over to the classroom area that had appeared. Cal followed them closely, but kept an eye on Horace as he cycled through the spells Harry had used during his assessment. A replica of a person appeared on a table that popped into existence amongst the desks. Seps, Tonks began, you need to learn the most basic medical spells and fast. We are going for a level 1 here, so nothing fancy or neat. Crude but effective is the key for this lesson. Cal continued. We all know that you haven't shown an aptitude for these kinds of spells, but our lives could hang in the balance at some point. I am not going to teach you how to heal or fix injuries. This will be a keep-alive-centered lesson, so critical care spells are the plan. Harry took a deep breath and nodded his acceptance of the goal. As the next 2 hours drug on, Harry killed the replica more times than he could count. Focusing too much caused the spell to break the ribs, leading to the patient being impaled by the broken bones. Harry started stressing as he failed time and time again. Seps, Tonks questioned, how are you trying to use these spells? Statistically, you should have succeeded at least once by now. Are you trying to use a soft touch with the resuscitation spell? I am trying to keep it as soft as I can, but it just isn't working for me. Harry couldn't avoid showing his frustration at the whole situation. I am trying to picture the result and let my magic do the spell, but it isn't working here like it usually does. Are you pushing your magic into it at all, using anything other than the words and movements? Cal asked while he tried to figure out the problem. Of course I push my magic into it, Harry replied. That is how I have been trained since I got here. I just push some of it out, but I let the spell do the work. Maybe that is the problem, Cal said to Chamel, who nodded her head in a confused way. Medical spells aren't about power. They are about consistency and finesse. Magically powerful people do not tend to become healers. Volatility is not a good thing when you hold a life in your hands. Perhaps we should pull back some and let you try this as if you were still in school. Harry managed to restrain his comment and followed Cal's instructions precisely. His wand floated lightly over the replica for the examination phase of the spell. When the tip glowed light green, the person was alive and the spell wasn't needed. When it glowed light red, the person's heart wasn't beating and the spell was needed. As expected, Harry's wand glowed red, so he moved it to hover right above the replica's chest. With a half-circle pattern bringing the holly wand closer to his body, Harry aimed at the replica and in a smooth stabbing motion cast the spell. Resuscitaire. The replica convulsed more than it had all day. Harry felt that he had succeeded, but Cal quickly got him back on task. Seps, Cal instructed, reassess and see if it worked. Harry reassessed and found that it worked for a few seconds, but the patient had died again. Harry repeated the spell 4 more times in quick succession, each better than the last. With his final attempt, Cal motioned for Harry to stop. Not bad, Seps. You were getting the hang of it there at the end. The trick is being able to do this while you are under fire or swimming in adrenaline after the fight. I think you have the basic skill down, but if I am ever in this position, please get me back here or to St. Mungo's as fast as you can. Nothing against you, mind. I just don't want to be your first patient in a life-threatening medical situation. Cal smiled and urged Harry on to another medical spell used frequently, Upshiro Crewer, the wound cauterizing spell. When the replica started bleeding from numerous places, Harry knew he was in for a messy and frustrating lesson. As his clothes became soaked in blood, he worked on the spell time and time again. A soft touch was required, and Harry tried to mimic the state of mind he was in when he had conquered Resuscitaire. It took over an hour for him to master the techniques required for the spell. Horace watched from the observation room and laughed to himself. If he can't throw his magic at it, he is still a schoolboy learning his magic. Funny that he is a schoolboy learning his magic, Horace, Marcus commented. So, are we agreed on his abilities? Quite a respectable showing today, wouldn't you concur? Horace merely grumbled. I will take that as a yes. Don't be too hard on yourself, old friend. You have taught him some of it. The truly gifted really only need direction and encouragement. Bah, quit blowing sunshine up my arse, Marcus, Horace snapped. Once they finish teaching him how to splint a broken bone, we can give him a level 1 for medical. Still, he would be the last one I would want trying to heal me. Fight with me, no problem, but healing, not a chance. What about that shield spell we spoke of? Marcus asked. Going to teach that one. We have very few who can do it, you know. He won't get to it today. Maybe tomorrow we can work on it. I have other plans for this week. He needs to be proficient with a few others by Friday so he can lead his team. It will be a good start for him. Get some confidence and experience under his belt before the real thing. I believe he has quite a bit of experience, Horace, Marcus pointed out. You haven't forgotten his history, have you? No, I haven't, but still this is for real. And the other times were what? Horace paused and watched Harry run through the scenario again. He managed to stop the bleeding faster than any prior attempt, earning himself congratulations from his teammates. Him trying to stay alive. He had no other goal than that, really. Sometimes yes, sometimes no, Marcus expanded. He can do it, and you know that. Are you not beyond the constant insults and pushing phase of your teaching? I will use what works, Marcus, and I will not change that. He is easy to motivate with insults and criticisms. But will he fight for you when it is over? Your methods wouldn't have taught him the skills he is learning right now. He works well in a team, as you can see. I train the individual, they train the teammate. I will consider your suggestion, but I will handle it my way, Marcus. If it works, I will use it. I know you will, Horace, but remember that Harry is not committed to us yet. We haven't proven ourselves to him, and he can be rather fickle when it comes to his allegiance. Do not jeopardize the goodwill and trust we have built to keep up your persona. He has political capital, whether he knows it or not. He could become a vital operative and ally for this department. He got one minister removed and another installed within 30 minutes. He got Albus Dumbledore to come down from his pedestal and dirty himself in the politics of the ministry. I know of 3 department heads who trust him without question, and I won't even begin to list how many businesses that young man controls. Continue doing what you do best, but tread lightly when you near his breaking point. He will earn the respect of some of the other teams before the week is out. Horace paused before answering. He will gain a few challengers in the process as well, Marcus. A couple operatives will voice their displeasure as to his standing in such a short time. I have to make sure he is ready for that. I believe he is used to friction with others for who or what he is. Leave him be and watch how he handles it. My guess, Marcus offered with a smile, he will use it and become more determined. Care to wager on that? Oh, you are a glutton for losing, aren't you? One case, Muggle this time. I may never have to buy liqueur again, Marcus announced. Agreed, then. Horace shook Marcus's hand before leaving the room to join the bloodbath happening in the training room. Harry stopped the gushing blood from the artificial wound in the replica as another opened up. He settled his mind as he worked the spell again, focusing on the movements and words of the spell. Cal had started talking to him in an attempt to distract him from successfully casting the spell. As the blood flow was staunched, he felt someone behind him. When he turned his head, Harry saw Horace with his wand raised and unleashing a spell in the direction of Tonks. Without thinking, Harry jumped up, casting a wandless imprimis shield and firing a bone-breaking spell at Horace in one fluid motion. The cutting curse reflected off Harry's shield and flew off into the ceiling with a sizzle. Horace reacted with his own shield spell, stopping Harry's curse before giving an evil smirk. Protected your teammate and attacked me without missing a beat. Acceptable, but you didn't get me. I could try again, Horace, Harry replied tonelessly, not dropping his guard for a second and holding the shield in place. Horace seemed eager to take on the challenge, but relented after a few tense seconds. Maybe later, Seps. As the day has been frittered away. Horace made a gesture to the blood dripping off of Harry's cloak. I just have to adjust your badge to reflect your recent progress, meager that it is. Harry waited as Horace kept his wand in a low-ready position. The tension held until Tonks moved to Harry's side and put a hand on his shoulder. It is okay, Seps. I got you if anything happens. Horace quirked his eyebrow at Tonks before moving in front of Harry. He dropped his shield, allowing Horace to tap his badge and alter the levels on a few of the bars. Harry held his eyes and never let them stray while Horace did the work. Some may take this as a challenge to their ego, Seps. Be prepared for that. Noted, sir. Harry watched Horace retreat slowly and leave the room. He sighed and relaxed as Tonks laughed slightly. Cal vanished the replica and checked the time. Time for me to get home, Cal announced as he cleaned the blood off his clothes. It was a good day, and you learned some crucial spells that could keep us alive one day. I just hope that you never have to use them, Seps. With Harry and Tonks alone in the training room, Harry sighed and looked at his badge for the first time since the change. Is this good or bad, Chamel? Let me take a look, Seps, Tonks said and moved to look at Harry's badge. As a small smile formed on her lips, Harry knew it was at least something. Well, I would suggest you keep an eye on teams 2 and 4. They will not like you matching or beating them in levels. Harry saw the colored bars stand out against the gray cloak. The red remained unchanged at 6. His defensive level had increased 1 to 6. Green was already at 7, but Harry saw that he had 1 yellow bar showing that he had a couple medical spells down. His stealth level remained at 2, but the full 7 bars of black left him feeling rather empty inside. The Roman numeral III stood out in its field, and the 3 pips shined in the dim light before the badge faded away into the gray of the cloak. Do they expect me to kill now that I have 7 bars for the unforgivables? They expect you to do your job when it needs done, Tonks explained. You are no different now than you were when you got here this morning, except for the fact that you look like you took a waded across a stream of blood. Tonks laughed as Harry took notice of his lower half still dripping with fluid. Tonks waved her wand and cleaned the blood away, leaving Harry perfectly clean. Wow, that worked well. I have never been very skilled at cleaning charms. I guess I got lucky then. You better believe it, Tonks quipped before pulling Harry by the arm towards the exit. To home we go, dear sir. As they arrived at home, Harry removed his cloak and laid it over the back of a chair in the living room. Tonks joined him, arm in arm, as they entered the kitchen. Ticky and Dobby were moving about the room, quickly preparing dinner. Tonks settled into a seat at the smaller table near the far wall, but Harry tried to assist with the preparations. Tonks couldn't help but laugh when Harry was physically helped into the neighboring chair. Offer your help and they toss you out as if you would ruin everything. You know better than to help them with their work, Harry. You should count yourself lucky they didn't toss you outside to eat with Jules. Nah, I think they're leaving that punishment for you, Nymph. Oh, you didn't just suggest that I spend more time with that menace of a pet. We have an agreement. Her and I, she stays out there, and I stay in here unless you are with me at all times. It works out for well. Has Jules agreed to this arrangement? I plan to avoid finding out, Harry. I think it is best for everyone involved that way. Harry started laughing at how Tonks was acting towards Jules. He found it comical how an Auror and Unspeakable could be so scared of a simple griffin. She is only a griffin, Nymph. I guess I just don't see how you can be this way. Only a griffin, you say, Tonks mocked as she shivered. Leave it to you to say that about a griffin, seeing as you own 2, I guess it makes sense. You were probably around them when you were born, so it isn't a big deal. I am not following. Harry was interrupted by Hedwig flying into the room and settling on his shoulder. The beautiful animal opened her mouth and gave a sound before rubbing her head against Harry's face a few times. Hi, girl, everything all right? Hedwig ignored the question and finished rubbing her owner before sticking her leg out for Harry to see. A letter was tied to her leg, but no name was written on the outside. Tentatively, Harry reached out and removed the letter. He looked over the parchment before untying the rest of the twine. Hedwig received a gentle pet and a one-handed hug as Harry read the letter. Tonks watched him as his eyes moved about the first page and then the second as well. Once he was finished, Harry looked up to Tonks and smiled. We doing anything on Thursday night? No, but I think you have something in mind. Harry's smile deepened. Yes, I do have something. Hermione just invited us over for the evening. Apparently, her parents have been a little nervous about everything going on and wanted to meet some of her friends. I guess her plan to keep most of the information about Voldemort away from then hasn't worked very well. She is worried they won't let her go back to Hogwarts next year. So she is trying to convince them that she is safe and we are normal people too. It seems the few times they have met the Weasleys hasn't sold them on that idea. Imagine that, Tonks quipped. I know them rather well, and the Weasleys are far from normal. Of course, inviting you is a step in the wrong direction since you are as abnormal as you can get even by our standards. Tonks winked at Harry as he scowled good-naturedly. The next day found Harry and Tonks arriving, as usual, with only a few minutes to spare. Horace handed Tonks a small parcel before diving into the day's grueling lesson. By lunchtime, Harry was sore and worn out. Horace had spent the morning testing Harry's shields under a constant barrage of spells. The sheer force of magic left Harry gasping for breath, as he had to match the level of attack with an equal or superior defense. At the beginning, Harry thought it was just going to be him and Horace, but Tonks and Cal joined in after an hour. Harry held his shields for as long as he could until they failed under the assault of opposing magic. A few times as his shield fell, he threw up another one to stop the spells that continued on. By the end of the session, Harry was sporting some rather nasty injuries that the medical team was waiting to treat as they stood at the edge of the room. When Horace pulled up his wand and took a step back, Harry collapsed under his own weight. Tonks and Cal moved to help him up as exhaustion took over Harry's body. "When medical has cleared you and you have eaten something, come find me. I have a few things to show you today, Seps. Both of you are needed as well." Harry endured the poking and prodding of the healers and drank what they told him to. As the skin knitted itself back together on his shoulder, Harry concentrated on his mind. He had found that practicing occlumency for a few minutes when he had the chance seemed to help many things. His focus was sharper and his mind was clearer. He had better control over his spells, and he could sense when his shields were going to fail most of the time before they did. A quick look to his battered body proved that it wasn't foolproof. Harry could feel his magic running low, as Horace had seemed determined to beat it down. The sting and burn of his injuries fought against his efforts to concentrate completely on his mental skills. "Your injuries are well on their way to being repaired," a healer told him. "How long were they testing your shields? An hour or so?" Harry opened his mouth as little as necessary to reply. "I am not sure. 2 or 3 hours, I think." Tonks checked her watch and did a quick calculation. It was a little more than 3 hours, actually. Horace worked for the first hour, but he had us in there for the last 2. The healer paused in her work and looked to Tonks. "Surely you are pulling my leg." "No, that is how it worked." Tonks looked to Harry and saw him with his eyes closed and his lips tightening and relaxing in a rhythm. The healer shook her head and continued her work. The burns were the last things she healed, as they were only superficial. She poured out a small vial of dreamless sleep potion and set it on the side table. "You need at least an hour of good sleep before you can do any more magic today. Your levels are rather low, and your magic and healing are closely linked. An hour should be enough time for you to be adequately healed and rested to finish out the day. You have to get a good night's sleep tonight, though." "Thanks," Harry said to the healer as he downed the vial and settled into the bed. His mind told him to do as he was told and cooperate. For the first time, he felt the magical exhaustion that had been mentioned when he started with the unspeakables. His entire body seemed deflated and worn. As he thought about the feelings, he remembered a similar tiredness after the Triwizard tournament, but nowhere near as acute. He felt Tonks move next to the bed and put her feet up on the mattress. She nudged him with her foot, causing Harry to smile, as he knew she would be with him the whole time. As the potion began to cloud his mind, Harry caught a glimpse of an image of spells flying in all directions and people screaming. The haze of nothingness rolled over the image, leaving relaxing blankness in its wake. Harry drifted off with a slight whimper, which unnerved Tonks to a degree. When he awoke, Harry was hungry and his body was aching. A grunt of displeasure alerted Tonks to his return, and she grabbed his hand. He felt the warmth and managed to focus his mind on that sensation, leading to the rest of his body catching up. "Seps," Tonks called, "are you feeling better?" As well as expected Chamel, Harry moved every appendage, grimacing when appropriate. "A little sore, though." "More than a little to get those kinds of reactions from you." Tonks patted his hand and moved off to grab a healer. Mentally, Harry took account of his entire body. He tested everything he could think of from head to toe and anything in between. The sound of movement told him that Tonks had returned, but he knew another person had come as well. "Sore, are you?" queried a female voice. "A little," Harry replied as he opened his eyes slowly. The healer was holding a vial in her hand, offering it to Harry, leaving little choice in the matter. He took it and downed the clear liquid. He was surprised to find a slight mint taste to it. The healer moved her wand over his body, checking for anything that may have been missed. You won't be at the top of your game today, but that should help with most of the soreness. I have other potions, but they have side effects that would prevent you from training further today. The healer finished her scan and left Harry to be helped out of bed by Tonks. You good to go? Tonks asked as Harry wavered a little. I will be fine, Harry replied. Can't keep Horace waiting, can we? You have to eat first. After a hearty stew loaded with more items than Harry could name, the pair joined Cal and Horace in the training room. Harry saw Cal shrug before turning to them. Horace put his hands together and gave a sinister smile. Now that you are done with your layabout, we can get back to work. Horace looked right at Harry. You are rather skilled in your shield spells, Seps, but you are missing one, Patricinar Fidelis. It is a shield spell that you use on others. It was created years ago when kings and princes fought in wars. Wizards who worked with royalty then created this spell to protect the royals while in battle. It will stop both physical and magical attacks on the same level as Fortis Aegis. Obviously, Absolvo and Imprimis are stronger shields, but this is a once-removed shield, so it makes sense. Auror training doesn't attempt this spell as it is hard to create and maintain. The demands on the caster are steep, and for the most part you will never need to use this. I expect your teammates to be able to defend themselves well enough this isn't needed. If they are down, you have bigger problems than trying to protect them, like yourself. There are other shields, mostly specific use spells like confinement spells for potions or pets, but this is the last shield spell for use in a fight. I will tell you that most people never accomplish this spell, so I expect the same from you, failure. Harry allowed his eyes to bore into Horace's. He sensed the challenge and accepted it without much thought. Discounting me already, Horace? If the shoe fits, Seps. Horace quipped and watched Harry respond as he had planned. You have the incantation and here is the wand movement. Horace demonstrated the movements with a practiced touch while Harry paid close attention. Go ahead and give it a try, Seps. I doubt you will be able to get it by the end of the day. Harry gritted his teeth and promised himself that he would prove Horace wrong. The time passed as Harry tried to master the spell. At first nothing happened, and then a flicker of a shield began to appear around Tonks. With constant corrections in his movements and effort, Harry finally had the process down. Horace had stopped adjusting Harry's mechanics and only continued to comment on his repeated failures. Tonks gave him encouragement while Cal watched and gave intermittent, sideways glances in Horace's direction. As the day ended, Harry knew he was running out of time to prove that he could cast the spell. He focused on Tonks' face and searched for the energy to cast the spell. A few times the shield had almost formed before collapsing on its own or from Horace firing a basic spell at it, causing it to fail instantly. Harry willed the spell to work. He forced all the magic he could into the effort. The first attempt produced a weak shield that wavered before failing. The second time Harry allowed his frustration to get in the way and nothing appeared. The third time, with a calm mind, Harry cast the spell. A dull gray dome appeared around Tonks, and tendrils of color could be seen moving about the outside of the shape. Tonks congratulated Harry in his accomplishment before Horace fired 2 stunners at Tonks, ending the celebration. Harry's fourth and fifth attempts were no better than his first. Horace smiled as he ended the day's efforts and walked up to Harry. I see that you aren't perfect after all, Seps. Horace watched for the reaction and was granted with a rather determined and spiteful response. Maybe tomorrow you will put forth more effort. Merlin knows you failed today. Horace left the room with a triumphant expression. Harry watched him leave and allowed his anger to swell up. The spell had worked to a certain degree, but nothing ever seemed good enough for Horace. Harry waited until Cal left the room, after Horace, before allowing his weakness to show. He reached out to Tonks and grabbed her arm to prevent himself from falling to the floor. I would like to go home right now, Chamel. I got you, Seps. Tonks helped Harry stand upright and make his way to the team room before they portkeyed back home. Tonks prodded Harry to eat the meal Dobby and Ticky had made before putting him to bed. As Harry was fighting the urge to sleep, Tonks showed him the parcel she had received earlier that day. Horace gave me the driver's license you need. It has all the proper endorsements so you can drive and ride. Now you go to sleep. It will be here when you wake up. Wednesday dawned and Harry awoke, feeling renewed and ready for the day. A kiss, a hug, and a little play with Tonks led to Harry feeling better than any other day that week. They arrived in the training room to find Horace speaking with Marcus. When Cal entered, Marcus walked away, leaving the team to Horace. After yesterday's rather weak showing with the shield, Horace insulted, I hope you can perform better today. Using magic to protect you is great when it will do that, but there are some spells which are too powerful for shield spells to stop. All of the unforgivables are beyond the protective abilities of the shields you know. The most the Imprimis shield can do is alter the direction of the Cruciatus curse a little bit. In practice, you will still be hit by it, and all of you already know what it feels like. The best way to stop these spells and all others is to avoid them or stop them before they get to you. On that train of thought begins today's lesson. Conjuring something to stop a spell is effective and can be faster than other options. I know Chamel has some trouble with this skill, and Seps has never attempted it, so we have our work cut out for us today. Some believe in conjuring exactly what they need for the current situation, while others believe in mastering one object to be used for every situation. Since this is not an academic exercise, we are going to focus on one multi-purpose item. Certain people conjure shields, the metal ones from old, to use for this. I think they are too focused on the symbolism, but to each their own. Some use wooden objects, but they can splinter, providing your enemy more weapons. We need something simple and easy, but strong enough to make it worth our time and energy. Any ideas from you, Seps? Horace ignored Cal and Chamel, awaiting an answer from Harry. Harry thought about his choices. Every instance of an unforgivable being used against him swam to his mind. The statues Dumbledore used were the first things to come to mind, but that wasn't conjuring since Dumbledore merely animated things already existing. The tombstones from the graveyard were next, and they seemed to be a better choice. Stones were everywhere, and Harry remembered Hermione saying something about conjuring and raw materials while she stressed over owls. How about stone? Harry offered. It is strong and can stop spells pretty well. For once, Horace began, you offered a usable suggestion. Stone is the best item to choose from. Not only will it stop most spells, but it is heavy enough that it can be used as a weapon should the blocked spell not destroy it upon contact. Marble is a great stone to conjure. It can take a beating, and when it is struck, it will absorb the spell and become a fine powder. Sometimes it will produce shrapnel, but most of the time it will fall apart as safely as one could hope. Horace showed Harry how to conjure marble and had him practice it a few times. With some help, the rock was appearing, but it disappeared quickly. Cal helped Harry make the marble larger and thicker along with lasting longer. Harry found that forcing his magic into the spell only worked so well. He had to concentrate on the spell, and the item conjured until it became natural to do so. His conjured shield would fade away if Harry was distracted too early in the process. Over the course of an hour, Harry felt like he had figured out the spell enough to risk testing it out. Horace moved around the room, making Harry move with him. As the first spell was fired, Harry tried to conjure the stone. He was a little too slow and had to dive out of the way as the spell continued on uninhibited. Harry learned from his mistakes and focused even harder. The shield appeared faster each time and stayed longer. The simple spells Horace was firing off increased in strength and frequency as he battered Harry's conjured defense. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Cal doing the same to Tonks' shield of rock. It looked like they were playing around more than fighting, unlike how Horace continued his vicious assault on Harry. As the stone was beaten away, Horace gave Harry pointers on when to abandon his shield and form a new one. As hour 3 passed, Horace called a stop to the work. At least Chamel has overcome her block with this spell, and Seps seems moderately capable. The problem is that your enemy is not going to sit back and fire spells at your shield so you can feel better. He will move around and attack from all angles. Speed and flexibility are the keys to making this technique work. Sometimes standing and fighting is the way to do it. Other times, running and dodging with keep you alive. Knowing when and what is the real skill I have to teach you. The strongest rock up front will not stop the weakest stunner from behind. A good way to work it is to block the incoming spell, return fire, and then move to a new position. If you can combine the first 2 steps, then do it. Do not give your enemy a chance to get into a rhythm. Keep them thinking, and always moving where you want them to go. I have prior obligations for the rest of the day, so keep working on this skill amongst yourselves. Teach Seps a few more concealment spells so he won't be found out while on a mission. Horace left them alone to teach each other. Harry learned a lot of useful spells from Cal and Tonks as they worked until around 6 in the afternoon. As Harry and Tonks returned to Potter Estate, they changed out of their cloaks and into something more comfortable for flying. Chasing the last rays of sunlight, Harry flew around on his broom seeking the snitch as furiously as he could. Tonks gave a few attempts to compete against Harry, but the fact of Harry being the youngest seeker in a century was made clearly abundant with little effort. On his firebolt, Harry was an even more daunting opponent. Allowing her mind to wander, Tonks was startled when something crashed into her as she hovered in the center of the field. A flash of red told her enough, and she flew off as fast as she could in the opposite direction. Jules gave chase and screeched at her heels. Tonks flew flat out as fast as the broom could go in an attempt to elude the massive creature. Knowing that things could end very quickly and badly, Tonks yelled for Harry's help. As she curled around the goals, she saw Harry fly up beside Jules and yell at the griffin. Jules looked to be determined to catch Tonks and ignored Harry until he slammed into Jules' head. As the griffin looked at its attacker, she quickly pulled up and landed with its head down. Harry joined it on the ground and began scolding her. Tonks flew up behind Harry and dismounted from the broom. She walked up to him, keeping Harry between her and Jules at all times. Could have hurt her or worse. Don't ever do that again. She is supposed to be here, Jules. Now you apologize to Nymph right this instant. Tonks watched as Harry held his ground in front of the large griffin who looked more like a dog that knew it had been bad. The mournful eyes flitted up to look at Harry and Tonks before dropping to the ground again. As the griffin moved forward, Harry looked to Tonks and smiled in a reserved way. You okay, Nymph? A little scared from trying to fly for my life, but I will be fine. Tonks watched as Jules stopped in front of her and stared into her eyes while looking apologetic. Tonks had always had a soft spot for animals. A few stray dogs had found their way into the Tonks household while she was growing up. The look in Jules' eyes told her everything she needed to know. I accept your apology, Jules, but never do that again. Tonks looked more sure of herself than she felt inside. She knew that if Harry hadn't been there to stop Jules, she would have eventually been knocked out of the air by the creature. Jules lowered her head to let Tonks pet her, something that had never happened before. That is good, Jules, Harry told her firmly. Nymph is good and you are to treat her as such. Once Tonks stopped petting her, Jules left the field and returned to the house at a slow walk. I hope she learned her lesson. I hope she doesn't try to kill me again, Tonks sighed before hugging Harry. Thank you, Harry. The smirk told him that she was up to no good. My hero, Harry Potter. Cheeky minx, Harry called as he hefted her over his shoulder and jogged back the house. They had walked no further than 5 feet into the kitchen before Ticky popped in, took their brooms, and popped away. There has to be something to that. Maybe my dad did something years ago and she won't let it happen again. From her position draped over his shoulder, Tonks smacked his bum. Hey, we were having fun until you got all reflective and such. Either put me down, Harry Potter, or find something else to do with me. I will find something else to do with you, Nymphadora Tonks. As they disappeared up the stairs, Dobby put warming charms on the food that had been laid out on the table. It was another hour before the charms were lifted and the food consumed. After a short day on Thursday at the ministry, Harry and Tonks left home with a meeting to keep. They apparated to a location near Hermione's house that Tonks had picked out, which provided some cover from being seen or heard. The small park had a few playthings, but most of the space was open. No fence was present and the grounds were well cared for. Harry figured that the neighborhood didn't have any Dudleys or friends of Dudley wondering about causing trouble. Everything was as orderly as Harry expected from where Hermione grew up. He couldn't see her tolerating anything not being just right. They left the park and watched the numbers on the large homes increase. The sidewalk was in perfect repair, and no weeds could be found in any of the yards. Some might have thought the neighborhood to be dull and boring like Privet Drive, but Harry could see that it was pride in your home and where you lived that drove these people, not trying to outdo each other. He felt a welcoming feeling in the air and could see how Hermione ended up the way she did. She always trusted adults and authority figures. Seeing the surroundings she had been exposed to, he completely understood her motivations and reasons behind it. As a middle-aged woman pruned her rose bushes, she waved at Harry and Tonks as they continued down the street. Harry returned the greeting and calculated that Hermione's house was the light blue one on the right side of the quiet street. He smiled as he thought about how she would greet him and the questions that she would ask him. His smile was noticed by Tonks, and she asked him as much. "Well, just wait and see how it goes. She will be happy to see me. Then she will ask some questions. Then she will lose control of her inquisitive nature. Finally, she will demand to know what is going on." "Have it all planned out, do you?" Tonks asked. "She has been my friend for 5 years. You can almost set your watch by her. Ron and I have had a running joke about it for a couple years. First to say what she says exactly wins a chocolate frog. I am good at it, but Ron is downright scary sometimes. I think he gets that from his mum." Downright scary sounds like an accurate depiction of Molly when she gets going. Tonks looked at the house and could see the care put into it. Not a single board was out of place, and the paint was in perfect condition. She laughed at Harry as he shook his head. "What is it?" "How can everything look so perfect and not feel like Privet Drive? So many things are similar, but it doesn't feel like they're at all. Couldn't Dumbledore have dropped me off here or something? Couldn't Hagrid have gotten lost and decided this place was good enough? You wouldn't be who you are if that had happened. As sad as it sounds, I am glad it worked out as it did. You wouldn't be the Harry I care about if things had been different." "Well," Harry sighed, still wearing a smile, "ready to meet the Grangers." "Sure, Harry. Lead the way, dear sir." Tonks bowed and swept her hand towards the door. Harry elbowed her in the shoulder lightly as he passed her and walked up to the door and knocked. As the seconds ticked by, Harry heard footsteps approach the door. It opened to reveal Hermione dressed as a typical Muggle young woman. She had rather fashionable clothes, and her hair had calmed even more, giving her a more mature look. "Harry!" she squealed and rushed forward to hug him tightly. As Hermione hugged him, she planted a firm kiss on each of his cheeks. She moved back and welcomed him into the entryway. Tonks watched the interaction with a raised eyebrow and caught movement in the back of the house. A man and a woman were moving towards the door, but they seemed to hold back as they followed their daughter's actions as well. Harry motioned for Tonks to enter first as Hermione hugged her too, but didn't kiss her. Once the door was closed, Hermione began asking questions as only she could. "How are you doing, Harry? How are you feeling? Have you been studying at all? Have you done anything fun?" Harry saw Hermione's parents watching their daughter question him without a pause. Longing smiles grew across their faces as Hermione failed to notice their presence. Tonks eyed him, letting him know her question. "Wait for it." "So what is this I hear about you leaving the Dursleys? You know it isn't safe. What did Professor Dumbledore say about it? Where are you living now? Tell me about Fudge and all that. And did you have to do it now?" The adults were watching the non-stop show, and humor could be found on all of their faces. "Wait for it," Harry said as Hermione ran on. "Have you had any more dreams or visions? I heard you yelled at Professor Dumbledore. What were you thinking? You better have a good excuse, Harry." Hermione finally paused to take a deep breath. "Well, are you going to say something or not?" Harry smiled at her in a mischievous way before replying. "It's good to see you too, Hermione. I didn't catch your 2nd through 20th question, so could you ask them again? And slower this time if you would. But before that, it is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Hermione swiveled on the spot, wearing a surprised expression on her face. She smiled weakly, trying to cover up the fact that she had gotten carried away. "Couldn't you have told me they were there, Harry?" "That wouldn't have been nearly as much fun as letting you figure it out for yourself, Hermione. Beside, you hate being told things when you can figure them out for yourself." For his cheeky comment, Hermione smacked him on the shoulder and completely ignored the shocked looks on her parents' faces. "If our daughter can remember her manners before the night is through, you can call me David," Mr. Granger told Harry and Tonks. "This is my wife, Jane. We have heard a lot about you, Harry." Jane Granger continued. At the beginning, we heard about you in much the same way as our daughter spoke a few moments ago. That excited and rambling manner you just witnessed, to be specific. Hermione held her head high, but closed her eyes, letting the embarrassment wash over her. Why, thank you, Father, for being so understanding. Tonks smirked at Harry. I told you how it would happen, Tonks. How what would happen, Harry? Hermione queried. He told me exactly how you would greet him and how your questions would go, Tonks answered. Hermione hung her head before smacking Harry again. I know you too well, Hermione. There is no shame in that, Harry told her, giving her a nudge in the arm, receiving a smile in return. This is NY Tonks. She has been a friend this summer. Hermione looked to Harry and Tonks before settling back on her heels. Harry knew he was found out as soon as she perked her eyebrow at him, and then in Tonks' direction. Harry let the adults greet each other while he gave Hermione a stare in an attempt to tell her to drop it. Only a knowing smile was returned for his trouble. Dinner won't be ready for a while, Jane said. So how about we sit in the living room and talk for a bit? As they moved deeper into the house, Harry saw the markings of a wonderful childhood. The entryway had slightly worn carpet that showed a family lived there, and that was something that Petunia never would have allowed. Pictures adorned the hallway depicting vacations in various places, other family members, and Hermione from when she was first born all the way until the present. In every picture, the people were smiling and looking happy. Harry saw a few generational pictures and wondered if there was any of his family around his house. He could feel something in the house, and it made him feel at ease. He was broken from his thoughts as Hermione started talking to him quietly. Are you doing okay? Yes, I am fine. Better than fine, actually. It has been a great summer so far. How much of that is because of Tonks? Oops, I mean your girlfriend. Hermione smirked at Harry as he looked away. I guess I can add you to the list then. What list? The list of people who know about us. Hermione inhaled sharply. You mean it is true? Like you didn't know as soon as you gave me the I know and don't bother denying it look. You always do that, you know. I can't help being right all the time, Hermione said in her all-knowing tone. I know you too well. Besides, Ginny gave me a few clues in her recent letter. And before you go off about security and all that, they were hand-delivered by Professor Lupin on Monday. Clues? Only things that we would understand, Hermione waved off his concern. You would have to know you really well and be on the inside of a few things to get it. Leave it to the two of you to have a secret code for you to communicate about things. What will really get you is that the code, as you put it, only works for you, Harry. What? Harry asked louder than he meant to. The adults stopped the tour to look at Harry. No problems here, continue please. Harry gave Hermione a glare as she half laughed, half snorted at him. Can't tell they have spent the better part of 5 years together, can you? David asked to no one in particular. Ms. Tonks, Jane asked in a low voice, are you magical like the kids? Yep, Tonks replied and proved her statement by changing her hair color right before their eyes. I can do certain things most people can't, though. Jane and David stepped back in amazement at the trick, only to have Hermione speak up. She is a metamorph magus. She has the ability to alter her features in various ways to include shape, color, and style. A metamorph magus. Hermione continued to regurgitate whatever textbook she had read as they entered the living room. Once they were seated, Harry in the middle with Tonks and Hermione on either side, with the remaining Grangers on the opposite couch. At the Grangers' urging, Tonks showed them a few other faces and colors. It was a big hit with them, and it allowed Hermione to get some of the answers she wanted from earlier, and in a way that her parents couldn't listen in. So, Harry, David prompted, tell us a little bit about yourself. Harry looked to Hermione. What has Hermione told you about me? No sense in repeating what she has already told you. You are a great friend who would stand up for anyone who needed it, Jane answered. You are handsome and you play a sport on a broom. Harry reddened a little at the handsome comment, only to be prodded by Tonks. You have a habit of getting into trouble and getting out of it. Ah, Harry interrupted. In my own defense, trouble finds me. I don't go looking for it. Hermione did her best not to laugh, but Tonks didn't hesitate in showing her disbelief. You two are no help at all. You make me out as a troublemaker with only one mission in life. Sorry, Harry, Hermione said as she fought her laughter. But they know enough of the details that you aren't going to convince them otherwise at this point. They have read the Daily Prophet, you know. Yeah, like that is an accurate account of who I am. Harry sat back and pouted a little. Don't believe a word of what that paper said about me. We understand how the press works, Harry, David said. I think our dear daughter has sold you out to a certain degree. She was rather chatty about her first few years in school. Hermione hung her head in guilt. Only recently has she become more selective in her stories. No doubt our wonderfully thorough daughter has alerted you to our concerns about your world. We know there is a war going on and that associates of yours are involved. We have also figured out that you and Hermione are involved in some way. Hermione took a deep breath as her father revealed the one thing she didn't want them to know. What makes you think that, Dad? Harry watched as both of Hermione's parents gave her knowing looks quite similar to her own. Honey, Jane began, as much as you think you were protecting us from the truth, you are smart for a reason. We can read between the lines, and we know that you have been in some situations that we wouldn't approve of. We were notified of your injuries at the end of the school year. All we want to know is the truth. Hermione was about to deny it, but Harry stopped her by putting his hand on hers. Myone, I can answer this one. Harry. They want the truth. They deserve the truth. Harry sighed and rubbed his face as Hermione looked away. The Grangers saw the despair on the kids' faces and saw the same look on Tonks' face, too. I am not sure how much detail Hermione has gone into, but I will give you the short version. Harry explained the First War in a very brief sort of way, ending with his parents' murder and him being shipped off to his relatives. The Grangers saw the anger in both of the women's faces, but Tonks was far more expressive and even unnerving. Harry told them about Voldemort and his goals. He told them about his repeated attempts to get a body and his ultimate success the year before. The trip into the ministry led Jane to tears and David to express anger. Hermione held her head high as Harry described everything she had done to help him and the things she had prevented him from doing at the wrong times. He ended with Sirius's death and asked them if they had any questions. The Grangers looked at each other before looking at how old the Harry before them looked. They had watched him age as he told the story. Many of the bits of information Hermione had told them made better sense. They looked at their own flesh and blood to find her defiantly looking back. I am Harry's friend, and that will never change. His life is in danger, and I will not leave him to be killed. Your life is in danger, sweetie, David prompted to see what her response would be. He saw Harry look at her, and he saw the same concern he had for his own daughter. If Voldemort wins in the magical world, Hermione said in the same determined way she showed, we will be next in the Muggle world. He wants both, and he won't stop. I would rather fight with Harry than hide here. I will do my part to help. I am friends with Harry for a reason. Yeah, to make sure I do my homework. Harry laughed at his own joke before Hermione joined him. You would be as bad as Ron if I wasn't there. Hermione shifted to her McGonagall mode. You would never study until the night before, and everything would be shoddily done at that. Think of your owls and now the newts. Oh, you two would be hopeless without me there to motivate you. One woman's motivation is another man's torture, Harry quipped, and was smacked for his troubles. Hermione began listing off every test and grade he had gotten that she helped him study for. As she continued, Harry's eyes kind of glazed over, and he agreed with Hermione when she expected it. She rambled on and on as he agreed with her automatically. See, Tonks added, how could you break up a team like this? Hermione has put so much work into Harry, it would be a shame to throw it all away now. The Grangers laughed at Harry and how quickly he had allowed Hermione her way in the dynamic of the conversation. One could mistake them for a married couple, David said, getting a playful jab for the comment. Interrupting Hermione's never-ending diatribe about her scholastic efforts, Harry added, Nah, she needs someone to argue with at length. I just agree with her. Ron, on the other hand, will argue about anything just to see how worked up she can get. What? Hermione asked in a demanding tone. "He does not argue with me just to see how worked up I can get. How could you say such a thing?" In as off-handed and minimizing a way as he could, Harry answered her. "Because it is the truth. Just ask anyone." Harry looked at the Grangers and asked if they had any more questions. "Can we protect Hermione in any way or by doing anything?" they asked as one. "If Voldemort wants you dead, you get dead," Harry said simply. "Unless you are Harry," Tonks and Hermione added, much his embarrassment. "Yeah, well, my luck is bound to run out sometime," Harry corrected them. "I would take that bet, Harry," Tonks offered, and Hermione agreed. Honestly, letting Hermione learn as much as she can would be the best way to protect her. She will learn more than anyone else, and that knowledge will be crucial to staying alive. I hate the fact that my friends are in danger, but pushing them away wouldn't work. Then, they are just farther away and easier targets for the Death Eaters. If I am around, I will always be the first target. I can live with that. The Grangers had trouble seeing this boy, or even young man, as a target for anything more than a girl's crush. The unruly hair, defined jaw, solid frame, and adorable smile made it even harder to see him as the target of a murderer. "I think," Jane started but stopped as she really didn't know what to say. "Look at the time. I think dinner should be ready soon." She excused herself and hurried into the kitchen. David stood, smiled, and followed his wife. Tonks saw Hermione bursting with questions, and she knew that they wouldn't be asked with her in the room. "I will see if they need any additional information or entertainment," Tonks said as she shifted her hair color to a bright red. "Harry," Hermione faltered, "what is going on? I get a letter saying that you left the Dursleys and you have been confrontational with Dumbledore. What is going on?" "I am taking control of my life, Hermione. Sirius died because I wasn't told things I should have known. Everything would have made sense, and I would have known the reasons for certain things. I cannot let that happen again. That is why I stood up to Dumbledore. The Dursleys didn't change, and I had enough of it. Besides, I am living where I should have been the whole time. I have learned so much in the last few weeks, even you would be surprised." At her joking look of doubt, Harry answered the unasked challenge. "Most of it hasn't been from a book, so that should make it more believable for you. I have my own Quidditch pitch, and I have Sirius's bike. It has been the best summer of my life." "Really?" Hermione asked with a smirk. "And where does Tonks fit into it?" "That," Harry looked at his hands as he picked lint off the pair of pants Tonks had picked out for him. "She is kind of at the center of it all. She helped me when I needed it and wouldn't ask for it. She was there when I couldn't ask for it. She helped me survive the loss of Sirius, and she helped me take control of my life. Without her, I don't know where I would be right now. Most likely, Vernon would have killed me that first night." "Oh, Harry, what happened?" "He knocked me out as soon as I got inside the house. Tonks stopped him and healed me. She never left after that." "How close are you?" Hermione assumed a look that Harry had seen on Parvati and Lavender more than once over the years. Well, let's just say that we are close and leave it at that, okay? The twins would kill to know who it is, and the specifics would be too tempting for them to restrain themselves. I doubt even Molly would be able to stop them if they caught wind of you knowing about her, let alone knowing what we get up to." "Don't you think she is too old for you, Harry?" "Don't you think I am too old for her? It isn't like I act like I am 15 or even 16, and she sure doesn't act like her age. I think we are a good match all in all. She makes me happy, and I think I do the same for her." Harry gave Hermione a real, heartfelt smile. "Do you love her?" "I have no idea what love feels like, Hermione. It is something foreign to me." "Harry," Hermione shook her head at him while closing her eyes in disappointment. "I love you. The Weasleys love you. Yes, even Ron, Hagrid, and Lupin too. I even think McGonagall loves you in her own way. You may not want to hear it, but Dumbledore loves you. That might be why things happened as they did recently. Can't you tell when someone loves you?" "Obviously not, or you wouldn't have had to tell me." "When I hugged you today, what did you feel?" Hermione fell into teacher mode again, and she looked determined to teach Harry this subject. Seeing a chance to one-up Hermione at her own game, he pulled a page from Tonks' book. "I felt that you are no longer a girl, but a young woman." Harry laughed as Hermione completely lost her composure. I think that is the first time you have ever done that, Harry. Seeing a chance to get back at him, she stepped up to the plate. Would like a better feel then, Harry. Harry sputtered as he heard Hermione's response. No. I think someone might get mad about me doing that. Tonks. Harry saw a chance to save face a little and took it. No. In a rather surprising way, I think she might encourage me, but Ron would be completely murderous if I did. Success was shown as Hermione buried her head in her hands. I think it is best if we stop discussing this subject, she said. You aren't the same Harry you were at the platform. Taking a rare victory over her, Harry smiled and accepted Hermione's surrender. You should have been there for Fudge's sacking. It was priceless. He told her all about it, and after a few minutes, Hermione joined Harry in his happiness. Jane found the two sitting on the couch at each end. Both were talking as if they were back at school. Hermione had her feet positioned under herself and laughed when it was appropriate. Harry was camped at the other end in the normal teenaged boy way that put comfort above all else. He chided Hermione when she carried on and pushed her when she didn't. Jane could see why her daughter had become friends with Harry. She knew her daughter was far too serious and bookish for her own good, but at an early age Hermione made it clear that she was going to do things her own way with minimal input from her parents. Together, they balanced out certain aspects of their personalities. Tonks had clarified a few points, and most of them had related to how much Hermione and Harry needed each other. At first, the mother in her thought it was romantically, since Hermione had been very closed off about that subject since her 4th year. What she saw told her that romantic thoughts weren't part of their friendship. Dinner is almost ready, kids. She watched as Harry was respectful and proper, and Hermione thanked her as she always did. Harry stood first and assisted Hermione up without hesitation. Her daughter accepted the help, and they walked into the dining room, continuing their conversation from earlier, leaving Jane to think further about the decision that seemed to hang over her head. The dining room was formal enough for the occasional dinner party, but comfortable enough for everyday use. Harry found the plates and set them out along with the silverware Hermione had directed him to. David watched the young man going above and beyond what a guest should, but Harry carried himself in a way that showed he had a purpose in what he was doing. Hermione moved to stand next to her father and leaned into him. He is my friend, and I will not abandon him, Dad. Please understand that. I need both you and Mum to be there in case something happens to my friends. I know I hid things from you, but I hope you know why now that Harry told you the main points. You could have told us, honey, David tried to impress upon his only child. You know we would have listened to you. We would have helped you through it. The chance of you pulling me out of Hogwarts was too much to risk. The first month or so might not have been very much fun. But then Ron and Harry saved me, and it has been great ever since. Granted, we have had our moments, but I couldn't ask for better friends. I couldn't risk losing them like that. I can't go back to being like you and Mum. I love you both dearly, but I am a witch and I belong there. I can't run away now. We just want you to be safe, Hermione. David looked into his daughter's eyes and saw the stubborn glint waiting to be released. It was the same look she had when it was bedtime, only unlike other children. Hermione refused to put her book down until she fell asleep with the light on and the book leaving a crease in her skin. Delaying the inevitable only prolongs the suffering, Father. You told me that when I was 5, and I wouldn't let you pull out that one tooth. Only you could relate that situation to this one. You are far too intelligent for your own good. David hugged his little girl while waiting for the answer he knew was coming. You know what being in Gryffindor house means. I will not run from what I know to be the right thing. Please let me make this choice. David and Hermione watched Harry place the glasses where they belonged. He balanced them in his arms as he set them down. He only had 2 left when he twitched violently and reached for Scar. One of the glasses landed on the table with a clutter while the other missed. As fast as he could, Harry snatched the glass out of the air without much thought and set it on the table before putting his hand to his head and dropped to his knees. Harry! Hermione left her father's side and was at Harry's in a second. David moved to join them, but held back as Harry seemed to fight through a tremendous amount of pain. His daughter seemed unfazed by the whole thing and rubbed Harry's shoulders as he worked through the pain. The shuddering breaths let them know that the pain was still heavily consuming Harry's effort. Tonks had heard Hermione's shout and entered the room at a run. She moved next to Harry and held him to her, giving him quiet directions to focus and block the pain. Hermione watched her best friend fight against the scar pain that she had been witness to all too often. "Harry," Hermione asked tentatively, "has this been happening often?" Tonks answered for Harry as he wasn't paying attention. "It has happened a few times, but not often. Harry has improved his occlumency skill recently. He must have been taken by surprise or something." Jane had followed Tonks and kept her place next to her husband. She too watched Hermione's anxious mood as she tried to help Harry. As the scene played out, Harry gained control over the pain and managed to open his eyes. "Always the center of attention," he joked. "I am fine, no worries. I only have 2 glasses left to place and the table will be set." "Harry," Hermione shifted into her overbearing stance, "does Dumbledore know your scar has been hurting?" "If he did, there is nothing he can do about it." Harry took a deep breath and forced the pain away. "I am better. I can fight off these things pretty well right now. Give me a few more months and I should be able to stop them completely. Let it go, Hermione. You will only worry yourself if you think on it anymore." Hermione scowled, but left Harry to handle it his own way. "If you are sure, Harry, then I will trust you. I will help if I can. You only have to ask." "Thank you for the offer, but I can work through this." Harry stood and finished setting the table. "Table's ready." He seemed bright and cheery as if nothing had happened moments before. "I will just go get the food," Jane said, and disappeared into the kitchen. David and Hermione followed as Tonks helped Harry into a chair. "Is it always like that?" Jane asked her daughter as she occupied her hands with the platter of turkey. "Harry has scar pains from time to time," Hermione explained. "He gets them when Voldemort is happy or mad or torturing someone. They are connected from the killing curse that failed. He had a lot of these things last year. Harry has one of the highest thresholds for pain that I know of. For him to drop like that, it must have been really bad. At least the scar didn't bleed." "Will he take an aspirin if I offer?" Jane asked, not knowing what to do. "No," Hermione said. "Harry hates looking weak in front of anyone. It comes from being raised by those people. I doubt it would work since our medicine can't even stop it." "He seems okay with that nice Tonks woman," Jane commented. Well, Harry and Tonks are involved," Hermione admitted with a guilty look. "I am only telling you because I don't want you asking him embarrassing questions about it. Don't tell anyone else, please." "I thought there was something there, but I wasn't sure," Jane said. "Isn't she a little old for him?" "He said he was happy, and I am happy for him," Hermione answered with an air of finality. "He is happy, and that is enough for me. I asked him the same question, but he looked so happy that it isn't worth mentioning again." "I thought you liked Harry as more than just a friend," David said. "Dad, Harry is more like a brother than anything else." "Huh, well, I guess that leaves that redhead you talk about." "Dad, now is not the time to talk about this." Hermione grabbed the stuffing and started walking out. Under her breath, both parents heard her murmur, "Never is the time to talk about this, thank you very much." As dinner neared its end, Harry leaned back in his chair and again enjoyed the feeling the home gave him. He watched Hermione and her father fight over the wishbone that Tonks had dried magically. Hermione won and made her wish, giving each of her parents a directed look. Everyone helped clean away the meal and leftovers were stored in the icebox. Everyone settled into their original spots in the living room and chatted about various things that, at first, weren't connected to magic at all. A few hours of conversation led to deeper discussions involving politics, and the magical world re-entered the discussion. As Harry ignored most of the conversation, he relaxed and decided to practice his occlumency in an effort to prevent a reoccurrence of earlier. As he calmed his mind, a sharp noise was heard outside. Shouts and yells preceded flashes of color that bathed the living room in eerie lights. A burst of green caused Hermione to shoot to her feet, followed closely by her parents. Tonks hopped from her position and drew her wand. In his calmed state of mind, Harry thought through what was going on. The house had yet to shake from the impact of the spells, meaning that something was protecting them. Hermione, get your wand and be ready to fight, Harry ordered above the frightened chatter. Hermione looked to Harry and watched him stand looking more focused than she could ever remember seeing in him. It is upstairs, Harry. Nymph, go with her and gather what you can quickly. We have limited time until whatever it is protecting us fails. It is a ward that Dumbledore put up last summer, Tonks explained, much to the surprise of everyone. He knew your friends would be targets and he did what he could. He will know that the ward is under attack and he will bring help. We only have to hold out until they show up. I have no intention of risking everyone's lives waiting for Albus to arrive and save the day. Get what you can and make it fast. Harry left no room for debate as he moved to stand in the hallway. I will guard your parents, Hermione. Trust me. Hermione had never taken her eyes off of him. Okay, this way, Tonks. Hermione led Tonks to the back stairwell and disappeared up the stairs. Harry, what is going on? David asked. He saw the look of sheer power growing in Harry's eyes as the assault continued outside. Welcome to the front lines of the war. They are here to kill Hermione to punish me. I swear to you that they will have to kill me before they get to her or you. Harry drew his wand, in an instant forcing the Grangers back a step. Harry squared his shoulders and waited for the wards to fall. The minutes passed as more of the sounds and colors breached the walls and windows. Tonks and Hermione entered the living room with a trunk hovering behind them. I got what I could, Harry. I got my wand. I guess I am ready to fight. Without turning around, Harry spoke with a decisive tone and edge to his voice. Tonks, portkey them home. Stay there and keep them safe in case the house has been found. Call Jules or the elves if you need to. I will stay and fight. Harry, I am your guard, and I am staying with you. This is not the time to forget everything you have been taught. I will not lose more people, Nymphadora. Not to him. I couldn't take it. I will be fine. You know I will be. I am not leaving you, Harry, Hermione yelled over the increasing noise from outside. She gasped as Harry turned around and looked her in the eyes. She saw power flashing in his bright green eyes. You must keep your parents safe, Hermione. Family first, Myone. You are my family, Harry. I'm not leaving you. I will stun you and portkey you all away if I have to. Tonks, you know what to do. Harry turned back to watch the door, which had begun rattling in its frame as the debate continued. Tonks sighed and grabbed the nearest pillow. With a bit of thought and a tap, the pillow glowed blue. Portkey to Potter estate ready to go. Harry, are you coming with? I am going to meet them at the door, Nymph, Harry announced with force. I will not run when they threaten my friends, my family. They will pay for this. Harry started to glow lightly. You are glowing again, Harry, Tonks informed him. They are almost through, Tonks. Get them out of here now. Everyone, gather around and touch the pillow. Hold on until you land. We will stay right there until Harry shows up. We can't enter the grounds until Harry permits us access. Damn it, Harry said before turning around and joining the group. I knew I forgot something. Harry leveled his wand and started moving it about Jane, chanting something really quietly. Harry, you are going to be expelled for doing magic, Hermione warned him. This is nothing compared to what I am going to do when they make it through. Harry moved through each of the Grangers, giving them access to Potter Estate and locking the information away under the proper spells. You guys can get inside, but don't get near the house. Jules will not let you near it without me. Understatement if there ever was one, Tonks quipped while looking very serious. Harry moved back to the door and waited. The door creaked from the impact of a spell. Get a move on, Nymph. I didn't have time to set it to the number of people, Tonks replied. It is timed. We only have a minute left. They are going to break the door down in about 20 seconds. Promise me you will stay with them. Harry, now is not the time to make me leave you to these bastards, Tonks yelled at him. They are in for one hell of a fight, though. Harry cracked his neck before putting up an Absolvo shield. The bright white light bathed the room before the metallic blue of the Imprimis shield evened it out a bit. Harry growled deeply as he prepared for the wards to fall completely. My God, what are those spells and how can he do both of them at once? Hermione asked no one in particular. Absolvo Ancile and Imprimis Patriciner shields, Tonks answered. One is wanded while the other is wandless. I would advise that you never piss Harry off enough that he uses those before the fight. The door exploded inward, and Harry held his ground. The remains of the door and frame impacted Harry's shields and disintegrating upon contact. With a shout, Harry raised his wand, and the imprimis shield fell. Harry cast the bone-shattering spell followed by a reductor and the severing ribbon as he advanced toward the door. Hermione gasped as she recognized the first two by sight. She had read up on advanced curses, and the bone-shattering spell was one of the most vicious ones she had read about. The speed and the force of the magic Harry unleashed left her in shock. As the spells left his wand, a scream could be heard followed by a yell. The last image the Grangers and Tonks saw was a fine mist of red being sprayed into the hallway of the Granger residence, and Harry firing spell after spell as he advanced on the intruders outside. The portkey activated and whisked them away from the battle, leaving Harry by himself. Once Harry had begun moving out of what was left of the doorway, he felt himself fall into the same ebb and flow he had used on Monday during his reassessment. Spells flew from his wand as he stepped over 3 fallen Death Eaters. One was out of the fight since his wand had exploded in his hand, leaving no more than a stump where his left hand had been. Another had a gaping wound in his side, and the torn flesh revealed a few splintered ribs exposed by the shredded muscles. The third gripped his neck in an attempt to stop the blood from spraying out of the gash that had been sliced into him. Harry saw 4 more Death Eaters firing spells at the house and attacked before they saw him clearly. He leveled his wand at one and fired Conligo Totalis at him. The spell scored a hit, and another Death Eater fell. The remaining 3 saw their attacker as the Absolvo shield was rather hard to hide even with all the magic flying around. Harry found himself under fire from the 3, and at least 2 of them knew what they were doing. Harry moved and tried to keep all 3 of them in front of him. One of the skilled fighters began using dark curses in an attempt to break his shield, but Harry held it and attacked the unskilled enemy. Harry remembered what Horace had said. Even a weak opponent is an opponent. Always keep the numbers in your favor. Harry remembered that escape was always an option, and since the Grangers had left, he should leave too. They will take the wounded and nothing will have been gained. I am doing okay right now, and I will stay and fight until that changes. After a series of stunners and reductors, Harry scored a successful hit with one of his stunning spells. The Death Eater collapsed and was subsequently bound as Harry moved past him. The 2 remaining Death Eaters had been retreating as Harry advanced. They had begun to use Unforgivables, forcing Harry to stop the offensive and conjure a marble slab to block the Cruciatus curses that were flying towards him. The stone held and his shield remained in place, as Harry focused all he could on maintaining them both. The flash of red lit the street and the underside of the older trees that adorned the front yard. The green hue cast by the dark mark hovering above the Grangers' residence almost gave the battered home a Christmas look. As the attack seemed to wane, Harry watched the techniques the Death Eaters used. They fought as individuals with little or no communication between them. A few pops let Harry know that other people had arrived, and he looked to see who it had arrived. He caught sight of Dumbledore advancing on the final 2, followed by Mad Eye and Kingsley. Behind them, Minerva and Bill Weasley could be seen with their wands coming to bear on the Death Eaters. Knowing that their mission had failed, the 2 Death Eaters thought one last strike might bring them some level of victory. One cast the killing curse, and the other launched a fire spell before disapparating. Harry put most of his effort into the conjured slab of rock, and the little remaining into his Absolvo shield as he turned away to hide his face in case Moody could see through the spells that were flying at him. The twisting green light impacted the marble, crushing it in a blast of powder and rock against rock sound. The flame spell partially breached his shield and burnt Harry on the left side. With pain beginning to flood his mind, Harry summoned the 4 remaining wands from his defeated foes and forced himself to apparate away before he could be found out by the Order or passed out from the pain. As Harry arrived on the grounds of Potter Estate, he looked around for Tonks and the Grangers. He saw them huddled near the front gate with Tonks facing off against an agitated Jules. Harry started to walk towards them while trying to ignore the searing pain racing across his scorched skin. When he neared them, Harry called Jules away. When Jules heard his voice, she ran to him and sniffed anxiously. Only after a loud screech did Jules allow Harry to greet his guests. The appearance Harry provided must have been rather gruesome judging by the response he received. Jane gasped as David cringed. Hermione screamed and ran to him, but was held back by Tonks at the last second. "You could hurt him worse by touching him," Tonks told the frantic woman. "What?" Harry asked. "It is just a little burn, no big deal. I didn't even get hit with the Cruciatus curse, so I am fine. Now let's get you inside where it is safe and warm." Harry turned and led them towards the front door and Jules, who had taken up a post in front of the entry. "Jules, these are my friends and you are to treat them as such." As an afterthought, he clarified, "You are to treat them better that you have been treating Tonks. Is that understood?" As Jules moved to the side, Harry petted her appreciatively. "Good girl, I am glad we have an understanding. Be nice to them, okay?" "Friends and family, this is my home." Harry opened the door and ushered them inside while he pocketed the captured wands. As Albus advanced on the fight, he felt the shield being used by someone to defend themselves against the Death Eaters. He was about to fire a spell at them when they each shot one last spell and disapparated. Albus watched the spells fly at their intended victim and hoped for a miracle. One was sure to kill if it hit, and the other could kill if it hit in the right place. He watched as the killing curse struck the hovering stone and dissipated, but the fire spell hit its target with a flare of heat. The victim turned away from them before he could be seen and disapparated without a sound. "Kingsley, Mad-Eye, search for others. Bill, work on the wards. Minerva, check on the Grangers." Albus scanned the area and tried to sense the magic used. So many spells had been cast that he couldn't get a good feel for the people involved. A shout from Kingsley and the flash of a few spells caught his attention. Albus saw 5 Death Eaters in various states of spell damage and injuries. Kingsley bound each one before he began preparing portkeys to take them into custody. Mad-Eye was scanning the house and surrounding area for any stragglers and found none. Minerva returned from the house empty-handed and looking rather shocked at the sight of destruction before her. "What have we found?" Albus asked. 5 Death Eaters rather beaten up," Kingsley yelled from his spot as he readied to portkey them away. "Whoever was here let them have it, but good. 2 of them might not make it the night." "Good for him, then," Mad-Eye said in his gruff voice. "I am glad to see not everyone is afraid to hit these bastards in the face when they show it. Everything is clear. A few muggles that need fixing, but it's nothing the Ministry can't handle when they get here." "The house is empty," Minerva advised them. "Not a sign of the Grangers or Hermione's wand, and the more advanced books are missing." "It would seem that they had advanced notice and an escape route," Albus surmised. "Ms. Granger would never leave her books if she could help it, and especially not ones she hadn't memorized. Phileas still bemoans not getting her in his house." A cough from Alastair brought the professor's attention back to the point at hand. "Wards are completely destroyed, Professor," Bill told them. "It will take at least a day or 2 to recast them, not to mention repair the damage to the front door and the outside of the house." "We must find out where they are and how they got there," Albus said. "I will trust all of you to do what you can to fix things. Kingsley, I will leave you to handle the prisoners and intercept the Ministry personnel already on their way. I will try to find out how the Grangers were removed from here and to where." As everyone broke into their assigned tasks and set about getting to work, a series of cracks of varying volumes announced the arrival of others. Albus looked at the street to see a group of 3 gray-cloaked and hooded men and one wearing only a cloak. Every Order member took up a defensive position until Albus waved them down. "Marcus," Albus queried. "Albus Dumbledore," Marcus said with a smile while holding his wand in a low, ready position. The mysterious Ministry employee waved his left hand at his companions, and they swiftly moved toward the house and the bound Death Eaters. "I see we have arrived late to this party. Shame, my people were looking forward to having a little fun." Albus offered the man a proper smile, but stood as tall as he could. "Since when does the Department of Mysteries handle prisoners? I thought you were the research division for the Ministry." "Oh, Professor," Marcus commented in a soft tone, "we are a research division. We are here to research what these people know. I hope you do not mind us taking them off your hands, Director Shacklebolt." "If I did," Kingsley prompted, "I would have to object to Minister Bones to stop you, and you have seen authority over me as it stands right now anyway." Marcus stowed his wand and clasped his hands together. "So glad to hear that you see things our way, Director. Again, I am most pleased to offer my congratulations to you on your promotion. Now, my associates will be removing these people so they can be cared for and interviewed." The tallest and largest gray-robed man kicked the stunned Death Eater. "I do hope we aren't delayed in getting them medical attention. That would be a shame." Seeing his chance, Mad Eye kicked the same man before a second robed figure portkeyed him away. Albus frowned at Alastair, but received a pleased smirk in response. "I may not have gotten to cross wands with them, but I hope they get what is coming to them." "I can assure you, Auror Moody," Marcus explained, "we do not hold their hands. You should not find them wandering about in the near future." "How did you learn of these events, Marcus?" Albus asked. "I could ask you the same thing, Professor Dumbledore," Marcus replied. "A Muggle neighborhood, and with such esteemed company too. Wouldn't you agree that questions are best left unasked this night?" Albus scanned the Order members and saw that most were unwilling to say anything. They could read between the lines as the robed figures had taken up a crescent formation around them. "I believe that most questions can remain unasked, but I must inquire as to the whereabouts of the Grangers. I am sure even you understand their significance within the current climate." "I believe I understand your meaning," Marcus answered. "In answer, I have no idea where the Grangers are, but if they are not here then I would think they are safe. Wouldn't you agree?" Albus knew that he was dancing on a ledge that could shift at any time. "It would appear that they escaped, but I must know to where." Marcus smiled in a knowing way before gesturing to his people. All of them disapparated as one leaving a very confused group in their wake. Albus sighed and Moody moved away. Minerva cleared her throat demanding an answer. "It would seem that what happened at the Lovegoods was not a chance occurrence," Albus surmised. "It would seem that suspicions are confirmed. There are others working against Voldemort. The fact that they have appeared in places where Death Eaters are attacking Harry's friends seems even more intentional than accidental. Perhaps Harry is working with Amelia in an effort to protect his friends, or it could all be a coincidence." Albus looked over the lawn and the confused faces of his allies. "No matter, we have a job to do here and we shall do it. Harry will not take kindly to the fact that Hermione was threatened and we weren't able to stop them. The least we can do is fix the damage." Everyone broke off to carry out their previous assignments. As Albus worked his magic inside the house, he noticed a missing pillow. It wasn't his acute sense of decorating that made it catch his eye, but it was the shade of blue the lone remaining pillow displayed that left him wondering where the other one was. An investigation revealed that it was missing from the house entirely, and with a recently eaten meal in the icebox, and the dishes stowed in the washer, told him that more than just the Grangers had been in the house on the fateful night. "I really wonder if you have anything to do with this, dear boy. You have proven yourself to be resourceful your entire life, but this summer you have gone above even your own high standards. How many allies do you have, and how are they where they need to be?"